Hello, hello, and welcome to another game in the Zenith League. Today, I'm joined by the wonderful Atomica.
Hello, hello.
And we've got a big game today, Atomica. Got Galaxy Esports versus Hollow Nightmares in the winter playoffs. Are you looking forward to today's game?
I absolutely am. Playoffs is well, I don't even know if it's started yet. Actually, I know it started because we had that whole thing about the last game. But in terms of us, it's our first cast of the playoffs. It's going to
Absolutely,
be
yeah,
exciting.
100%. I'm hoping there's some kind of like either reverse sweep or some kind of just you want the excitement, you don't want a full 3-0 stomp, do you? You want it to be exciting. You want the team to come back into it, and I'm hoping it does. But I think it will be quite close today. I think Hollow Nightmares and Galaxy Sports are they are quite closely matched, and I think there's going to be some very interesting picks today, and I think Fearless Draft is always amazing, especially if teams have the big champ pool and are able to play around each other. And I think I want to talk a little bit about the ADC for Galaxy Esports. Super aggressive, has a very, very big champ pool, mastery 100k plus on so many champions. So I'm intrigued to see if Hollow Nightmares will try maybe shut down that bot lane or whether they'll just opt to try get leads elsewhere.
Yeah, I think realistically, if you're Hollow Nightmares, you are looking elsewhere. I think that the champion pool is just so big for the side of Galaxy Esports. You're not really able to ban him out. You're not able to sort of go, oh well, we can force you onto stuff you're uncomfortable with because he's so comfortable on everything.
Absolutely.
Like, what
And
could you do?
what do you do? I mean, I don't know, to be honest. But I think the bot lane matchup across both teams is going to be super interesting. I think, to be honest, I would very much expect Galaxy Esports to ban away the Zaya. I think Zyra Khan is something that both NT Soft and Wet and then Mr. Goo really, really like. And we know how strong that is as a lane, especially if you want to play on the aggressive side. If you decide to pick some sort of comp that, is either built for team fights or built for dives. But then also, the Zyra Khan pick is so, so good if you're trying to play back and they pick a comp that is going to be aggressive into you and you try to play back into that. So I really think that it's going to be interesting, and I really think this bot matchup is one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I think that the bot matchup it's quite closely tied. Both ADCs are well versed in their role, well versed in the champions expected in their role. And it is just going to be interesting. And just touch on something that you were saying about the Zaya and the Rakan, it is really the case or the question: do you look to take it away because it is fearless? And that's the lovely thing about fearless draft is that if something's selected, it can't be selected again. So do
Mm-hmm.
you as get like do you as Galaxy Esports just take away the Zaya and then they don't get their hands on Zaya Rakan? Or or like Rakan and or ban something away, it's just going to be very, very fun to see that
Yeah.
what Fearless does to these two teams' drafts.
Yeah, absolutely. And you spot on, I think, because I feel like a lot of teams, especially in Fearless Draft, it's almost a game of chess, right? You're trying to plan ahead for the next game and then the game after that, and you're trying to plan ahead for the series as to what you think you're going to be strongest on and what you can take them off of. Because you're right, you can split up the Rakan. You could pick the Rakan. That means they might pick Zaya next, but they might not be comfortable in pairing the Zaya with someone else. And I think that's where the draft can be super fun to watch and also super interesting because it is quite literally almost at times trying to bait someone out into a pick because yeah, you can concede it and it might struggle. So the Rakan might get picked once, but then you might know, right, okay, we know we may need to prioritize that lane a bit more, or we just let that lane pick a safe sort of lane, pick something that can stay back, and then once that's been done, we can maybe look for the next game. But talking about supports and bot lanes, we are going to see the first ban come into play, and that is going to be a Lulu being banned away from Hollow Nightmares. What's your thought on a Lulu ban there first, Steve?
Lulu ban suggests quite a lot, really, from the side of banning away from Hollow Nightmares. It kind of gives Hollow Nightmares a little insight into what Galaxy Esports want to do. Because Lulu is very good into those engaged champs, the polymorph, either on the follow-up damage or on the actual engagement themselves. It can deny any form of CC follow-up. It's a very strong pick into those engaged champs, and we do see Hollow Nightmares respond with a Jinx, and that is then responded with a Gwen. It's looking very, very much like Galaxy Esports are wanting to get rid of these kind of annoying champions that can stop engages and stop those fights from being forced, and trying to facilitate their own playstyle of kind of picking apart.
Absolutely. I mean, you just said about Engage, the Poppy instantly banned away. I think Poppy is such a good champion for almost stopping a counter, stopping a dive, and also I think that is quite a smart ban there from Hollow Nightmares. But just as we were talking about the Xayah and Rakan, the Xayah is quite quickly banned away from Hollow Nightmares, and I think that's one we expected, right? I think we knew that the Rakan or the Xayah would either be prioritized as a pick or banned away. And the final ban then for Hollow Nightmares will be the Sylas. I am very surprised. I'm very surprised that an Ornn wasn't banned away there. And I know Ornn necessarily isn't a prio champ, but I think an Ornn is so good, especially for Madre de Dios, because I think he is pretty much a one trick, but at the same time, we know that he's comfortable on it, and Ornn can really change team fights, especially with the Ornn Horn.
Yeah, agreed. I think that Hollow Nightmares kind of got caught off guard a little with their ban, like with the banning process of Galaxy Esports, because Sylas being banned from Galaxy Esports, it seems a bit weird, because you could look to play the Sylas yourself, especially if they banned Lulu, they banned Gwen, they banned Xayah. There's the three champs that really, can counter engages. So if they're wanting to play engage, Sylas can take such a strong ultimate. Say they pick Alistar, say they pick Nautilus. Those are some very strong ultimates to be able to set up your team. And taking something like Sylas away from yourself, it seems a bit anti-productive, really.
100%. But both teams are now starting to pick the champions. We saw Neferi picked for Galaxy Esports. Neferi super strong right now, especially with the changes. With the almost untargetable is incredibly infuriating to play around, especially if you're picking quite hard CC to try and gank a lane. It almost becomes next to impossible if that cooldown is available. And we do see Hollow Nightmares then immediately respond with a brand pick as a first pick, and the Victor is going to be locked in. I'm not surprised to see a Victor being picked there, Atomica.
Yeah, not at all. Victor is I really enjoy Victor at the moment. However, this means that this brand flex pick now is only really between the jungle and the support, because the Victor can only go to one place. So it kind of nullifies the brand flex a little bit. They're still kind of guessing, but still very strong duo pick there, actually. Brand really does enjoy building that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, has a lot of success with it, and gets a lot of positives out of it, and being able to use that alongside the Storm, the Chaos Storm, I think it's called for Victor. Being able to use that alongside that with Rylai's is a very strong companion pairing. And then obviously it's then followed up with the picks of Tristana and Rel from Galaxy Esports.
Yeah, and then I think Hollow Nightmares pretty much confirmed the flex there, right? They kind of almost confirmed that is maybe going to be jungle, potentially mid at the most, but I feel that likelihood is the brand will be the jungle there, right? The Alistar being locked in as the third and final pick for Hollow Nightmares. We are now into the second phase of the bans. The Orianna being taken away. I think that's quite a smart ban there for Hollow Nightmares. It takes away the potential ball delivery system with the Rel, maybe takes away them drafting a top laner that can then engage more. And then Galaxy Esports going to respond with the Cassante. Now, the Cassante ban, I kind of get it, but also I feel like maybe you want to prioritize something different there, but maybe their top laner just isn't comfortable against it. And then we do see a Mordekaiser and an Aatrox being banned as well. What are your thoughts on the Cassante ban, Atomica?
Well, Madridedio's it's his most played champion in Zenith League.
Yeah.
He has it three. He's picked it 3 times. I'm not sure on the win rate, but has he's picked it a lot. Has shown quite a lot of comfort, especially I would assume blind. Because unfortunately I can't remember the actual pick orders of when they pick Cassante, but Cassante's a strong blind pick into anything really, and being able to really take away something like maybe just saving his ult for Neferi when Neferi tries to dive onto the back line, and then you have a Cassante that just goes, right, no, you're coming with me, unlucky fella.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think the ban is smart there, although can seem questionable in the current sense that Cassante right now is not in the best position he's ever been in.
No, not all. But we are going to see the top lane being locked in for Galaxy Esports, however, and that is going to be a Mundo. So Mundo will be going where he pleases today, and he will hopefully, for Galaxy Esports' sake, be diving into that backline. And speaking of backline, it's going to be a Smolder pick. Now, I feel like Hollow Nightmares are very much playing for the late game here, right? I feel like Smolder kind of almost becomes useless for the first 20 minutes and suddenly starts doing about 30,000 damage per champion. So
Right.
I think Hollow Nightmares might look for a little bit of a late game pick here, which would then make sense why Galaxy Esports are looking for the more aggressive side here. And then finally, we thought it was coming. I think it's going to be locked in, and they are hovering the on.
Yeah, I mean, if they lock in this on, Hollow Nightmares are really laying down the gauntlet on their macro. I really feel like not picking a champion that you can have agency, or at least have somewhere that the brand can play through, it is not the best. And I'm probably going to get absolutely slated for that kind of take in the comments, or in the chat, sorry. But like, yes, he has a lot of setup in Victor slow on the gravity field. Alistair combo is point and click, but then you look at who Galaxy Esports are playing. Tristana can buffer that. Syndra can stun any follow-up or any potential sort of gank from Brand, or at least just push him away to make that gank not happen. Mundo has a spell shield anyway. So you're kind of picking a lot of setup for this brand, but if not played right, it's not gonna work. And you're then really kind of falling back on, let's hope Galaxy Esports hasn't realized none of our champs do anything post like pre 25 minutes. Let's hope they don't have bloody 3 dragons and 6 grubs and are running down our towers. Like,
absolutely, and that's kind of a concern to me with Hollow Nightmares. Is I am a bit concerned how they're going to opt to play around objectives, especially in this early game. When you look at Galaxy Esports and their ability to rotate, especially with the Neferi, especially with a Rel. Now we know Alistair likes to rotate, but we also know that it's going to be quite hard to rotate when you've got a Smolder in your lane, just simply because of how ultra aggressive a Tristana can be. So I do think Galaxy Esports will be very objective heavy, especially in this early game, which is going to benefit them. But then at the same time, if they don't push and don't play slightly more aggro for the early game, I am slightly scared to see how they will perform in the late game, especially against Hollow Nightmares.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Hollow Nightmares, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and slate their composition. I think their composition's fantastic, right? Like, I like Smolder, Victor, Brand hit 3 items. On top of that, they have Ornn upgrade. Like, I mean, that Tristana leaps anywhere but backwards, and she's one shot. Like, it's
100%. Yeah,
it's not fun to play against this composition if they get to their breakpoints. The question is, will Galaxy Esports have such a lead that they can't get to that point without Galaxy Esports basically knocking at the door? And they can get there, just trade the objectives. Like, you set up the vision well on one objective and just commit to it, whether it's the grubs, whether it's the Drake, to try and give yourself that time to stall, or time to be like, well, luckily we're not forced to contest. So
yeah, I think I think you're banging about the commitment side there, and I think that's kind of what Galaxy Esports have opted for with their draft, right? They've just picked a comp that they want to commit to in any situation there, and I think that's going to be kind of their game plan here. Is you're right, they need to play aggro, they need to stop Hollow Nightmares getting to that 3-item Brand, that's 3-item Victor, that's 3-item Smolder, but it's kind of feels a little bit like both drafts are sort of all or nothing to a degree, if you kind of get what I'm saying, because Hollow Nightmares, the draft is fantastic, especially when they hit that 3-item mark. But then if they can't get to that 3-item mark and Galaxy Esports just kind of pressure them from the get-go, then it's going to be so incredibly difficult. But on the flip side, if Galaxy Esports can't pressure them early and can't stop them from getting to that 3-item peak and put them behind and keep themselves ahead, then that's kind of all for nothing, because Hollow Nightmares will just reach a point where they're almost going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And just to touch a little bit on how you were saying, sort of Galaxy Esports being proactive, being, really aggressive on the map. It is, I think that realistically, if you're going to look to watch anyone, you look to watch this Neferi, right?
Yeah.
You are looking at a champion that, if it falls behind, feels so bad to play. And if it's equal, it can reach that point of being like, whoa, this champ does lots. But it also has the big, 50-50, you're basically coin flipping the impact of this champ. And into a brand requires items, brand requires that time to be able to be like, I can impact the map. It's going to be interesting to see how specifically Broken Arrow pilots this Neferi, and whether he can, impact the map how he wants to, really accelerate his team, whether that's, giving them kills, giving himself kills. That is who I would say personally you want to watch for maybe the first 15 minutes, just to see how he does things, really.
Yeah, 100%. What are your thoughts on the Neferi changes? Do you think they're positive? Do you think slightly better kit beforehand? What do you think?
I think they're positive. I think it's something that the champion has needed, because being able to block the old W, it was like, when you just point and click and just charge at someone. I thought that kind of felt bad, because you just get a big Ornn walk in front of you and you're like, well, unlucky, I guess. I have no real way to get to the backline now.
Yeah, I think swapping that with the old, essentially, which it has now become Call of the Pack and was the old Ultimate. I think also it kind of became quite infuriating to be able to counter to a degree, especially when you got the range with the Ultimate proc, right? I think it kind of became difficult, especially if you play a lot of carries. I think you really struggled to be able to escape that, especially if you're playing some kind of ADC that doesn't have any escapability whatsoever. Like if you're Jhin and you've shot your fourth shot, you're kind of a little bit in a difficult situation, especially if you've got a Neferi that's got a slight lead to it. So I do think that you're right, it was a positive change. And I think that they're giving more pack mates and kind of lowering the numbers to a degree was quite a nice idea in theory, but I also do fear that if that becomes tweaked, and even in a small way, right, I think that could either make or break the champion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what else can you say other than it's positive, right?
I think to a degree, the champion is really cool champion, and the kit is brilliantly designed in my opinion. But I think when a champ has a kit that is so just well built and just works together really well, I think it is quite difficult to tweak it perfectly, because the percentages you have to tweak it kind of become so minuscule that you can really change a champion. Like for example, how much I love my Lee Sin, and that is a kind of a prime example, right? Lee Sin's kit synergizes so well just with everything. in his kit. It just all works in one unison so well that when that champion is tweaked a little bit, we see him fall off the face of the map, right? We see that he's just not picked anymore unless it's pro play. And we see how quickly he drops down the tier list. But then when he's buffed and he's in a strong position, he's pretty much picked most games if someone can play him, and pretty much almost every pro game if you are a pro player, because people know how to utilize him correctly. And I think that's kind of a similar situation for Neferi, is they need to be in a very safe, balanced position. Otherwise, they will be too strong or too weak.
Yeah, I don't know if this has been changed as well. But I think the one thing personally that needs to be tweaked 100% about the theory is the pack mates having their own like hitbox. I really don't think that if I'm an Ivern and I press Q, that it should root a pack mate. Yeah, I think that's silly. Yeah, and 100%. You can argue all you want about, oh, well, it happens for Yorick, it happens for, the Maiden, it happens for the Ghouls, it happens for Ivan, Daisy, it should be allowed, like, for the pack mates as well. No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't even happen for all of them as well. They're not, in my opinion, they should just be classed as, like, minions, or assistants, right? Like, it's so frustrating to play against when it's like that.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Look, we will be getting into game hopefully real soon as well, guys. But let us know what you think. Let us know what you think to the drafts. Let us know who you think wins the draft. I also kind of want to know your opinion, Atomica. What do you think? Who do you think has won this small little game of chess in this series?
I think game one goes to Galaxy Esports. I like, just purely on the fact of you take away the names. You take away sort of like name tags. You go, well, which composition would you rather have? Yeah, and absolutely. For me, it's Galaxy Esports.
Absolutely. And we are going to be getting into game now, guys, as well. I would kind of half expect both teams to posture kind of defensively, right? There's nothing really level 1 that you necessarily want to engage with. Alice is basically not a champion level 1. We know this. Until he has that combo, you kind of got to be in someone's face, right? And I think the same for Rel to a degree. Like, Rel is brilliant with a W level 1 or maybe the Q, but once you've used that, you kind of just hit just an automatic bot that does 3 damage on an auto attack. So I very much expected them to posture safe in the early game, and it looks like they are as well, Tomica.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're the one thing as well people always forget about Rel is that on her auto attack, she does shred armor and magic resist. So her level 1 is actually better than what people expect it to be, which makes it kind of crazy.
I actually didn't know that. So thank you for that.
Alistair. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Better than Alistair for sure. That's all I'm gonna say.
Absolutely. But they are posturing a bit aggressively now, though. Just as we say that, looks like they are going to get spotted on that ward in the tri-bush. So very nice ward there. Looks like they are just going to back away, and this brand may have to opt for splitting the map here, as they are going to take away this first camp. Now, I actually anticipate this to be I don't know why, but my brain didn't compute that it was going to be in the fairy jungle. But it is in a fairy jungle, and I haven't seen this a whole lot. I feel like Neferi's been played a lot in the mid lane since the changes. I'm kind of intrigued to see how it almost performs, to see what this does here. We're having a little bit of a technical break for a couple of seconds, just while we fix something in regards to the stream as well, guys. So just bear with us for a couple of seconds while we get that sorted. But what we can talk about in the meantime, Atomica, we can talk about the pathing of these junglers. If you are this brand, where are you looking to prioritize this game?
Like, mid lane, right? Like, if you're the brand, it's mid lane or bot lane. One is instantaneously just a no-go. Has no real kill pressure. Like, maybe you can actually, like, you have kill pressure in all 3 lanes, as we do see a little bit of trading going on in the mid lane. But it's like, you kind of want to prioritize the bot lane. You don't want to see this Smolder go behind it. You don't want to see this Victor go behind. So if you want to do everything in your power to be able to give them a nice and easy laning phase, with zero pressure of anything like that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting a bit spicy in this top lane so far, but the Manu M's fallen so incredibly low. Waiting for that level 2 now is Syndra. And this mid lane, as you said, Atomic, is going to be one to watch, I think. But Brand pulling it a little bit risky with his Krugs here, falling very, very low. Is just going to opt to smite it away. I think would have been a little bit embarrassing to die to that, right? That's not something you want to see as a jungler. But there might be a kill potentially happening here in the early game. Brand is looking to rotate into the enemy jungle, but Syndra is hovering around. Brand knows it there. In comes a stunt as well. The W landing by Brand. That's going to be first blood given over to Hollow Nightmares, and brilliantly played there by Syndra, predicting exactly where the Brand was going to path there, Atomica.
Yeah, I mean, Galaxy Esports mid laner, line 6X, you know, he comes along in the Syndra. He knows that he's looking, like the Brand is looking for the split map. So just very smartly, very awarely moves into the blue side jungle for their jungler, spots out the Brand, and then the Brand takes the fight as all. Whoa.
So incredibly low there for line 6. Manu M hitting a perfect laser. And this fight's happening all over the map. In the meantime, we did see Mundo falling incredibly low as well. But Lucky is struggling so far this game, falling so far behind this Neferi. And I think that is kind of all down to that brilliant invade in the early game, Atomica.
Yeah, brilliant invade, late invade. Smolder as well, I don't know if it was picked up on, pathed the really long and defensive way back. So there was just no vision down for Brand, knew that the entire bot side was gone, and then it did set up the first blood. And, you know, maybe I should go back to play-by-play casting, because I said that, you know, oh, there'll be no action in this early game from Hollow Nightmares, and then they're taking every fight they can.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is an unexpected thing. We didn't expect there to be this many fights this early game, especially for, you know, Hollow Nightmares. We expect him to play a little bit safer, but just as we said, talking about playing safe, it looks like Ornn is not opting to do that just yet. He's going to throw it on the Q. It will hit, but he's now quite low on mana. The level 5 is now available. He's going to look to wrap around here. His Brand can't see him. There's no vision available. Kaiser Champ is falling very, very low. The bush, he's been spotted away from it. In comes the Ghost. The Q is going to hit as well, and down goes Mundo.
Ghost used as well.
But it's not finished just yet, Atomica, because Alice is going to have to headbutt away Tristana. Tristana's throwing down so much damage. In comes the Ignite. Will Alistair fall down? No, he won't. Escaping with a slither of health, Atomica.
Yeah, both. I think he used both Cookie and a pot there. There's no way that just a single pot saved him there. That was incredible work. I think both from Perezosa Man as well, saving the jump for when the Alistair tried to headbutt them away, just is able to jump back in, get more damage down, but the exhaust coming in clutch saves the Alistair. And we're 1 for 1 on kills. And in fact, I don't know anymore. Why is it so aggressive?
It's already a very spicy game, so make sure you guys stay tuned for the rest of the series, because it's looking like it is going to be a banger of a series so far. Fights all over the map. We absolutely love to see it. Neferi is causing trouble here. Brand losing a lot of his jungle so far. And just when we said about this Brand hitting this 3 item, right? Is he going to be able to get there if Galaxy Esports are playing so aggressive and Broken Arrow just consistently in the jungle?
It looks like he will do by just farming top lane. But as we do see the gank coming in, he does get spotted out, but, you know, there's no real follow-up there, no real setup, so the gank doesn't work out. Jesus Christ, again, there's more going on.
There's more going on, and looks like Alistair is going to try to work on this Syndra now. Manu M's falling really low. He's going to have mana available. The Q is going to miss on. In comes the Syndra balls, and Alistair is going to return with a kill. And that was a feels bad moment for the Alistair, but it's not finished yet. As in comes Brand in the top lane, out goes the ultimate, and and he's going to hit as down goes Mundo, and the Grubs aren't going to be picked up just yet though, because Broken Arrow is going to try to capitalise on this. Lucky falling solo, in comes the Flash as well. Ornn might just finish off Broken Arrow here, and down goes the dog. But in comes the Rel. Pedro looking to try save the day and try to capitalise on something, and it has finally ended. And that is a pretty successful little bit of play for Hollow Nightmares.
Yeah, absolutely. Galaxy Esports thinking that they were in a prime position. Broken Arrow a level up. Kaiser Sham still having that ultimate for Dr. Mundo, the massive amounts of health regen. But brilliant, I'm going to assume brilliant communication there from Hollow Nightmares between the jungler and the top laner, turning onto one target, just focusing down the one target. So we do see the Gravity Storm come in, or the Chaos Storm come in, sorry, but nothing is going to come of that. But yeah, being able to turn onto the Mundo, burst him out.
Fighting this mid lane though, out comes the balls from nowhere. Line 6 is absolutely dominating this mid lane. This Victor's struggling now, Tomica. Really is.
Yeah, I mean, that's the matchup, isn't it? Syndra into Victor. Syndra just does so well into Victor. Able to outrange him, able to just walk away and spam Qs as he tries to walk at you. So this Syndra pick really coming online now. 3-1. Probably going to have base for items as the Brand is looking to gank mid.
And he's looking to gank mid. In comes the flash of the stun, just going to narrowly miss, and Brand misses the W. But Line 6 doesn't finish the yet because in comes Pedro. And down go the balls, and down goes the fiery man.
Syndra ult Lamau. Execute point and click, even though she doesn't have the upgrade for it yet. But that's brilliant from Line. That's absolutely brilliant. I don't know what else to say.
I think just when you thought Line 6 was going to maybe look to jump out of that fight, what I really liked is that they weren't afraid to go back in because, again, you mentioned about the communication there for Galaxy Esports, Hollow Nightmares, but I think the Galaxy Esports communication there was so perfect. I mentioned earlier in the game, before the game even started, how I would expect to see this Rel looking to maybe roam a lot, and we're seeing exactly that. And that's kind of what I want to see from Pedro, right? I want to see them being able to roam more. I want to see them to be able to help their jungler, help their mid lane. And that's what we're getting now.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Rel being able to roam, I think what really helps with that as well is that this Tristana is just so far, like not far ahead, but it's far ahead on CS. In terms of items, they're quite equal. Smolder, without many stacks into his Q, does no damage, so there's no real kill threat onto the Tristana, especially with the rocket jump available, as Madridiedo having to charge away. Is
Broken Arrow is here to stop him just as he's trying to get something and some kind of item. Broken Arrow is actually going to take down the Ornn here. Flash away though, however. In comes Broken Arrow, though the dog isn't quite finished yet. He's hunting him down. And Madridiedo is going to walk away from that just when you thought it was turning bad. But it might turn bad to worse though, Tom, because they're fighting the bot lane now. Alistair is actually going to opt to shoot Pedro backwards, but perfectly timed jump as well. But Smolder all comes in. Mum's here to play, and this Drake isn't finished just yet because Pedro's going to dive back in as well. And Perez is going to have to unfortunately walk away from that.
I mean, it's still a kill too. Oh, and it's another one.
And there's a kill in the mid lane. Line 6 with another solo bolo.
Yeah, I mean, this is just rough for the Victor now. Nothing he can do. And Line 6, I would expect from this point onwards being able to take over the game. Syndra is one of those champions where if she gets an early lead, she becomes so oppressive in lane, and then anyone who tries to go against her or try to match her inside is just oppressed. And it's...
Absolutely. Yeah. I worry for this Smolder. I really do. Now, we know Smolder, once hit that 30-minute mark, might be tanky, might get a little bit of HP, but, I mean, once Syndra presses that point-and-click ult, where are you going? You're going nowhere with it. Those balls are following you no matter what, and I'm really concerned for this dragon.
You're going back to the fountain as soon as she presses that ultimate key. Like,
absolutely. Yeah, and it's not a quick back you one. It really isn't, and I'm concerned for this dragon. But Galaxy Esports doing a really good job of trying to capitalise on some of the mistakes here by Hollow Nightmares. But Hollow Nightmares going to look to try and engage in the top lane. The Mundle is popped as well. Down comes the Ornn Horn. The ultimate going to be trying to throw it out, but lucky, but not actually going to be actually shown. The animation just being cancelled there as the vision from the bush took it away.
Yeah, good. But it's kind of big for the side of Hollow Nightmares. They have, well, it's... The Grubs are on the brink of spawning, and they've got out the Dr. Mundo Ghost and the ultimate from Dr. Mundo. Yeah. So that's a big tool for Galaxy Esports, just being able to walk into that river. It's a big tool for them to lose. However, you do say that, is it really that big a tool to lose when you've got a level 10 Syndra in the mid lane with first item completed?
And 6 Dark Seal stacks as well, by the way, which is something to mention. This Syndra is here to fight and wants blood this game. We already see how aggressive Galaxy Esports been. His Line 6 is going to get another kill, and he's on a rampage now. Brand just does not have a jungle anymore. What's Yours is now mine, says this Syndra.
Yeah, absolutely. And just able to walk in. No pressure coming out from the side of Hollow Nightmares onto this Syndra. The brand has really chosen his ground, which is the top lane. And I think that that is personally incorrect, as you're now really being... you really, you've made your bed, now you're lying in it. The Syndra's now 6-1. The jungle isn't yours on the top side. It's certainly not yours on the bot side. And what else can you do? How else can you play the game as this brand? You're just basically now a Jarvan that has 2 CS and is spam ganking, because we do see an engage onto Kaiser-chan.
Yeah, trying to see an engagement with Kaiser-chan here, trying to get some kind of scrape of hope back, some kind of lead on your important champions here. And you're absolutely completely right here, because I think they're now trying to do something in the mid lane though. Manu M is going to have to flash away from that. The W, the gravity field, not going to stun just yet, but Pedro isn't finished, as in comes Brand as well. Smolder going to try as much damage as possible here, but I want to go back to the fact that they tried to prioritize this Mundo so much in getting kills. The Smolder is going to be your late game, right? You want to see this Smolder with a lead, and you are absolutely right, Atomica. They made the bed, and now they're unfortunately going to have to lie on it, but they're going to have to lie on it with some very aggressive Syndra balls.
Yeah, and Syndra's just going to constantly poke you with the balls. Like, it's not a fun place to be in. It's not a fun time to be had for Hollow Nightmares, and we see the Darkseer now being upgraded into a Medjai's.
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared of this Syndra. This Unleashed power comes out, and you are really going to feel the wrath, because that is going to be extremely difficult, especially for anyone to escape really this game. And I think I am very much interested to see how Hollow Nightmares are able to just play it out and look for that little bit of a late game. But they might not be finished just yet. Perfectly timed headbutt, however, by Mr. Goo, going to knock away Pedro, but Pedro is going to land the W. Out comes the Flash Ultimate as well. Perez is going to jump down as well. Not going to be enough just yet. The Exhaust is coming out, and Soft and Wet is going to flash out. The Ignite going down as well. Coming back into the tower. Mom's here to try play, but it's not going to be enough to try take down the Rel. And just when you thought Hollow Nightmares might be able to get something back, it's not quite there just yet.
Yeah, and that's the lack of items, lack of farm, lack of urgency for this bot lane meant that the Smolder had just nothing really, no proper damaging items, or no completed items, I should say, compared to the Yuntal arrows on Perez. And now
there's another kill in the mid lane. It's going to be another kill in the bot lane as well. Brand's here to try play as well, and he's going to do a little bit of damage and take on Pedro. But in the meantime, line 6 picked up another kill, and that is going to be 12 Medjai stacked to Atomica. 12!
Yep, this Medjai's is starting to become the equivalent of a full item, which you do not want if you're on the side of Hollow Nightmares. And
we see 2 towers being taken already. 2 towers. Now, Hollow Nightmares are falling incredibly far behind this game, but there's going to be another fight in the top lane though. Ornn is going to look to try to do as much damage as possible to Kaiser-chan here. Kaiser-chan does actually proc the ult, incoming a massive amount of healing, and Madridedio is going to have to walk away, but Mundo's not finished just yet, because line 6 is trying here to do a lot of damage here. Does have the W available. Scatter the Weak is just going to narrowly miss. Unleashed power not going to be available just yet. Ornn coming out, and the Ornn's going to get a big shutdown. Does actually finish front into Kaiser-chan, and that is brilliantly played, but slight little misplay there from this Syndra.
Yeah, proving that they should have banned the Ornn, just way too tanky.
And we're not finished just yet though, Atomica. We know how aggressive it is in this fight. So there's going to be a Smolder ult coming down as well. Broken Arrow is going to pick up a kill on the Brand. Soft and Wet now in a lot of trouble. Pedro's going to pick up a kill. Mr. Goo going to try to do anything to try save his Victor here. Victor just doesn't do any damage, unfortunately. Mr. Goo going to fall. The Cow is fallen. That might be Drake, but he's not finished just yet. It's Perez. Perez jumping on to this Victor. The bomb's going to be dropped, but it's a really nice time gravity field as well. And Galaxy Esports are wanting as much blood as possible.
Yeah, they are, and they're finding it, other than like that failed roam to the top side by the Syndra. That doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things when your team on the other side of the map in, I think, what was a 4v3 is winning, or a 3v4, sorry, is winning. The Victor, like you picked up on, does no damage whatsoever. It's just too far behind. Still needs those items to come in. Smolder and Brand were just so split from the Alistar and the Victor that it became essentially just a 2v3, and Galaxy Esports collapsing, as we do see the top tier 1 being taken by Madre for Hollow Nightmares. But know, they're already, what, it's 16 minutes, already 4k gold behind.
Already 4k gold behind, but they might like try to get a kill here on the Syndra. Syndra's going to be able to walk out, though, as Pedro is here to try to pressure them off. And I want to give a lot of credit here to Pedro, because Pedro's doing a fantastic job at pressuring anyone away from the Syndra. But the Syndra's going to proc an ult, and that Alistair nearly died so quickly. But Pedro, again, denying vision, denying anyone of an opportunity to get onto any kind of objective, any kind of their carry. And it's really, really important how well Galaxy Esports are communicating right now.
Yeah, and how well they're playing on the map. It is ridiculous as Kaiser Cham gonna look to run down the Victor. Isn't gonna look
Victor's gonna look to fight those. Oh, Kaiser Cham doesn't want any of this though. Gonna walk away now. Did actually try to pressure the brand off a little bit, but I think it's another prime example of how far behind Hollow Nightmares really are this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, the 0-2 Dr. Mundo with Spirit Visage as his only anti-magic item, and you're dealing nothing to him with Leandri's Torment and Blackfire Torch. It's gonna be a rough game, like, yeah, just in general.
We can see the gold lead as well, right? 5k ahead now at Galaxy Esports, and this Syndra, the gold lead between the Syndra and the Victor is astronomical this game. 7-2 to 0-4. He's only just completed his item, his boots. He's now 3,000 gold behind. Is there any way back into this game if you had this Victor Atomica?
Is there any way back? Yeah, because everyone stopped scaling at some point. But
Isaac's going to be spotted on a wall though, however. Brilliantly played and brilliantly timed flash as well. He's going to flash him as well. Not going to be able to finish though, because in comes the small goal as well. On-hole going to be thrown out as well. Perfect time, Syndra as well. Unleash power doing so much damage. Magic Daddy-O's now on a rampage. The Relic's not going to be enough to try to stop him. Soft and wet out here to play. He's going to try to do so much damage to him. I'm going to take down another kill. And this is a 5-0 on Atomica. Just when we thought Hollow Nightmares are out of it, On is not finished.
I mean, Madre has just single-handedly put every single player on his team on his back and is like, guys, let me deal with this. That's Syndra. It's nothing. Negatron Cloak be damned, right? Like, they are... It's so ridiculous how Ornn can just do that. Like, I mean, it was the Ward. The Ward was the MVP in that play. Completely set it up.
100%.
But good lord, just Ornn flashing over the wall to get the knock-up that completely set up that play. Just Madre needs to take a bow.
It really does. The one thing I want to talk about is how quick Madre reacted to it as well. He saw the ward off the wall, and you said it was the MVP, and you're absolutely bang on. But immediately after the flash, there was no delay. It was engage immediately. He knew from the beginning what they were going to do, and I think that really shows the importance of information in this game. I mean, information really is power, and it shows in them kind of situations. If you have an established vision line, which is kind of what Hollow Nightmares did, right? They went for the defensive option. They know the jungle isn't theirs, and what they're going to have to do is now try people into that jungle, which is exactly what he's doing here with Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow's falling very low here because Ornn is just not letting them have any more of their jungle, and it's really well played here to have so much information in a place where you know you're vulnerable.
Yeah, and we were talking about how Syndra was so far ahead, right? Like, this Syndra, oh, she's almost 2 items, she's so strong, right? This Ornn's almost 3 items. Like, yeah. This Ornn is so... it's actually so unreal how tanky this Ornn is.
And I think it's important to mention as well now, the Medrise is now practically worthless at this point. Yeah. Now, they are going to pick up Atakan here, the Ruinous Atakan, going to pick up the roads. It's going to be super important for them. But if this Syndra doesn't capitalise on their lead that they have, at some point, you're absolutely right in mentioning that people stop scaling at one point. Everyone stops a point where they're going to stop scaling. And Hollow Nightmares are kind of in a position where they're almost where they want to be, where they're not quite out of it just yet, but they know if they wait that little bit longer, they're going to be the team to dominate in this late game.
Oh, Rel? Oh no follow-up before Rel had been put out there. But you are correct, right? Like in this late game, the Hollow Nightmares need to get to that point, right? They can't give up. They need to keep playing the map. As we do see an
in the
on-horn
middle, and the Ornn is going to throw on the on-horn. In comes the stun as well. Perfectly timed CT. Going to fall solo. Magidedio is now dominated, but he's in trouble now as well. As in comes Perez jumping in. He's taking so much damage. In comes the Smolder. Oh, Mr. Goo going to land a perfectly timed headbutt. Exhaust goes down to Tristana. Tristana going to have to jump away. Shutdown now goes over to the Smolder as well. Pedro going to have to now walk away as well. Soft and Wet is now on the board and doing so much damage.
Madre, Jesus Christ, like, get this guy to the LEC or something, man. That was ridiculous. Solo kills the Syndra, no sweat about it, buddy. Yo, there's 3 of them on top of me. My Alistair's coming to help me. I'm just gonna knock all 3 of them up and set up the greatest mommal we've seen this game. Hits all 3 members. And you saw, that's with a Tristana, which had max lethal tempo stacks, 2 items. Neferi, who is so far ahead of Brand, it's not even funny. 2 items with lethality, and a Rel who shreds magic resist and armor. That was 3 of them on top of that Ornn, and still he did not die.
No, not at all. I think even I thought the Ornn was in trouble. I really thought the Ornn was in trouble, but the Ruckern doing so much work there that it got to a point where the Syndra just kind of couldn't do any damage to taking down originally. And then the Bramble was perfect because Tristana was just kind of almost hurting herself more, which you wouldn't expect that at this point in the game, especially the Syndra having now 2 items. And you really now start to wonder, is this Ornn going to be taken down at any point?
I hope not, because that'd be kind of funny. But also, if you are, like, you know, if you're on the side of Galaxy Esports, you are, like, just thinking, like, you are looking at this Tristana build, and you are just, you're cursing, you're going, you greedy man, right? Like,
where's the LDR?
Where not even that. Where's the Infinity Edge? Like, I understand Navori is really good for, like, champions like Sivir and Tristana, who your cooldowns are so long, it feels like an age between them. But if you're if you auto attacks are doing the damage, there's no point having the cooldowns because you're not gonna deal any damage. So, yeah, like, in my opinion,
I think just Ornn can laugh in the face of Tristana at this point. Just laughing in the face of this Tristana. And you're right, it's kind of like they've not necessarily optimized the correct build here. And although we are mentioning Hollow Nightmares a lot and how they're playing team fights so well, but they are still really far behind in this game a little bit. The 4K gold lead behind. They do have the Drake, but Galaxy Esports did have the Grubs as well. And got the Rift early. And I really think that although Hollow Nightmares are doing well in team fights, they might still get out macroed this game.
Yeah, there is always that potential. 5 Grubs, always difficult to play around your macro because, you know, normally times in which you can say, oh, they can't get that tower. They now can, because they also have the Void Grubs to help them, which can tank 1 or 2 extra tower shots, which you don't want. So does make that playing that macro a little bit more difficult. However, you know, you're kind of willing to trade, I think, at this point. Like, even just like the inhib towers, I think you're fine to trade them because the Nexus tower can always come back, right?
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
like,
Vision is going to be seen though. However, as Magidedio may be in a little bit of trouble here. I'm going to try walk away from this, but they're not finished just yet though. Hollow Nightmares, and they are posing for a fight. Scat the Weak going to fall down, but it's only going to hit Mr. Goo though. Q coming out as well. Soft and Wet going to try to push out this mid lane. A Broken Arrow, he's waiting quietly in the wings.
Yeah, he's looking. He's waiting, but
he's waiting for something. But Pedro's going to try to do something as well. Q is going to land, and Magidedio is just going to walk straight into it, jump over the wall that he's just going to miss as well. And out comes the OK Rammus.
Yeah, no fight today. There will be one soon, though, because we do see the Dr. Mundo coming in from the top side.
Not going to be enough, though, to take him down, because we know how tanky Mundo is, and he's just a battle of the brutes in this top lane so far. I don't think either of those want to 1v1 each other at this point.
No, because they're both free items, right? And also, it's so much better for Dr. Mundo in that 1v1 because of the Heartsteel, as we do see the Baron being taken. It's a T1 sort of Baron. Baron spawned 25 minutes, 26 minutes. Galaxy Esports are taking it.
Yeah, I think it's a smart move here because they know that they're not going to be able to contest. He's spotted out on a ward here as Brand. Pedro going to do a fantastic job. In comes a Smolder ult. Going to unfortunately narrowly miss. Not going to do anything as that is going to be a Baron handed over to the blue team. And they're doing a very good job. Although they're losing the fights, they are playing the objectives really well here at Galaxy Esports.
Yeah, and it's exactly what they should be doing. You know, not Galaxy Esports, sorry, Hollow Nightmares aren't in a position to contest. Their mid laner is completely and utterly out of the game, doesn't even have a second item yet. You can't walk in as Hollow Nightmares as they do just that, they walk in. But like it's really difficult for you to walk in, I should really clarify, because you don't have much damage, right? And this Smolder is still on his like kind of stacking phase. He's got Spirit Shogun, he's got Essence Reaver, but no real actual sort of okay, this is now my defined breakpoint item, right? And I'm not sure how many stacks the Smolder's on, but I could give it a bet that we haven't seen any execute lines come up. So he's not.
But there's going to be a fight happening though, Atomica, as Madridetti is going to instantly engage onto Perez here. The Ornhole is going to unfortunately be taken away though. Out comes the Smolder ult as well. Kaiser falling really well as well. Down goes Pedro, and Hollow Nightmares aren't finished just yet. Going to look to engage. Madridetti are still so tanky. Line 6 now completely zoned out of the fight. He's going to look to wrap Brown as well. In comes the W. Exhaust going to be thrown down, and Alice is going to try headbutt away. Scatter the Weak going to take him away. Line 6 picking up a kill onto Alistair. A Smolder will pick up the kill on the Syndra, and Hollow Nightmares are showing why they're such a dominant force in these objective fights.
Yeah, I mean, well, just complete split focus from Galaxy Esports. Madridetti was completely on his own, and then you saw, I think it was Perez and Broken Arrow turn their attention onto the Isolated Ornn, but then Pedro Petrez, he had a brilliant engage in that top side. He landed that Relul onto 4, like they were all in prime position for like a Syndra stun. It was beautiful, but there was no Syndra there. Syndra was off on the side being zoned out by something. I'm not sure what it was, but wasn't in the fight, wasn't able to impact the fight.
Surprisingly, it was the Victor, which is something that I was a little bit confused at, because this Victor is very much still very far behind, and I think the communication in the team fights really showed is that Hollow Nightmares are more confident in this team fights because they know how strong their comp is, and they're going to look for another team fight here. Rel going to be immediately knocked up to try W over the wall. In comes the Brandstone as well, and Pedro, unfortunately, my friend, you are in a lot of trouble. You might be able to run away, but this Brand does a lot of damage, and down goes the horsey.
Yeah, and we do see a pause.
Yeah, we are going to get a pause. We will find out hopefully soon why we are getting a pause. I'm not entirely sure why, but I'm sure it'll come to light soon. But Hollow Nightmares are really coming back into this game, Atomica. We know they're struggling in the macro. We know they're behind on objectives, but they're doing a really good job of actually trying to force Galaxy Esports into these fights, because they know how much they can almost just be ridiculously strong and can kind of win the game from that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it can be attributed down to 2 things, and that's Hollow Nightmares just resilience, like mental resilience, but also as well Galaxy Esports making a couple of mistakes. You know, this Syndra being so preoccupied with Victor and essentially going, well, that's my lane opponent. I'm going to make sure I gap my lane opponent. And then not realizing, like, in that last fight, take it as an example, in the choke point, Rel got a perfect Rel ultimate, brought in the storm, you know. It was absolutely wonderful. No Syndra was there to follow up because she was so focused on that Victor. And it's just those little mistakes that is making it so that Hollow Nightmares are back in the game.
Absolutely. We did find out what the ADC, I believe, I think it might have been Galaxy Esports, did DC. I think they are back now, so hopefully play should resume in a second. We may get a small little spectator bug because of the delay, as typical. We always do, because unfortunately Riot can't optimize their spectate properly. But you know, that's none of my business. But we are going to see Hollow Nightmares look to try finally reclaim some of their jungle back in this game, and I think it's about time for the Brand.
Yeah, he finally gets access to his farm again. Yippee! But the big thing that I do want to touch on, as we will get small little pauses and breaks as we get the spectator delay back under Sword as the...
It's going to be a fight though in the top lane though, because KaiserChamp is healing so much, and I'm not sure you have enough damage to take this Mundo down yet, as he's healing more than he's taking. But Urluk is here, and he does have the Leandra, so he's going to do a lot of damage here. KaiserChamp's not falling down just yet though, and will be taken down as a shutdown over to the Smolder, and Soft and Wet is doing a lot of damage now.
Yeah, Soft and Wet, I mean, I will take my hat off to him. I thought that the Smolder was going to be pretty useless, if I'm being honest, like personal opinion, but he has proven me wrong. This Smolder's very strong. I think that the use of that Mom there was a bit ambitious. Yeah, a bit ambitious for how useful it was going to be, but you know, you got to take every kill you can get, especially when you're behind like this. Every kill really helps accelerate that sort of mental, and really makes you think, oh, you know, oh, look, they're making mistakes, we're picking them off, we can still win this, we're still in this, guys, don't worry about it. Which I'm sure they had, right? I'm sure they had that with the vision that they had from draft. But being able to see that then come to fruition in the game, that's just such a big fortifier for your mental, that it's like it can be one of them that, yeah, okay, it's overkill, you used ultimates that you probably shouldn't have used, but getting that kill is so important.
I think it's really important to mention as well, because I can afford in those kind of situations to use it, especially when you've not really got any objectives up for another like a minute and a half. And I do believe the cooldown, especially at like level 3, 2 is level 2 ultimate is like, he's all pretty much a minute and a half, maybe slightly over. I'm not 100% certain. So in those kind of situations, you can kind of afford to, especially when the Ornn ultimate is kind of readily available in most kind of team fights, and that's almost your important one, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
But they're not finished just yet, though. Hollow Nightmares, they're looking to try fight for everything, and this actually might be the LCK, really, because Hollow Nightmares want blood. Perra's going to have to walk away. The Ornn is available. Going to look to pressure him off this mid lane, and they want everyone, but it's not finished just yet because the fight in the top lane. Down goes the Arcane Storm. Line 6 going to try to do a lot of damage to Manu, he's going to fall down as well. In comes the ultimate by Smolder. Not actually going to quite hit, and Manu in a difficult position there. But Madridetti are going to prop the Ornn as well. He's actually going to hit into the Syndra. Pedro trying to block him out of the way. Pedro will be taken down, but Line 6 and Broken Arrow might be able to walk away here, and Soft and Wet is dominating, but it won't matter when Mundo's taking your base.
I mean, is this Bowson Law live in action? Like, I mean, KaiserChamp just not doing anything other than just split pushing, and then when Hollow Knights go and commit 3, 4, 5 members onto the rotate, KaiserChamp's just on the opposite side of the map going, okay, well then I'll take your base.
But Perez is going to narrowly avoid an unfortunate QE there by Madridetti. The headbutt is going to be thrown onto KaiserChamp, but I'm not sure that that's the man you want to be headbutting, because he is so tanky. Scatter the Weak going to be thrown down as well. Lucky going to get caught by it. Soft and Wet is very low as well, but so is Line 6. Line 6 falling so low. Perez trying to do as much damage as possible. The ultimate going to be thrown away, going to knock away, but Broken Arrow is going to be taken down, and Soft and Wet is godlike, and that might just be Baron for Hollow Nightmares.
Yeah, and this is a very weird scenario now if you're Galaxy Esports. You know, your Neferi got such a big lead, but then, I hate to say it, but didn't do much with it, right? Like, that Neferi wasn't really obvious in the first 50 minutes. As we do see it going low, the Baron going low, it's got to be smited away. This Rel now, they're not even going to look for the kill, they're just going to get out.
No, I think they're looking to try to stop it though, because TP is coming into the top lane as well. It might be a backdoor Atomica, because in comes the Syndra. Soft and Wet is now legendary as well. They are now starting to back. It's a play for everything. It really is all or nothing. Line 6 is going to manage to take one tower down, but it might not matter because towers respawn. I don't think he can take the inhib just yet, because Madridetti is going to flash, and in comes the perfect Scatter the Weak, trying to knock him away as well. Line 6 still in a lot of trouble, however, as in comes the Alistar with a flash headbutt, and down goes the Brand, because Smolder's here to try to pick up the kill on Line 6, and it's a shutdown. But I don't think that was worth it, because it now could be the Dragon.
Yeah, yeah, I don't think that's worth it all, unless they manage to shred it, which they are going to. Oh wow, that's
much damage, and this Tristana does a lot of damage, so I think it was worth it. I think really nicely played. It was very much a Hail Mary, but Galaxy Esports bringing something back just when they lose the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they lose the Baron, but they get the Soul Point, and that's pretty big because now Galaxy Esports, you know, you're right. I'm sorry, but if anyone tries to say that they want to face Infernal Soul, Syndra, Tristana, Neferi, then they're lying. That is like the combo of doom for Infernal Soul. So Galaxy Esports, like they need to utilize this Soul Point and how badly Hollow Nightmares do not want to face an Infernal Soul on this team and just force fights and be able to take those objectives. Just being like, you know, we're going to force this fight. Our 11 and 6 Syndra, she might have 6 deaths, but she's got 11 kills. She's got to wipe your team, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Absolutely, and I think it's important to mention that I don't think this Ornn will die this game, Tomica. He's still 6-0-9, and he's now 4-eye. He's nearly full build, but there might be a fight, though, without the Ornn. Pedro's going to look to try to engage. Nicely timed stun here by Lucky, but Broken Arrow isn't finished. He wants more. Pedro's going to jump in. No jump now available. The Ornn Horn is actually now going to be used. In goes Broken Arrow, but he doesn't do enough damage, and Smolder's going to do so much damage. Perfect relo onto 4 people, but no one's there to follow it up. Smolder going to pick up the kill. Line 6 now in a lot of trouble. Mr. Goot is very fast, and so is the rest of Galaxy Esports here. Just going to pressure him off, and they're looking for the finisher on the top lane, because Kaiser Charm is so tanky, and Manu M does no damage. The TP's coming back as well. Tower not going to be taken, as there's no minions available, and it's not stopping Atomica.
Yeah, I mean, so many cancelled bases as the Ornn finally goes down to the Syndra. Big shutdown going over to the Syndra, but
big shutdown. There's perfect scatter weak onto Erlucky. Erlucky going to Zonya's perfectly. GLX Para's doing so much damage, and Broken Arrow's going to take down Erlucky, and Galaxy Esports looking to turn it around, but it's not going to be there when Manu M's finally on the board. Soft and Wet is legendary, however. Hollow Nightmares might look to push down mid now.
This is the craziest, like, scrappiest game I think I've ever seen or witnessed. It's like, okay, Galaxy Esports find a pick. Okay, yeah, we're going to look for the back door. Oh, no, never mind. Hollow Nightmares are doing stuff. And now again, Galaxy Esports are looking for something. But then, oh my god, it's actually going to get...
It's that Smolder ultimate!
He's 2 of them! Mom, please.
Perfectly timed, and Soft and Wet is really showing why he is the force to be reckoned with on this Smolder. And just when you thought Hollow Nightmares maybe losing to a perfect expect here backdoor, they're having none of it because they are doing so much damage now.
Yeah, and I think what really helps Hollow Nightmares is that this Victor has just had 0 pressure on this recent farm, right? Like, it's 3. What is it? Was it 3 waves or 3 inhibitors were down? So it was just 3. It was just literally just 3 waves, right? Like, this Dr. Mundo couldn't pressure him. The Syndra couldn't pressure him because they were tied up in fights. And Hollow Nightmares, people might, like, you know, sit there and go, oh, well, why are they taking these fights? Why are they taking these fights? It's allowed this Victor to farm up. Now got 3 items with that Ornn Blackfire Touch, or Touch, whatever it's called, with an Oblivion Orb. He's gonna hurt now, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely. You bang on, and the Victor's managed to get back into the game now. And we saw a point where the Victor hit a wall and didn't do any damage. But I want to kind of go back to the point you mentioned earlier about how when people do stop scaling, and the Victor still has the room to grow. The Victor has so much room to go. He's still only 3 items. And that's the most important part here. The Mundo is almost going to hit a wall here. Yes, he's tanky, but I don't think he can do much more. And I think the Syndra's in a similar position here. We're not going to be able to do much more damage. Madriderio is practically unkillable at this point. Oh no, but it's going to be stunned perfectly timed as well. Brelton coming out as well. Mom is now here, but it's not going to be able to take on line 6. Line 6 trying to do as much as possible. Unleashed power has now not been used just yet. Broken Arrow throwing so low, however. Para's now falling low as well. Manu M going to do so much damage. Smolder is going to trade down and gets a triple kill as well. And Kaiser Cham trying to run away with his life. But they're not finished just yet. And he's crazier and crazier as the game goes on.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about in the Champion Select, right? This is the scaling that's come in. And now, for the first time in, I think, since the start of the game, Hollow Nightmares are taking a gold lead in this game. But it's all from the fact that Soft and Wet is on this scaling champion, right? And has that completed item. And this is now just going to be Kaiser Chen being picked off. Third Drake going over to Hollow Nightmares. And it's just... this game is just so back and forth.
We got what we asked
Yeah.
for, Atomica. The Infinity Edge was built, and the LDR was built. We both wanted it. It was built, and I think, but for both players here, really. But I think it's a little too late for the Tristana, right? Soft and Wet kind of optimized his build for the perfect timing, and now he's at a point where he's now 18-1, and we see the Medjay has now actually been sold by the Syndra, as Baron will be picked up here for Hollow Nightmares.
Yeah, and I mean it's the rewards they get, isn't it? For sticking through and being like, well, look at us now. Do
you not think it was a kind of a Galaxy Esports kind of hit a point where they were so far ahead that they got a little bit confident, they tried wandering to the jungle too much and maybe give away one or too many kills to the important players?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's true. Yeah,
I think Galaxy Esports needed to play a little bit safer at times, but that means that it's not finished just yet, though. However, because they are still very much in this game, and one bad team fight can really turn a fight, though, Atomica, and we may see it happen just sooner because both teams are now posturing rather aggressively. Bot wave and top wave have now been cleared. Mid lane is still pushing in. Pedro is looking a little bit on the aggressive side. Kaiser Cham's going to try to shut down a couple of Qs, try pressure them off, but Madridedio is just an absolute wall and takes practically no damage. He's going to miss the E. Tristana going to throw down the bomb and a couple of auto attacks, but I don't think it hurt, as the Ornhorn's now going to come down as well. Scatter the Weak is going to just narrowly miss, as Line 6 now falls. Madridedio has slain Line 6 again, but the Mundo is not finished. He wants every single structure possible, as they're going to back, and Pedro is going to try to stop Manu from backing as well. Perez is going to try and engage, and Kajichan's now being taken down. Smolder does so much damage, and he's now legendary, as Manu M's going to be taken down as well, and a shutdown being handed over to Perez.
Yeah, I think that was kind of crazy. Just Line 6 and Perez walking up when when Pedro Petrez and Broken Arrow were on the flank, and Kaiser Chan was just nowhere near the fight, and walking up like that to contest a wave when you're two squishy people against an Ornn that can just press his R key and engage on you from wherever he wants. It was ambitious, to say the least, and being punished for it, really. And as well, yeah. Kaiser Chan as well, punished for overextending, trying to get that inhib.
Yeah, I think Kaiser Chan is kind of expecting him to be able to just walk away from any fight, but I think he's now kind of realised that's not really possible, especially when the Smolder can melt you pretty instantly. The brand's now completely, 4 items now. You've got a full build Smolder that's 19-1 with nearly 400 CS. No matter who you are being taken down by this Smolder. And I think towards the late game, Kaiser Chan's not had the best of late games, just trying to take structures where possible. But you kind of want him in the fights. You want him to be that dominant force in the front line that can almost protect your team. And there's going to be another fight here, though. The front line of Hollow Knight is going to try to engage. Madridedio not just finished, going to pop the blast pin over the top. And I don't think he's getting damage. I don't think he's taking anything, Atomica.
No, but did you just see the Smolder Q onto like 6 packmates of Neferi and just one-shot them all? That was crazy. Yeah, that was wild.
He's doing so much damage now. I mean, I really want to see all the Nightmares try to capitalise on other lanes. Now, they are very much hovered around the bot lane. Broken Arrow is going to try to do a little bit of damage alongside Perez onto this Ornn here, but Ornn is going to be able to heal it all back real soon. Red Inhibitor will respawn soon. They will have all 3 inhibs back available, and Drake is coming up in just under a minute. Both teams might now look to back Atomica.
Yeah, I mean,
that is so much damage, by the way.
Yeah, holy. I was gonna say, I watched that happen and I was like, huh?
That is so much damage. Soft and Wet throwing the ultimate down. Mom is not available, won't actually be available for the Dragon fight now. 100 seconds on that cooldown, that's without any sort of CDR. But it's not going to be available now for the Dragon fight, which is the big ultimate. And if Galaxy Esports can maybe take down Soft and Wet, can maybe gain some sort of CC, then they might be able to take him down. But I think ultimately Galaxy Esports kind of is solely reliant on the Rel here. But just as we speak about the Rel is in a lot of trouble now. Will maybe fall down here, going to be able to walk away with the smallest slither of health. And That might have been a little bit of a commentator's curse. Just a smidge. But Galaxy Esports aren't finished, though. TP is going to be thrown into the base now by Hollow Nightmares. Going to look to take another hint as well. They're so desperate for any structure. They know they're not going to get the Drake. But there's going to be a fight, however, near the Drake. Line 6 falling slow low. Mom just going to completely take down Syndra. And this Syndra has now fallen very far behind. Broken Arrow going to try to do something to him. But it's not going to be enough, as Hollow Nightmares might look to now hopefully press and finish the game to some degree. But they can't do it just yet, because Kaiser Cham is in the base. Hollow Nightmares are going to have to pull everyone back now. Red turret has now been destroyed. Kaiser Cham might not have enough to take it down, because in comes the rest of Galaxy Esports. Kaiser Cham might have to try and walk away here, but both towers are now down, and Kaiser Cham is going to unfortunately fall, and that is going to be an ace for Hollow Nightmares.
And the thing is, you look at the death timers: 60 seconds on Kaiser Cham, 40 seconds on the Rel, 30 seconds on anyone else. This Smolder will shred this wave, and will it be a case of they end, or will it not? Because they have no wave. I don't think they can end. I think it's just another Baron. But one thing that this series is showing is, well, there's quite a lot of things this series is showing, but it's showing that ending games are seemingly, hard to do against compositions like this.
Esports needed to maybe look for that earlier end in this game. They had to leave, maybe capitalize on a bit more, because they've now fallen almost 10,000 goals behind this game. And I think it's so incredible to see I really am interested to see the complete gold shift, because I think it would be really prominent to see how Galaxy Esports sort of deteriorated towards the late game this game. And we can see how incredibly far ahead the Smolder is now, Atomica. 8,000 gold ahead of this Tristana, and it's really showing how dominant Soft and Wet really is on this Smolder.
That's pretty much the entire gold lead that the Hollow Nightmares have. So that means like, it's not over for Galaxy Esports. They find one good pick onto Soft and Wet, and that's it. All the gold lead is pretty much evaporated. But
yeah,
it's easier said than done, right? Like, Soft and Wet positioned like an absolute madman.
And I think it's important to mention as well how I think Galaxy Esports done a really good job of trying to just stay in the game. Yes, it is a little bit all or nothing. Yes, it is risky, but those high risk plays are sometimes high reward. And I think they're able to keep themselves in the game just a little bit longer by throwing Mundo into these structures and doing a really good job of perfectly waiting for their TPs when there is a fight available. And I think that's what they're going to be having to look to do here, really, is try wait for the perfect opportunity when you know there's an objective available, and maybe look for an opportunity where Hollow Nightmares are playing a little bit too far forward, and then maybe you can throw the rest of your team into that back line.
Yeah, but that's like such a perfect scenario, right? Or like near perfect scenario, right? It's kind of never happened, but like, and being able to throw everyone into the back line, what then does on like, I think Hollow Nightmares are in that position where Ornn is so far ahead and does a lot of damage, but same with Smolder.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Smolder, can we? Have you seen the stacks?
Oh Jesus, Lord above!
That is a lot of stacks. And speaking of fighting, there's going to be another fight in the top lane. Broken Arrow is going to try to do a little bit of damage onto Magiderio, but in comes the ultimate as well. He's going to walk away. However, the Ornn Hornet's another ultimate coming in as well. Going to throw it into Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow taking a lot of damage now. The rest of Hollow Nightmares is tried here as well. And Mom is going to unfortunately miss, but Mr. Goon might try hit the head, but Broken Arrow going to be able to dash out as well. But there's another TP coming in the top lane. And Syndra, that is not a position you want to be in, my friend, as the Scat of the Week is going to land as well. But it might all be for nothing, falling so low. But the rest of Galaxy Esports is going to look to try to push on the mid lane. Victor is here to try to save the day. Ornn fighting as well, but down goes Broken Arrow. There's a fight in the mid lane now. Pedro going to land a perfect ultimate, but it's not going to be enough, as Perez is going to walk away as well. Syndrome getting a shutdown onto Brandon as well. Pedro not going to be able to escape this one just yet. Madriderio is doing so much damage. There's so much CC, and Mr. Goo hasn't spotted him just yet. He has now on the ward, and the Alistair's going to get a kill.
Moo! like that is ridiculous. what the hell's going on? But now this surely has to be the end of the game, right? Tristana, there's no way that Tristana can stop all 4 members of Hollow Nightmares from finally ending this absolute slogfest. There's a small wave in the bot lane that's going to soon be beefed up by a little bit more, but there's also a wave crashing in the mid lane. Perez is going to have to probably try and defend 2 turrets like a bit of a headless chicken here if Madre does match up with his mid lane and ADC counterpart. But yeah, there's the first turret gone. We're still 15 seconds away from Broken Arrow respawning, and we have a big wave coming in. Is this the end? I would like to believe so.
Yeah, I think Hollow Nightmares are really, really now pushing to try in this game. There's a lot of damage coming out from this Tristana here, but it's not going to be enough though. The rest of Galaxy Esports are now here to try to do something. Mario ends them very low as well. Mum going to come down, and they might actually be able to stop it here, Atomica, because so much damage is coming out, but Soft and Wet is positioning perfectly now, and Perry's going to jump in, but it's not taking down just yet, and that is going to be a quadra kill, and game 1 will go over to Hollow Nightmares.
Did you see how much damage that Q did? Like, I'm sorry, that was outrageous.
So much damage. Just when I thought Smolder was done for, he queued, and I think everyone cried.
I watched a Dr. Mundo full build go from full HP to half HP on 1 Q. That's illegal.
100%. I think we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. I need to grab some kind of air and some kind of drink. That was a hell of a game, and I think we're going to see how unbelievable this series is going to be, especially if they're like that. So we'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere, because this is going to be a banger of a series.
You'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. You'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. You'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. You'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you.
And welcome back after an absolute banger of a game. I think I have not recovered yet, Atomica, from that. I don't know about you.
No, I haven't. I've had a pint of water, and I still have not recovered or like calmed down from that game because there was just so much going on, and just so much that personally I loved to see. So I was very happy. I was very hyped, and that is a brilliant like sort of first game that hopefully is the same for the rest of the series.
I'm really hoping so. We promised there would be some banger games this series, and already one has delivered so far as well. Just when we thought Galaxy Esports had it in the bag, Line 6 was so strong on the Syndra, but soft and wet was unbelievable. Ended with 27 kills, Atomica.
Yeah, a lot of kills. A lot of kills.
Crazy game, but I think the bot lane for Hollow Nightmares really showed in the late game, but it wasn't as if like they just completely dominated the whole game, because I want to give a lot of credit to Pedro. I think Pedro did a really good job on the rel. There was so many times, and you mentioned it yourself, how the ultimate was perfect. The W, the timing was 4-man, but unfortunately there was at least 2 or 3 times where there was no one there to quite follow it up.
Yeah, and that was the part that really frustrated me about this rel pick, was that the rel itself was fantastic, right? It found the engages that it needed to, and it found those angles, and it was really good, and it was a really good pick, as well. Also, a little, small part of rel's kit that people forget is the shield break, right? It could break the Kynic Rukken shield of the Ornn, which he built. So it added even more value to the pick. But then it was like, she'd engage, but the team wasn't there. And that's either a communication issue, a synergy issue, or just a micro issue, like positioning-wise issue. And it just made that rel pick look so frustratingly weak when it wasn't. It was really good. It provided a lot of good crowd control. It provided a lot of good options. But now the rel has been banned for the rest of the series. It looked incredibly weak, and it's kind of frustrating because rel is personally one of my favorite supports, and I really do enjoy playing the champ and watching the champ. I think the champ is really good and really fun to watch.
Absolutely. And I think mentioning about who's not available now for the rest of the series is so important. Bear in mind, it is Fearless. Once the champion's been played, it's not then now available for the rest of the series. And there's quite a few champions in the side for Hollow Nightmares that is really important for them. Ornn being a massive one, right? We know how important the Ornn is to Madriderio, and it not being available is going to be a problem potentially. But we're starting with draft number 2. The first ban immediately been taken away from Hollow Nightmares is the Lulu again, Atomica.
I really don't want to see this Lulu, eh? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know how I feel about it. I feel like the Lulu is a bit... I think it's just so situational, and it's like Yeah, okay, if you're planning to play these engagers like Nautilus and Rel and Leona and Alistair, I know Alistair's banned for the series, but like Alistair, then yeah, okay, cool, ban it away, ban it away. But I don't know, it's
Yeah,
just so.
the thing is, it's difficult as well, right? Because we know that Mr. Goo has such a big champion pool, and banning out supports like that when you know people like the Rakana are available still for Mr. Goo is just a difficult one to try and navigate who you're going to ban. But the rest of the bans are now coming out for the teams. Galaxy Esports are going to take away the Silas being taken away this time, and it's going to be a Zaya being taken away as well. No surprise in the Zaya with how many mastery points we know they have. Soft and wet, almost 800. I think it is something million. I think it's ridiculous. What 80 mil, something ridiculous. So I think it's pretty obvious that that is going to be banned away there, and then the Gwen being banned away by Hollow Nightmares. The first champion picked is going to be a Callista being locked to the Atomica. I would love to hear your thoughts about this one.
I love Callista. I love Callista. I think that Callista is such a fun champ to watch, no matter what role you play, no matter who you play. It's such a fun champ to watch, but no Ash ban. It was so obvious. It's I played this exact matchup in solo queue like 2 nights ago, and I'm telling you now, it was the easiest matchup of my life. Like level 1, I won lane, and you just walk at her. It's so awful. Like,
Yeah,
Callista can't play.
I'm very scared for Perez. But that being said, Perez is a very, very good player. He still has the potential to pull it off. And when you got Pedro, who maybe might look to play something a little bit more aggressive, which I expect, right? We expect that aggressive support to be picked here, especially with a champion like Callista on that bot lane with you. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them go something super aggro to try to shut down this Ashe. But they are going to pick something aggressive on Hollow Nightmare side. It's going to be a Nocturne being locked in. I mean, when you can follow up the ultimate from the Ashe, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and then the Darkness coming in as well, can just cause a problem regardless of if Nocturne's on top of you. So Hollow Nightmares are going to maybe draft around trying to keep Galaxy Esports in the dark this game and trying to keep themselves being able to maybe a bit more of a dive comp Atomica.
Yeah, and it's such a okay. Galaxy Esports are throwing down the gauntlet a little bit with these picks. So you have Callista Swain, which I'm going to assume is the bot lane. Very strong, but very short ranged, right? And they're drafting that. They are optionally drafting this into Nocturne. Obviously, the Callista isn't, but the Swain and the Maokai are optionally like being drafted into the Nocturne. And looking at an Ashe pick and a Nocturne pick, not picking something like an Orianna to try and deny that Nocturne Orianna combo, which can be absolutely lethal. You really are throwing down the gauntlet going, right, okay, yeah, you're not going to slam Orianna on 3, are you? Like, you want something good with this Ashe. Otherwise, we're going to ban out your options with Ashe. And luckily for them, the Orianna wasn't picked. Personally, if I was in that position, I'd just slam the Orianna. I'd tank the bans to the support pool. And just because anything can be good with Ashe, Rakan, Braum, Poppy, those sorts of engagers, or even Soraka can be good, Seraphine can be good. There's so many options better with Ashe than there are with Nocturne, and the Orianna's now banned.
Absolutely, and I think it's important to mention Hollow Nightmares picking the Braum there, right? We are kind of expecting Galaxy Esports to play that slightly aggressive bot lane, and with a champion like Braum that is so fantastic at disengaging, especially with the shield as well being so incredibly important, the unbreakable shield, I think it was quite a smart move there from Hollow Nightmares to pick that Braum. Now, we are going to see the final bans coming out as well. We're going to see Poppy and a Cassante being banned away. We know from our knowledge that the Cassante is a big champion for Galaxy Esports and being taken away as well. So we are kind of expecting that, but the Orianna being mentioned as well, being taken away as well. Now, with a ball delivery system potentially coming through with the Nocturne as well, kind of expected. But as you said, I would have expected them to maybe take the hit on the bot lane and then pick the Orianna, as you said. That being said, still a lot of champions available, especially for all the Nightmares, especially in that mid lane. Now, I was literally, no word of a lie, about to say they might pick an Azir. And I think I might be psychic.
Yes! I love Azir. I love Azir. I know I'm saying that I love a lot of champions right now, but I love Azir. I think he is. Oh, he's unironically my favorite champion in the entire game. Such a wonderful champion to watch. So like if you're good mechanically, you're rewarded so heavily for it, and if you're not, you're kind of punished for it because your shuffles aren't as good. But also, you still have that nice escape tool with the shuffle. So realistically, Azir is such a nice, well-balanced, well-designed champion, and picking the Aurora into it, it's not a good matchup for Azir.
A
Aurora
Viego.
just kind of slaps. Whoa,
A
okay.
Viego being locked in as well, and instantly
That's
locked in as well.
That's sure. Oh, it's Maokai top.
That's going to be a Maokai top. Now, there is still potential for them to flex it. I would not expect to see Viego solo lane. Not in this season. But it could happen. We never know.
Oh,
but that being said, I don't expect it to happen. But if it does, you never know. It's going to be great for us to cast. That being said, they are going to actually lock in the Viego and the Aurora. As Atomica has said, it's going to be quite a difficult matchup, but Mr. Goo is going to hover the Renekton. Now, we know Renekton is a champion that Madridedio does love to play, especially with the Ore now not available due to Fearless Draft. Not exactly a bad pick into the Maokai. Will very much be a little bit of a boring lane towards the mid game, but that being said, in the early game, if the Renekton can get some kind of lead, might struggle to dash onto the Maokai, but with a Nocturne available as well, might be able to get something in this top lane.
Yeah, and to be honest, honestly, the way that I'm thinking this is gonna go. Now, this could be hope. Yeah. I think it's gonna be Aurora top. Viego jungle. Yep. I forgot who else I've got. Swain mid, and then Kalista and Maokai in the bot lane. That's what I think it's gonna be.
Maokai. You know what? I was genuinely thinking when you said the Swain bot lane. I was kind of thinking. I feel like it might potentially be the Maokai bot lane, just because. You mentioned about the lack of range. When you've got someone like a Braum that could both go aggro, you're kind of almost forcing his shield out a little bit more, especially when you have the saplings available, right?
Yeah.
So I actually wouldn't be surprised if it is a Aurora mid, Swain top, Maokai, like you said, and Viego jungle. Either way, it is quite smart from Galaxy Esports here to flex it, and it kind of keeps Hollow Nightmares just a little bit confused and a little bit in the dark.
A little bit. I mean, it's completely kept me in the dark. I can't figure out who's going where. I think it makes sense because Kalista does get a lot of good setup. It's point and click setup with Maokai, and it's also untargetable point and click. So as soon as you hit that twisted advance, it's, you're hitting it and you can't be stopped. Just gives Kalista a very nice sort of base to work with, base to play off. However, with Swain can provide you with the range to help with the Ashe. And that's why it can be very difficult to decide who's going to the support role, because the Maokai can have a lot of lockdown, that's great and all, but is he ever going to be in a position to engage on top of the Ashe? Or do you go with the Swain, who can help you with the range, but your engage it's non-existent?
Absolutely. That being said, I would love to know what you think of these drafts. Who do you think won this time? I know you said that you did like Galaxy Esports last game. Now, unfortunately, didn't actually go in that direction. Hollow Nightmares did actually manage to win that game, won with the late game scaling. But do you think that they have done it again, or do you think Hollow Nightmares have drafted well?
I'm going to give it to Hollow Nightmares this game. And yes, people will say, "Oh, it's because you love Azir and it's your favorite champ and it's been selected." Ooh. No, it's
Azir is your favorite champ.
Yeah, no, it's. I think that their composition is so easy to execute. I think that this kind of you could give this to a bronze team and they'd at least understand how the composition works. Whereas Galaxy Esports, they're really reliant upon mechanics and individual skill to let this composition shine, because realistically, you don't have much side lane pressure. It's all about those 5v5s, whereas Hollow Nightmares, they can play through the side lane with the Renekton, but they can also group for the 5v5. So it's just a little bit more flexible draft from Hollow Nightmares in comparison to Galaxy Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very two-dimensional, right? They know exactly what their mission is. They know what their objective is this game, and that is immediately get onto the backline of Galaxy Esports. That being said, if Galaxy Esports can play it right, they do have a lot of peel this game as well. The Maokai being such an important champion, especially to keep people off your backline. Now, it could very much be a case of that if Hollow Nightmares don't execute their team comp correctly and they don't synergize their ultimates correctly at the right time, it quite easily could become a very, very difficult game for them, because Galaxy Esports kind of want those prolonged fights, right? Hollow Nightmares are very much a team that want to go in, get as much as possible, and then get out. Now, we know Ash, with the Q available as well, can last for a longer time, but Galaxy Esports, with the Callista available, kind of wants that prolonged fight, as does Swain with his proc, with his ultimate available as well, and the healing. So I would expect Galaxy Esports play a little bit backwards and maybe less on the passive side at times in the objectives fights, because if they play a little bit too passively, they're almost inviting Hollow Nightmares onto them.
Yeah, agreed. And I think, but like you said, like you touched upon actually, Galaxy Esports wanting that prolonged fight with the Callista, with the Swain. I think as well, a prolonged fight doesn't hurt Hollow Nightmares at all. The only champion really does hurt on their team is Renekton. I think Nocturne can do quite well in prolonged fights. I just think that like Galaxy Esports, it's gotta be so weird to fight with this composition that Hollow Nightmares are gonna have quite an easy time just dealing with it.
Yeah, I do very much feel like Galaxy Esports are a little bit anti-synergy to a degree with their team comp. I think, especially when you've got someone like Maokai that wants to go in. Now, I know the Callista is very good, obviously, with the ultimate as well, and having the spear available in the link-up is very important, especially for someone like a Maokai into the fight. And Swain very much does want to be in the brunt of the fight as well. But at times, when you're playing against someone like an Ash, you mentioned how difficult of a matchup it is. Perez is very much going to want to play around Hollow Nightmares, kind of being on top of him towards the late game, because he's going to be very good at being able to kite it back. That being said, I think Galaxy Esports will struggle if they can't really work around when to use their ultimates, because I don't want to see them just immediately proccing it, especially like if it is going to be Pedro on the Maokai. The Maokai, if he uses that twisted advance wrongly and uses his ultimate at the wrong time, then it's just going to be immediately taken down by the Braum. So I think Galaxy Esports going to have to be super clever. I'm going to have to really pick their completely perfect moments to win these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that's such a detrimental point to a composition, because you really want your composition to be as well-rounded as possible. You know, not as easy to execute is a bonus, right? Especially if you're kind of like, you know, your team is quite new together. So you can, if Galaxy Esports, I'm not sure how long they've been together for now, but if their team has been together for quite a while, I know that Line 6 is, I believe, a relatively new player, introduced into the roster, into mid lane. But if the other four players have that synergy and have that innate knowledge of what each other's going to do, then picking a composition like this, where it's a lot on the individual rather than how you operate as a team. And what I mean by that is the Galaxy Esports team fight on paper isn't that strong, right? It's quite splintered in what they want to do. Callista and Swain want to kind of kite around the same area. Aurora wants to create an area, and Viego wants to just find a pick, and Maokai can close off an area, right? So on paper, all of those picks don't synergize well together. The only ones that really do are Aurora and Swain. So having such an emphasis on micro, if you know what you're going to do and how to operate these compositions as a team, sure, go for it. But I think when you're in playoffs and you've just come off the back of another composition which was easier to execute, and you've lost, I think going for a composition like this can really make or break a mental for players, and Galaxy Esports really need to kind of show up.
I mean, if Galaxy Esports can bring it back after that game, then they definitely have a stronger mental than majority of people. I think that is a hard game for anyone to come back from this game. But with the ability of the individual ability on the side of Galaxy Esports that we know we have, I mean, we saw how dominant Pedro can be as a support that roams quite a lot. And there was often a lot of moments in that game where we saw Pedro really do something important and really potentially change a fight round. It could go their way. That being said, I would absolutely love to see Kaiser Cham really get his revenge this game. There was a couple of moments in the early game against the Ornn where he really struggled against Badger, and towards the late game, he kind of just Hail Married a lot of the TPs, which is understandable considering how well Hollow Nightmare scaled. But I would love to see them just do something a little bit different. I mean, on a champion like Swain as well, against a Renekton, I expect to see him play a little bit well.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think that Swain into Renekton, you want to see him do well. You want to see him as well. He was outshined by Madre in game one, wasn't he? Really, Kaiser Cham.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're seeing a 5-man stack in the top side.
5-man stack in the top side. Kaiser Cham doesn't actually know that they're just yet, but he is going to posture a little bit more defensively in the river. That being said, he might just spot them now on the riverside as well. He's going to actually spot them at Brom. He's going to walk towards them as well. Flash has not been just used yet. The Q going to narrowly miss. It might just fall all for nothing right now, but Viego is here to try pressure them off a little bit, and it's going to be another invade in this early game. Ward is going to be popped down. Not actually going to opt for anything this time, so we might not see a split map just in this game, Atomica.
Yeah, and this time, Lucky gonna use his priority on the Nocturne to try and, generate something for himself, try and generate any information that he can. But they do get the information that this Viego, Broken Arrow, is going to start on the top side of the map. So you can see the pings going down. Not sure who from, but pings are going down on top of Viego's position. They know exactly where he is. That's big. That's big for Hollow Nightmares, because now you know where Viego starts, you know where he's pathing to. You kind of have a read on this jungler now for the next couple minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's also important to mention that Hollow Nightmares have also not spotted a ward on the side for Galaxy Esports, so they also know the pathing route. Now, it looks like they are going to path to opposite sides. They're not looking to path into this top side, maybe looking to give Madriderio a lead. We know how dominant Madriderio can be as a player, and especially how almost self-sustainable this bot lane is for Hollow Nightmares. So looking like maybe Broken Arrow is going to look to try and get some priority here for his bot lane.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, the bot lane priority, you want it. I mean, Ashe into Callista, it's nice. It's such a nice matchup.
Yeah.
Like it just is nice. I don't know what else to say, because it's so nice. It's so easy to play. You are a champ, you're against a champ that is reliant on movement speed for attack speed and vice versa, and you're just a champ that slows on every auto attack. This is the freest matchup ever.
I mean, we can already see that Softenware and Misagu are already pushing the lane in as well, which kind of opens up a little bit more opportunity for Broken Arrow to path towards his bot side. Now, that being said, I think that's kind of what we expected, right? We expected this bot lane. You mentioned it yourself, how much of a good just matchup it is for Hollow Nightmares here. That's probably why Broken Arrow is opting to path towards this bot side. both junglers are now on their Krugs now. So it is getting to a point where we will maybe see a gank in the next couple of minutes. Scuttlecrabs are spawning available soon as well. Now, I would expect to see them back off here, Hollow Nightmares. I think they have spotted him on a ward, which is really nicely played by Mr. Good to put that down. I would hope maybe this game that Line 6 and Manu M is a slightly closer matchup in this early game, Atomica.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be Manu M is playing a Zir with lethal tempo. So there's no real poke pressure. There's Line 6 is going to...
There's going to be a fight in this top lane, though. Manu is going to join... Not sorry, Manu. Madra is going to try to do a lot of damage onto this Swain. And Kazacham's going to fall immediately to the Nocturne, but Line 6 is now here as well. He might fall soon, though. He's going to try to look for the diver as well. The flash available. Going to do a lot of damage to this tower towards Madra Dedio. Both Nocturne and Renekton going to have to back off here, however. Line 6 looking for blood, though, now. Going to hit the auto attack to get the move speed, but it's not going to be enough, though, as Madridedo is going to be able to just narrowly avoid this Aurora as well. And it's already looking quite bad for Kazachan, but Broken Arrow is going to get spotted on a ward here. They might look for a dive. Both Madridedio and Lucky falling quite low, but Spell Shield will still be available for Lucky. Lucky going to land a perfectly timed Q onto Aurora here. The W going to be procced, but it's a really, really, really nice stun. But Broken Arrows are here as well, and Madridedio is going to fall to the Viego. In comes the Renekton, though, the Crocodile, but in the bottom lane, he's going to get a double kill as well in the top lane. Viego picking up another kill, and that is so much damage already being thrown down by this Viego.
Yeah, I mean, he took over the Renekton, and Renekton one of the good early game champions, right? Does a lot of damage, has a lot of raging, has a lot of healing, so that dive potential is quite strong. But I want to know what happened to Lucky's Fear, if that was on cooldown or not, because I feel like if you just fear him there, it's fine.
There might be another dive in the bot lane, though, Atomica, because Line 6 has opted to TP into the enemy jungle, as Mr. Goo's going to fall rather low now as well. Perez and Pedro trying to push in the lane as desperately as possible. They aren't aware that Line 6 is waiting very quietly in the wings, and Line 6 is going to do a lot of damage, and Blue Team's going to claim the first feat of warfare. Pedro goes dashing in with a twisted advance, might just fall now to Ash. Soft and Wet doing so much damage. Line 6 are falling low as well. Double kill, barrier perfectly timed, but it's unfortunately not going to be enough. Line 6 do so much damage, and Galaxy Esports really dominating this early game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Line 6 again asserting himself on the map. This is his kingdom, the laning phase. Line 6 just seems to know so much about it, especially from the mid lane point of view. You know, he being in there, recognizing that he can just give up the wave. This is it, is not looking to push. He can just go and roam, sit in a bush for 5 minutes, you know, cook on some TikTok and wait for the dive to become apparent, right? Like, he watched about 3 clips on TikTok on his For You page before that dive happened, and he still got a double kill out of it. It's crazy.
I think, the TP was really important there, right? We saw the ward in the enemy jungle and it not being spotted just yet. The TP was risky, but it worked. Pedro is in a little bit of trouble now as well. Twisted advance, going to go down onto Mr. Goo. Mr. Goo going to pop the shield as well. Perez doing as much damage as possible, but Soft and Wet is slowing him so much. And there is the damage. There's going to be a fight in the top lane, however. Ultimate going to go down. The darkness is now throwing down onto the Swain. Kazachan falling solo. Madridedio picking another kill in the top lane as well. And Kazachan is not having a good time in this series.
No, he's still waking up, I think. Because don't think he picked up a kill on that Mundo game either. He hasn't picked up a kill yet on the Swain in a ranged versus melee matchup. I understand that Lucky has been focusing a lot on the top lane.
There's going to be another fight in the bot lane though, Tom. Just as we speak about fighting, and Brom's going to fall very, very, very low. Mr. Goo's going to go down instantly as well. Viego doing so much damage now, and this Viego could be a big problem this game for Hollow Nightmares.
I'm sorry, what? That was crazy. That's a Braum tank, right? With I assume he had no items at this point, or he only had a ruby crystal, so there was no real resistances on top of him, right? But That was one Q with a Viego passive auto attack. Oh,
Manu
as
M
the
going to whiff
shuttle
ultimate as well, though, and line 6. He's going to dash under the tower. Where's he going? And line 6 is perfectly jumping out. I don't think he quite expected the first pullback, but it's going to be pulled back in the bot lane as well, as Pedro's going to be pulled out by Perez, and Kaiser-Cham and Madriderio are going to have a little bit of a scrap in the top lane, but Kaiser-Cham not having enough damage just yet. The Dominus not available for Madriderio just yet, and it is getting spicy already.
What am I watching? Just fights galore all over the place. I mean, this Viego has the best CS in the game. I think that can just show you how much fighting has actually been going on. Trading in the lanes, HP being traded, mana being traded, just all the time, fights going on and on and on. And we see the Kraken Slayer already coming through for this Viego. This Broken Arrow is so fed on this Viego. All Galaxy Esports can hope for is that this Viego has so much more impact than what that Neferi did.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he will naturally, just because of how Viego's kit functions, right? We know Viego, if he gets the singular reset on a champion he wants, maybe even the Ashe, maybe even the Renekton could be a super important one, then we know how dominant he can just run through people in a team fight, especially if he knows how those other champions function. And that is why sometimes being a Viego player, it's really important to know that you have quite an expansive champ pool and can at least understand the basic fundamentals of how some champions work, because getting that reset, yes, is important, but if you can't then function on the champion you've reset at, then it kind of just comes a little bit worthless. But speaking of the mid lane, there's going to be a fight coming on, and Pedro's going to land a perfectly timed twist advance, but it's not going to be enough, as Manu M's going to walk away, not going to opt for the dive just yet. Broken Arrow was there to try do something, but they're not going to look for anything just yet, as they are now looking to maybe opt towards his bot lane. Mr. Goo and Soft and Wet are pushing. They are going to spot him on a ward, however, but Broken Arrow and Pedro are now following behind. In goes Broken Arrow. Soft and Wet is going to be able to walk out, but Mr. Goon not going to be able to do just yet unless he flashes away, which he does. But Soft and Wet aren't finished just yet. Broken Arrow is hovering in the wind, going to land the W perfectly, but Manu M's here as well. In comes the Azero. Soft and Wet following solo. Perez going to take him down, but down goes Viego. Shutdown going over to Manu M now as well, and it is going 1-for-1 in this bot lane.
That was so big. Oh, it's another fight.
There's no fight at the top then. In comes the darkness, and Urlucky is here to take down the Swain. Will have to flash out, but Kaiser-Cham is now 0-3 in this game.
Yeah, 0-3 on the Swain, having an absolute torrid time in that top lane. But I want to talk a little bit about what happened in the bot lane. That Azir shuffle, yep, call me what you want. I don't care. I will suck that shuffle off for all it's worth. That was brilliant. It's a kill win. Ashe just killed Aurora off camera. But that shuffle to keep the Viego stunned under tower, I think Aurora did try and dive the Ashe, and the Ashe just killed her. Yeah, unfortunate, as Urlucky picks up the grubs. But that shuffle on top of the Braum stun meant that Viego was no longer.
There's another fight though. Viego is in a scrap now as well. He's going to pick up the grub, and Urlucky might just fall here. Soft and Wet here though, to try to do as much damage as possible. Is actually going to land a couple of shots onto Broken Arrow here. Broken Arrow going to opt to jump over the wall as well. Madrid doesn't have flash available. Broken Arrow going to be able to dash back over this wall potentially. Going to go up to over the Krugs, and you might be in a sticky situation here. Mr. Goo going to try stopping from even getting an execute as well. Does actually unfortunately miss the Q. The E comes down. He's now invisible, but he has taken a shot, so he can't opt to look for the suicide just yet.
Slow hit.
Something. In comes the ultimate as well. Broken Arrow able to walk away. Pedro perfectly timed to be able to save his life. And this support is absolutely phenomenal. As Galaxy Esports going to try and do something now as well. As Line 6 is going to jump up Soft and Wet, going to actually pick up the kill. And props to Pedro for saving the day. But he might have to save the day again. As Line 6 is going to maybe fall now to Mr. Goo and Urlucky. As Pedro is going to be looked to chased away by this Renekton. And Line 6 is going to unfortunately fall down.
Yeah, and Line 6 is playing this game so fast, so like overly aggressive. It's a bit weird to watch, because it's like, yeah, okay, cool. You pick up the kill onto Soft and Wet, you burn the Ashe flash, right? And I must just say, Perez has just been quietly farming 10 CS at 12, 104 CS, sorry, at 12 minutes. Level 8 on this Callista has been performing very well. But back onto it, Line 6. He kills Soft and Wet on the Ashe. It's like, great, brilliant, you've burned his flash. That's cool. But what you're dying for it, and that's not good because now this Azir is just being able to free farm, being able to get that lead, and Azir in those extended fights, if this Aurora can't assassinate him, is going to provide so much value for Hollow
Yeah,
Nightmares.
and this game is absolute madness. And speaking of madness, Pedro is going to look to try to engage again. Line 6 is now going invisible. Mr. Goot and Lucky are going to be able to chase down me as well. Are going to have to walk away as they are going to break often waiting silent in bot lane. In comes the Asher as well, just going to narrowly miss onto line 6 as Mr. Goot's going to look to engage. In comes Twisted Advance as well. TP now coming in. In comes the perfect position as well. Diego for one solo broken arrow, getting second down by the Azir as in comes Lucky. Lucky doing so much damage though as GLX Esports are now fighting the rest of the team in the bot lane. Magidario falling below to the Ignite as well. Kaiser Champ ultimate coming out, but it's not going to be able to save him as Kaiser Chief goes down again. Line 6 going to look to pick up a kill. Does just do that, but Manu M falling so low, soft and wet now. Quietly falling low, so Barrier comes out as well. In comes the ultimate by Pedro as well. As Paris is doing so much damage off Lucky and Magidario are going to pick up the final 2 kills. And that was one hectic fight as Drake goes over to the red team.
And this is what I mean about the Azir. The Aurora's just been playing so fast, so aggressive that Azir now has reached that Nash's Tooth, reaching that point. But I think big props on the, I believe it was the Braum ultimate that denied quite a bit of that engage there. The Twisted Advance was also very late. I think Galaxy Esports just were not on the same page about whether to fight for this Drake or how it had been won, whether it had been won or not. And it just led to such a dysfunctional team fight from the side of Galaxy Esports that Hollow Nightmares, all they did was they maneuvered the river so well to become that cluster of 5 that their team really wants to be, and then they just shredded from there. And it was, and honestly, that team fight there from Hollow Nightmares is only going to get stronger from this position forward.
Yeah, and it was so unfortunate though, Soft and Wet just narrowly missed that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but just when that missed, the Azir Shuffle came out, perfect timing. And although Line 6 does do a lot of damage in this game, you're absolutely perfectly right, played so aggressively and so fast, and when you've got a team with Hollow Nightmares have that are able to slow down fights, it's so difficult to play that way. But just so we're talking about fighting, they won't stop just yet, Tomeka, because Lucky really doesn't like Kaiser Cham this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that they've done their scouting, right? And that they've realized that Kaiser Cham is a weak point in this Galaxy Esports roster because they've just been hard focusing him. The poor fella hasn't caught a break.
That hasn't caught a break just yet, but Pedro is going to try to do something as the Dominus is popped as well. Twisted Advance going to be thrown onto Magidario, but Magidario doesn't care. He's walking down, no tower available. In comes a Slice and Dice. W is going to land onto Pedro. Kazichan pops the ult as well as Viego is now here as well. Broken Arrow is going to take so much damage though as in comes Lucky. Magidario going to dash immediately onto Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow falling so low, going to ult away as well, but Lucky's on a rampage. He lands the Q. Braum gonna immediately take down Maokai as well. Kaiser Cham trying to heal, but the Braum stun is too much. In comes Magidario, slicing, dicing, doing so much damage onto Magidario. Is now on a rampage.
Yeah, and that was just a brilliant slow fight played by Magidario. He is absolutely locked in. It's so unreal to watch. This guy in top lane is so locked in. He's getting the tier 2 in the top as well. Lucky has been such a testament to that as well. Been able to shadow him for quite a lot of these 2 games, but really getting their value out of it now. And this is such a different Hollow Nightmares compared to game number 1. Game number 1, they looked meek, they looked shy, they looked like they didn't really want to impose themselves onto the game. But game number 2 now, they've got a much more proactive jungle, a much more proactive top lane. And the bot lane has such good setup. The support is a lot better as well in terms of that point as for Renekton.
Something else going on. Magidario, just when you were giving him props, Atomic, and the commentator curse comes into play and overstepped in the mid lane. And line 6 is going to pick a nice little shutdown on this Renekton. And we really need to stop talking to him and giving people props because they immediately fall.
We really do. It's just I was about to say that and with this game number 2 in this composition, they're going to impose themselves a lot more on the game, but clearly Magidario heard me and wanted to impose himself a little bit too much onto the game. Overextended for that tier 1. Died for it. Not a good death.
No, I
as
mean, if he got
Alice
the
would
tower,
say.
it'd been a little bit more worth it, but unfortunately didn't just do that. Line 6 just coming in at the right time to show that he does still mean business in this game. Now, we talked about how easy it would be for Hollow Nightmares to really show how they can synergize this comp and make this comp work, and I think they're doing exactly that right. Madridedio's doing a really good job of playing these fights really slow and waiting for Lucky to be there at the right time. And the communication between this top lane and this jungler has really shown throughout the entirety of this series.
Yeah, yeah, agreed. And I think that it is just. I don't know what to say about the matchup because, like,
It's a difficult one for a Swain, right? It's a really difficult one because you kind of want to push, you kind of want to play in the aggressor, but when you got someone like a Nocturne kind of patiently always waiting for you to be in the aggressor, and you got a Renekton that can so easily get in, get out, it's difficult for you to really assert your dominance, which I think all Kaiser-chan wants to do. He really wants to put his mark on this game. He really wants to show that he is someone to deal with, but it's not quite gone that way, especially when Madridedio is so good in these 1v1 situations and waiting for the right opportunities. But speaking of waiting for the right opportunities, in comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well. Ultimately going to be propped by Line 6. Line 6 going to fortunately have to dash in, but in comes the Maokai as well. Looking going to now be unstoppable. Madridedio slicing, dicing straight onto Perez. Perez going to actually have to cleanse this, but the Glacial Fish are going to be popped as well. Perez going to pull away Pedro, and Hollow Nightmares are now dominating this game.
Yeah, and that, you know what? That's not even Line 6's fault. That is remembering pre-nerf Aurora and thinking it's a bit like Camille ult, because so many people have said that Aurora ult is like Camille ult. But obviously off that play we do see Hollow Nightmares taking the Drake. But walking to the edge, forgetting that it just TPs you to the other side of your area, TPs himself straight back into the waiting arms of Soft and Wet and Mystic U, that he just dies. And it's an unfortunate one. That's just, a little bit of misplay on the mechanics of the champion. But to hark back to what you were saying about Kaiser-chan and really wanting to impose himself on the game, yeah, I agree. I think he wants to really put his mark down. That's why he's picking these champs like the Dr. Mundo, like the Swain. Dr. Mundo can be a big nuisance, so can Swain. But when that mark is not hitting, I think realistically, if Hollow Nightmares do win this game, then if you're Kaiser-chan, you take a small breather because they do that. So you can see the entire
Crystal Arrow onto Perez. Perez going to fall very, very low now. Doesn't have enough. That's what the Ashe is needed for. The Ashe doing so much slowing, and Perez cannot walk away, immediately locked down. But Line 6 is going to capitalize on something in the bot side of the map. Manu is doing everything to try to push out this wave, but Galaxy Esports don't have any reply though, as Hollow Nightmare's going to try to push his mid wave. Broken Arrow going to pop the E now as well, try to force him off a little bit, as Hollow Nightmare's going to have to walk away from this, but Kaiser-chan's not quite finished just yet. Speaking of imposing himself, out comes the ultimate as well. Madridedio taking so much damage, the healing not available because in comes the Ignite, and Broken Arrow's going to take those Soft and Wet. The Maokai's going to force the ultimate as well. Madridedio now falling down as well. Line 6 doing a lot of damage now, as in come Galaxy Esports, and just when you thought they were finished, they're turning it around.
And what was at first such a big pick for the side of Hollow Nightmares, it just turns into a complete rout. That Ashe getting picked off by the Aurora and Viego combo, pushing forward as the Maokai goes down to the
stacks the tower.
Yeah, very interesting decision to sit there and tank the tower as Tier 2 also goes down for Hollow Nightmares. And realistically though, yeah, okay, they pick off who? They picked off the Braum, the Renekton, and the Ashe. That's what, 900 gold and maybe Atakan, which is a pretty big buff. But they lose Tier 2 in the bot side. They've already lost Tier 2 in the top side. The only Tier 2 remaining is this mid lane Tier 2, and that's a lot of... that's somewhere that Hollow Nightmares can put a lot of pressure on, right? And Galaxy Esports, they need another fight like that. Will they get another fight like that? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, you would expect. I think positionally, Soft and Wet was quite a little bit out there. And I think I wouldn't expect him to try and make the same mistake twice, knowing how easily Galaxy Esports can capitalise on a situation. But being in the wrong position is not what Madriderio is doing right now. Perfect bait coming out. Line 6 going to ult away, but he's in a difficult spot now, having to opt to walk towards the enemy side. We'll try kite back, do as much damage as possible to Line 6, but to Madriderio, but Madriderio going to flash in immediately, slice and dice, and take down this Aurora.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. You know, that was what Viego and Aurora, the same combination that we saw take out the Ashe and really help run down that fight in the bot lane. They try and take on Lucky and Madriderio, and they just lose.
But Manu, we're in a difficult position though. Positioning wrongly, the nice air shuffle to try and escape that as well. The Rift Arrow going to be thrown into tower now. He's going to try to take it down though. At least try to get something from this game. This man does not want anything but this tower. It will fall now to Perez. Perez getting a shutdown, but in the mid lane, Soft and Wet and Mr. Goo are pushing into your tier 3 tower. And Hollow Nightmares aren't finished just yet, as Madriderio is going to do a lot of damage. Out comes the proc onto the tower. Kaisercham going to do a lot of damage, Joe. In comes the ultimate and the stun away. Madriderio going to have to walk away, but Broken Arrow's now here to try to do something. Does have the Ashe proc as well for the slow, and he's going to manage to throw the ultimate down in a second as well. Does hit it, but it's not going to quite get executed just yet. Madriderio falling solo, but Glacier Fisher coming in, but a Swain perfectly hitting the stun.
Yeah, and that's how you impose yourself on the game, Kaisercham. Welcome, you have reconnected. That is a brilliant route in the blind as well. Just blind route. Manages to allow this Renekton to be killed, and now Mr. Gu might be the next one to follow suit. Is going to try and dash out using the minions. Will manage to get under the tower. As the
Line 6 has got ultimate. Isn't finished just yet, and that's so much damage when you didn't expect it. As down goes the Mustache Man.
Never mind, Mustache Man dies, and Aurora picks up the kill. But as I was saying, you know, actually, I didn't even know what I was going to say. To be honest, that is just a brilliant pick-off. Soft and Wet dying. Soft and Wet really needs to be careful about his positioning on this Ashe, because if this Ashe goes down and gives anything to Viego, the soul to Viego, it becomes such a hard fight for Hollow Nightmares to play. And we've seen it time and time again. I think that's twice now Viego has taken control of the Ashe, and that's twice now that Hollow Nightmares have found themselves on the losing fight as we do set up for this Drake.
Yeah, Hollow Nightmares are really looking to try and capitalise on objectives here. They are on the second Drake, looking to hit the third one as well. Now, we know that Hollow Nightmares love to try and take objectives off Galaxy Esports when they're in a difficult position, and they're doing just that as well. The TP is now coming into this tri-bush as well, but it's going to be taken away from them now is this third dragon. So they're now available on Soul Point, but Kaisercham is going to just stun them, try to stop them from engaging on something as well. And Hollow Nightmares aren't quite finished just yet, as they might look for the Baron soon, Atomica.
Yeah, the Baron is up, and it is looking to be postured for. Line 6 could potentially be caught out as well. And this is such a weird and precarious position, because what do you sort of do in this scenario if you're Galaxy Esports? Like, it's so 50-50, the fights, that you kind of really need someone as Line 6 is just waiting.
Yeah, but he's going to stop the ultimate, stop the back perfectly. Madriderio are going to fall now. Pedro P. Trez is going to pick up the kill now, as Line 6 waited for the perfect opportunity to stop this Renekton. I think someone may have been shopping.
Yeah, he was window shopping, wasn't he? He was spam clicking that Black Cleaver. He was like, I've got Black Cleaver on base, guys. Don't worry about it. I'm going to base. I'll be there for the fight. Falls instead, thanks to Line 6's really brilliant, patient stalking.
And that's going to be Baron, right? That's going to be Baron now for Galaxy Esports, unless Hollow Nightmares can do something to stop them. They do have a ward available. Nocturne does have the darkness available. Enchanter Crystal are going to come in. Going to hit Perez. Ultimate going down to Viego. Viego going to have to flash out as well. Nocturne still in the pit. The Baron now goes to Kalista. Kalista's going to take down Nocturne. And Galaxy Esports are looking to now push further into the base of Hollow Nightmares, but they can't do that just yet when Manu M is taking this inhib as well in the bot lane. He's going to upset his tower as well, maybe, but Kaisercham is here to stop him doing just that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what Galaxy Esports are doing. They haven't based. 3 of them are in the top side. Madriderio, I think, can just walk into the wave with the Dominus and just kind of take it. But the Maokai is also not pushing. They've lost 2 inhibs, and now they can just. And now, yeah, Hollow Nightmares can just base. They're probably not going to get the inhib. And this. Okay, maybe they are going to. Okay, they do get the inhib, but they lose 2. I don't think that's a worth trade.
Baron, and it looks like Hollow Nightmares wants to take them down there as well. They really want to stop them from doing anything else and show that they mean business in this series. GLX Esports looks so good as they got the Baron there as well, and chance to Crystal Aura is coming up any second now. In comes the darkness, and in comes the Nocturne, and chance to Crystal Aura going to land perfectly onto this Viego. Viego going to follow Madriderio always patiently over the wall and stuns up Broken Arrow, and that is one Baron buff down.
Yeah, right into the waiting arms of that Renekton over the wall. Did use the ultimate to try and escape, but instead just gave the kill over to Renekton. Which, to be honest, I think is kind of the best thing for Galaxy Esports. You know, this Renekton is he's starting to reach the cliff, and you can tell he's getting one shot by Aurora and Maokai, for God's sake. You know, like Maokai and Aurora. Aurora, okay, it's big damage, right? But Maokai is not the biggest damage in the world. So being one shot by Aurora or like the Aurora Maokai combo shows that your champion is starting to fall off. And
yeah, I think the kind of goal for Madriderio here is to try to do as much damage as possible in the time he has readily available. And that's kind of what Renekton does towards his mid to late game. Yes, he does do a lot of damage. Now he is 3-item Renekton, but he kind of hits a wall, especially when this Callista is now, nearly 4 items at this point. And it's going to be a struggle to try and get onto this Callista unless the rest of Hollow Nightmares can capitalize on Madriderio trying to play a fight slow. But there's going to be another fight in the middle, and his Lion 6 is going to pop the ultimate as well. Soft and Wet going to have to try and walk away now as well. In comes the Dart to try and push him away. The Glacial Fish are coming out as well. But in comes Nature's Grasp as well. As Galaxy Esports aren't finished just yet, because Madriderio is going to try and dash into it, but Perez is taking so much damage. But there goes the slice and dive. There goes the dashing, and Perez doing a fantastic job of kiting away. Broken Arrow going to pick up a kill now. Actually going to get a double kill onto Aurora as well. Isn't finished just yet, as Galaxy Esports going to try and push into the base, Tomica.
yeah, and this Azir is going to look to get the inhibitor in the top side, but it doesn't matter if you don't have a base. You know, you don't have a Nexus. This is kind of like a TSM trade the Nexus for the game or the tower. Or Baron, even.
Baron is still available now. Broken Arrow going to fall down to Lucky, but Pedro is going to try to do as much as possible with line 6 to push this. The TP not going to be stopped just yet. TP being thrown down by Manu M to do as much as possible to stop the base, but Galaxy Esports could potentially take it here. Timer's now out up. Soft and Wet up in 5 seconds. It might be enough to stop them. Line 6 and Pedro are going to have to up to back, but Mr. Goo's going to just narrowly miss the Q, and Chance Crystal Arrow not available to try to stop them. And this is back and forth in this base.
Yeah, and I don't I don't know what's going on. Why is it that all
being thrown down though? And down goes line 6 so quickly.
Yeah, that was a big just snap engage by Soft and Wet, just recognizing, okay, we need to get rid of this Aurora. It's an issue, right? I'm just gonna, as soon as I see her on the minimap, bang, arrow hits, big kill, especially just before the Drake. This Ocean Soul on this team against a burst composition could be quite strong.
Yeah, it really could be. As in come Hollow Nightmares try to take the Ocean Soul. Now this is going to be absolutely huge for the side of Hollow Nightmares, especially with this Nocturne and Renekton that are going to want to keep consistent in this fight, going to want to stay alive as long as possible. We talked about how much they want these prolonged fights to go on with the Renekton trying to do as much damage as possible in the time he has available. Inhibs are all down for Galaxy Esports, and Hollow Nightmares are really looking to bring themselves back into the game and be the dominant force. The gold is so close, but Soft and Wet being taken down so easily by this Aurora, this game could change any second, Atomica.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is not
There's a TP!
Oh, TP!
There's a TP in the mid lane. Line 6 falling immediately into Soft and Wet as well. The ultimate being thrown away, but in comes Nocturne as well. That's not where you want to be. Soft and Wet going to dash away immediately. Line 6 just using the ultimate to back off. But in comes the Maokai. The Nature's Grasp being used. Glacial Fish being forced down as well. Ash is going to fall down immediately to Perez. Galaxy Esports might look to end the game here. Mr. Goof losing the breakable shield, but it's not going to be able to stop anyone. It is a very breakable shield. Broken Arrow going to get the reset. And in come Galaxy Esports. And this could be game, Atomica.
Yeah, this is all on Azir now. Azir is the only big form of damage for the side of Hollow Nightmares. Will he be able to do anything with these soldiers, or will Galaxy Esports just run at the tower?
Madridetti will try to do something. Perez falling so low, but going to be able to kite him away. Pedro going to now fall. Azir is going to take down the Maokai. In comes Broken Arrow getting the reset. Azir, the last one alive. Might not be able to finish just yet. Soft and Wet up in 10 seconds. Mr. Goo up in so little time. And it's not going to be enough to finish just yet. But Viego is coming back in, and so is Line 6 as well. Mr. Goo now is coming up as well. It is now a 3-item Ash. Ash is now a little bit back in the game now as well. His Line 6 is here, but this Aurora does so much damage. Baron now is up, and just when you think Hollow Nightmare is coming back into it, Galaxy Esports look to end the game.
Yeah, I mean, Galaxy Esports on the back foot for the majority of the early game, but I think I need to stop analysing compositions, or maybe no one will pick me up as a coach, because this is twice now that the team that I've said, oh, I want that composition instead.
Soft and Wet's going to take Crystal damage roll. Line 6 fighting far too aggressively as well. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow being used immediately. Soft and Wet recognizing Line 6 in a tricky position now as well. Baron is now available, but minions are pushing into the mid lane as well. Azir is going to look to try to take it down as much as possible. Broken Arrow being forced away from this Baron buff. Soft and Wet will be able to immediately melt this Baron unless Broken Arrow can look for a steal. And this game is swinging like a swinger Tomica in a playground. It is non-stop.
It's game 1 all over again. I hope we're all ready for another 50-minute game because both teams are just, they just want to end so desperately that they overextend and they just give so much away for free. Like here, Line 6, I'm going to not, I'm going to name drop you on this one, but there's been multiple players doing it at multiple times. He sits in the bush trying to find the pick onto the Ashe. Ashe is walking with Braum. Braum can just leap in front, hit the unbreakable shield, and nothing hits the Ashe. And in the end, like, she dies, and then they lose Baron. And now, even though they have the inhib down in the mid lane, which is going to respawn soon because there's no more super minions, Galaxy Esports have lost all pressure on wave pushes, and that is terrible because Elder is up in 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's kind of a flashback to last game, right? When we said Galaxy Esports were playing in the enemy jungle, getting a little bit too aggressive, but Hollow Nightmares patiently waited for the opportunity to pounce whenever they were in a difficult position. And that's exactly what's happened in this game as well, Atomica. They've done exactly that. It's a repeat. And now with the pressure from the Baron, as you said, Elder Drake coming up, but Line 6 is waiting, don't know he's there. He's waiting in the fog or in the bush. Pedro's going to stop the vision. Line 6 waiting, but he might be too far away. He's not close enough because Pedro's going to be in need at the capsule onto. Perez going to look to pull him out of the fight as well. That is no ultimate available. Mano M going to be thrown onto by this line, by Line 6, going to immediately Zonya's. But look, he's going to immediately take him down as well. Soft and Wet, he's so far away from the fight. No one can get onto him. Broken Arrow flying solo now as well. Oh, look, he's going to be taken down by Perez soon, maybe. Madridetti is going to fall. Going to take down Pedro, sorry. Soft and Wet doing so much damage now. And that might be game soon, Atomica.
Yeah, that is absolutely game. Perez has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. There is just him and I think no Nexus Tower. Then one Nexus Tower.
And
sorry,
there is a slice and dice, nicely timed as well. He's not going to be able to kite everyone just yet. Going to be able to kite the Renekton. Perez is a one-man army right now, but it's not going to matter because Hollow Nightmares are taking your base, and that is game 2 to Hollow Nightmares.
And 1-1. It got saved. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, what a crazy game. We promised a banger of a series, and that is exactly what is happening. So it is going back and forth every second. I'm not sure if we're going to take a break in a second. We'll find out any minute now. But oh my God, Atomica, that was crazy.
It was indeed, and it was a much cleaner game from Hollow Nightmares. Their team fights were a lot more connected. Yes, there were some positions where you thought, oh, they're looking a bit shaky, but overall, on the whole, a much more solidified game from them. And Galaxy Esports look a little bit shaky, a little bit unsure of themselves with some of their plays, but we'll see going into game number 3, because realistically, what can Galaxy Esports do? They need to really go back to the drawing board.
Absolutely, and hopefully we give them a little bit of time now. We're going to have a quick 5-minute break just to see if maybe Galaxy Esports can bring this back, but we've seen both games are so competitive, so back and forth, so don't go anywhere.
You'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. You'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. You'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 was an absolute banger again, and we told you this series would be unbelievable, and so far it's delivering exactly that. Hollow Nightmares just getting the victory. Galaxy Esports was so close to bring himself back into this series, and that is exactly what they're going to have to try do now in the third game, because it is so close, Atomica.
Yep, it's do or die for Galaxy Esports. It is the lower bracket. Galaxy Esports, it's last chance saloon at the end of the day. They need to reverse sweep or it's the end of their playoffs in the Zenith League winter. And from what we've seen so far, it's going to be it's going to be interesting because they have come close to ending so many times in game number 1. Game number 2, they had 2 or 3 options where they were really hounding down on the nexus of Hollow Nightmares. However, Hollow Nightmares managed to hold out, managed to stay stalwart defenders, and are now up 2 games. I would probably say deservedly so with the resilience that they've shown, because Galaxy Esports, as soon as it kind of hits that 30-35 minute mark, they do look very sort of desperate to end the game. They're very much like, right, we don't want this game to go on any longer than it has to. Let's just throw everyone at the Nexus and we'll just hope it sticks. And it doesn't. And then Hollow Nightmares are able to capitalize, come back into the game, or generate a little bit of momentum. And at points like these, 35 minutes in, where you're spending so long trying to get to your next item, any form of momentum is good momentum, and they end up taking the game. So realistically, it's going to be very, very interesting, and there's going to be a lot of scope and a lot of focus on Galaxy Esports, how they draft, what they ban, and just to see really if they decide to go back to basics, but also Hollow Nightmares, whether they start to get a little bit cocky, whether they draft some things that they can't play or they're not too comfortable on, and they just draft it because they go, oh, well, we're 2-0 up. We have a game to play around with.
You mentioned about going back to basics, and that's kind of what I feel like Galaxy Esports need to do, right? Twice in a row, they've kind of picked comps that are a little bit convoluted at times and almost a bit difficult to play in every scenario. There was a couple of times in the latter stages of the game where if they had a comp that they were completely comfortable, that they could just synergize so well, which is exactly what Hollow Nightmares did, then they could have quite easily ended that game before Hollow Nightmares even had the opportunity to bring it back. And ultimately, what won that game for Hollow Nightmares was how easily they were to capitalize on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, on the Nocturne Ultimate, on Madriderio popping the Dominus in that like any fight. And I think that's where they kind of fell short a little bit, the Galaxy Esports. But we're now into draft number 3. The Lulu is going to be banned away. We've talked about it. It's happened twice in a row and now 3 times. And I think they are pretty confident that they really don't like the Lulu.
Yeah, and I want to know where they're getting this from, because Mr. Q has never played Lulu in Zenith League, okay? Doesn't have more than 10 games of it in solo queue. Doesn't have any form of like mastery that we could see on it. I want to know if this is just Pedro Petrez, going, I hate Lulu, I do not want to play into that matchup, ban it, I don't care if they don't play it, ban it, I don't want to see it. And it's such a perplexing ban.
Right? Because comfortability is super important. I think especially in games where everyone has that champion they tilt against, right? Everyone has it, and I think that maybe that could be it for the side of Galaxy Esports, and just knowing that they don't like it. I mean, it can really just be useful, and you can kind of pair it with practically everything, really. When we talked about this earlier, but Hollow Nightmares are going to look to return the bans with the Mordekaiser and the Jinx as well. Now, we expect Galaxy Esports to reply with a Xayah ban. We've not seen Xayah Rakan yet, and it's now available, Tomica, but will we see it?
They're laying down the gun, aren't they? They're I think it's going to be a Xayah first pick or a Rakan first pick, right? It has to be. There's no way that they're leaving open Mr. Gu and soft and wet Xayah Rakan game 3, do or die, right? There's just no way this happens. And if they do, I will just be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, the Seraphine ban is one that is quite a surprise to me, right? I understand that if you expect Hollow Nightmares to pick quite a long range comp, it's difficult to play against. But as Xayah is going to be immediately locked in, no question about it for Galaxy Esports. Now, I expect that's something that maybe could be flexed. I mean, we've seen Xayah jungle kind of happen, but I mean, I do expect it to be Pedro on that Xayah. Now, we know Pedro has a very, very big just champ pool in general, but we have just seen a Cassante being locked in for Hollow Nightmares. I mean, we know Majodedio loves a Cassante. You mentioned it before, played it a couple of times, so I'm not surprised to see that, but I wouldn't be surprised if Asai gets locked in there as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be either. And it's so confusing because now Xayah is kind of forced into this really weird predicament of where do you put her, right? Like, you've just seen Cassante locked in. If Xayah gets locked in, well, you're really kind of wanting to deny the Rakan. It's going to be a Pantheon. I don't know what's going on anymore. Pantheon lock in, that's probably going to support, right? As the Rakan.
There's the Rakan.
Xayah as well. Yeah, to be.
I mean, maybe Hollow Nightmares are kind of... I feel like the way I'm seeing this so far is it literally is a game of chess. And I feel like Galaxy Esports have tried to bait Hollow Nightmares into the Xayah Rakan. And Hollow Nightmares have said, no, we don't want to pick it. We want to play something else. And maybe that's where they feel confident. And that's why they're locking the Cassante. That's why they're locking the Pantheon. Because it almost felt too obvious to lock in that Xayah Rakan first and second pick, right? And the Varus comes in afterwards. Now, that's quite an interesting pick here, right? Because I would love to see what support they're going to pair with against this Xayah Rakan in this bot lane.
Yeah, I don't know, actually. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that they could pair with anything.
It could be Pantheon. It could be Pantheon support for all we know.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, anything better, than the Pantheon, right? Like, yeah, because Pantheon can stun the Rakan as he's dashing in. Pantheon can provide a lot of engage, or long-range engage. And but it also could be Pantheon jungle. Like, what else? You could go, Tom Kench? It's so weird. It's so awkward.
It's one of the ones that I'm really interested to see what Hollow Nightmares pair it up with it here. But Galaxy Esports are going to deny a Rumble being banned away here. I guess that's something that they expect Manu M maybe to play, or Lucky to play in the jungle. The Orianna is going to be taken away. Now, that is a pick that we expected to maybe be picked. Not a surprise it's been banned away here. The ball delivery system with a Rakan is so perfect for any team that has that combo. And the Shen going to be taken away as well. Now, that is something that, not too unpredictable. It's not a bad matchup for a Shen into a Cassante. And also the readily available shield and just the pressure of knowing that a Shen could pop up any moment is difficult for any team to play around in regards to macro. So that is probably something that is quite a smart ban for Hollow Nightmares. That being said, I'm a little bit confused about the Rumble ban.
Yeah, I'm also confused about the Rumble ban. I'm also a little bit confused about the Akali ban, because Akali is one of those champs where as soon as, she's very slippery, she's very annoying to deal with, but into Xayah Rakan with Zyra, I don't think that's that bad, as we see a Vayne top lane. I think that Galaxy Esports are just trying to kind of pick the most kind of comfort champs possible. to
maybe
get this
so.
over the line.
I mean, against the Cassante, it makes a lot of sense, right? You are the range into the melee, and I think they're just trying to get Kaiserchem on the board this game. He performed better towards the mid to late game at the last game, and trying to give him the advantage in this early game because we've seen how dominant Madriderio is in this top lane. And the final locking pick is going to be the Cho'Gath in the jungle. Now it could
go anywhere. It could be mid.
It could be. I was literally about to say it could be a mid lane Cho'Gath. It could be it could be jungle Cho'Gath. We don't know what's happening, and Galaxy Esports have flexed it. But again, is their composition kind of a little bit anti-synergy, right? Because for me, yeah, you want to engage a lot, but Xayah kind of also wants to play back at times, right?
Yeah.
And Silas is going to be locked in instantly for Hollow Nightmares, which is so perfect because you have an available execute with the Cho'Gath. You have a Xayah ult, which, yes, it's not fantastic, can make yourself untargetable, but the Xayah ult is perfect as well, as is the Rakan ult too. So I'm very intrigued to see what Galaxy Esports look to do with their composition, because I feel like you're exactly right, Atomica. They've just kind of drafted comfort.
They've overcooked. They've thought about the flexes and they've overcooked. The Zyra lock-in was fine because you can flex it between jungle, mid, and support, right? Because Zyra mid does still exist. It's very rarely picked, but it does still exist. Then you lock in the Xayah and Rakan, right? Now, this kind of notifies two things, is that Zyra now most likely is going to go to the jungle. Your Rakan is your support, obviously, and then Zyra is your ADC, right? Now what you need two champions that can facilitate a pullback style. So I know it got picked in game one, so it can't be picked, but something like Victor, I'm going to use Victor as the example here. Someone that wants to play back, someone that can control that space. Orianna's been banned, so who else do you have? You can look at someone a little bit like an Anivia, someone that has a big ultimate that can deny the space, or you can look at someone like Ahri, even though you have seen the Talia be locked in, right? Because Ahri can play around, because how Line 6 likes to play the game, clearly, as we saw on the Aurora, was to play around the fog of war, was to play around those little pockets of vision, of lack of vision, I should say, that Hollow Nightmares tend to leave, and pick up kills. So picking something like the Ahri wouldn't have even been that bad into Talia. The laning phase would have been a bit rough, but it is what it is. And even then, I don't even think it's Talia mid, it's Talia jungle.
I expect it to be Talia jungle, because I think the Talia is quite a safe move here for Hollow Nightmares, but also can be very well executed in terms of it's so good to split off Galaxy Esports, because they are at times very individualistic with their compositions to a degree, and I think their Vayne is very much going to want to be a champion that is sat by herself, trying to kite away from the backline or trying to do as much as possible. But I expect them to potentially play around the Talia, being able to just draft off the rest of the team of Galaxy Esports.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still so perplexed by Galaxy Esports draft. I am genuinely so confused. It's so like I don't know. Maybe they will win with it, and I can eat my words, and I will happily do that if they do win with this composition. But like, it is just so. They don't want to do the same thing as each other, and it's so annoying. Zyra wants to control an area. Zyra, I should really emphasize these pronunciations here. Zyra wants to control an area, wants to utilize the plants and the enhanced health plants, right? With the ultimate, being able to get that big area AoE knock up either onto the front line or onto the back line if she can. Then you've got Xayah and Rakan, Rakan wants to either push forward or help the Xayah kite back on that one target. or like an isolated target. Xayah wants to kite back or kite into the feathers, right? Play around her feathers. Vayne wants to, like you tapped on, wants to go and do her own thing, whether that's in the side lane and 1v2, whether that's in the team fights and just stick around the back and play around with her invisibility, can push forward or move back and kite back. So the Xayah and Vayne have that synergy there. But then if you have the Zyra just controlling that one space and Xayah wants to kite back with the feathers, it's got to be difficult.
I think that's exactly my point, right? And I think you pretty much bang on. That's why the Talia is so good, because you said it right. The Xayah wants to play backwards, wants to play into the feathers, but then the Vayne kind of wants to get in the face of tanks. They want to be in the face of the front line, and yeah, the Vayne can play backwards. But then you got a Cho'Gath that wants to be on the back line too, as does the Rakan. The Rakan wants to be in the back line, and the Zyra, you're absolutely right, wants to dominate a specific area. So I think Galaxy Esports, the way they win this game is purely based on micro and based on mechanics alone. Is hoping your Xayah gets lead and hoping your Vayne gets lead as well. And I think that's the way they're going to do it. But that being said, if Manu gets a lead on this Silas, then the Vayne and the Xayah are going to be practically worthless as the draft.
Yes, agreed. Because what can they do? Xayah can unleash the Feather Storm, Vayne can go invisible, but it doesn't matter because they don't last forever. And yeah, this Silas, I think that I didn't give a champ to watch for game 2, but for game 3, the champion to watch will be ManuEMEA on this Silas, because not just for the fact that Silas can be a major issue. Second issue, Line 6 has had Manu's number the entire game in laning phase. Laning phase, Line 6 has been the best laner out of the entire game, right? Game 1, best laner. Game 2, best laner. Game 3, are we going to see him be the best laner again on Cho'Gath? It's going to be difficult to see. And even then, is it even Cho'Gath mid? Is it Vayne mid with Cho'Gath top? We don't know. And it's one of them. If it's Vayne mid in Silas, it's just going to be so interesting to watch. And it's just going to be like Line 6 against Manu. This game is what you want to watch.
Yeah, I agree. And I really think, how we've mentioned about how Kaisercham has needed to almost assert dominance in lane. That's kind of exactly what Manu needs to do, right? You're exactly right. Manu has arguably been the best laner throughout this entire series so far, but not being able to quite transition that out of the laning phase. And I think we've kind of seen the opposite for Kaisercham. Kaisercham has really struggled in this laning phase against Madridedio, clearly the more dominant player in these lanes. But then towards the mid to late game has kind of shown that he can be good outside of the laning phase. And it's kind of flipped for Line 6. So I would hope to see that Line 6 can transition it into the late game. And I can confirm that it is actually a Vayne mid, Atomica.
I'm gonna go insane. Vayne
Are
mid
we
lane.
seeing caps? Is this G? Is
Seeing
this caps?
Talia support, bro. We're seeing what?
I am very interested. Make sure you do not turn off your stream. Make sure you watch every second of this game, because we have a Vayne mid, a Talia support, and a Zyra jungle. It is going to be an absolute banger. So make sure you watch every second of this game and pay attention, because I am very excited, Atomica.
I am as well, because there's a lot of... this has got to be such a good game to be me color casting, right? Normally I'm play-by-play, as you know, but being a color cast this game's going to be great, because analyzing how this Talia support's going to play into this Rakan, crazy. Analyzing how Vayne mid, like you said, do we have G2 caps? No, but we have his knockoff G2 line 6. Playing
Just change the LX in GLX to G2. You've got it right there. That's all you need. That's all you need. But it's gonna be a very, very interesting game. Both teams not opting for anything aggressive this game. No invades this time. Both junglers will get the free will at their own jungle, but they are going to start on opposite sides, path towards the opposite sides of the maps. No surprise there. Lucky pathing towards his top lane again. When you got the Silas top lane, which I expect to see mid lane now, I'm just realizing that as well.
This is line 6.
I'm very confused. This is Cassante versus a Vayne in the mid lane, which I think maybe they expected to see the Silas there, but obviously opted for something different this game, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens now. Madriderio, I think, is for... I have dominated Kaiser Champ. It's time to dominate someone else this game. Pedro going to try to do a little bit of damage here, but he's taking so much damage from this Talia. Now, Talia with a change, obviously, to how her rocks work and having the available stun rock as well and the larger rock is something that people really underestimate, Tomica, about how much damage it does.
Yeah, and it also provides a lot, right? The slow on top of the big extra damage on the rock is pretty big, and it's something. This is why like picks like Talia support tend to work, and that's because people in the lane that face it are not used or cannot anticipate the damage that comes out from the champion. So Mystic U can just walk up, press his Q, aim it at the Rakan, and the Rakan's going to think, I can face that. This is
he's going to capitalize though. Going to jump away from this. First blood is going to go over to the Vayne, but Madridedio's now here. He's going to land the first Q. W's the Vayne into the wall. Line 6 is going to take a lot of damage here. Misses the second Q perfectly, but unfortunately that's going to be exhaust going down as well. Line 6 trying to do as much as possible to kite. Down comes the ward as well, but Line 6 is going to fortunately fall. Good effort to try to take him down, and Line 6 capitalized on Lucky in quite a difficult position.
Yeah, I mean, put the ward over the Raptors, saw that Urlucky was only at half HP and thought, you know what, this Cassante can't do anything to me in the lane. I'm just going to go and kill their jungler. And they did that. But the issue is, and it's the same issue that's plagued Line 6 the entire time, is that Hollow Nightmares, it seems so weird, but they're willing to drop waves to go and help their jungler. And it's something that you very rarely see. Like, I think that Line 6 had actually slow pushed the wave, so it's 1.5 waves there underneath the tower, and still, Madriderio just went, sack that, I'm going to go get a kill, and just followed her.
Madriderio did a really good job of being able to capitalize on Line 6 being quite a difficult position there, and Lucky is... got his jungle back, but I think this is where Line 6 really needs to assert dominance in this game. We've seen how much he does it. But speaking of asserting dominance, GLX Broken Arrow is going to be here to try to land a stun onto Madriderio. Madriderio going to pop the W, but Line 6 doing a lot of damage. Ingo's a condemn it into the wall. Going to have to flash out as well. Line 6 taking a tower shot, and they're really trying to put the pressure on Madriderio this game.
Yeah, Madriderio willingly putting himself in this position to be more prioritized by Broken Arrow. You know, we saw it with game number 1, we saw it with game number 2. Broken Arrow did not touch that top side of the map. He touched the mid lane and he touched the bot lane, right? And he never really went towards his top side. And Madriderio has gone game 1 and game 2, dominating this top lane, and has then decided in game number 3. It's not that difficult, is it really? I'm up the ante on the difficulty.
Lucky is waiting in the wings. Broken Arrow not only is there, but he's actually going to get the Gromp. Manu M is now here to try to do something as well. In goes the Cho'Gath. Manu M going to W onto Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow now falling down. Line 6 also quite low as well. Madriderio is trying to get at least a little bit of farm in this game. Line 6 is falling quite far out, but in goes Line 6, dodging away from it. The W going to land. The Q perfectly timed as well, and that is going to be Feat of Warfare handed over to Hollow Nightmare.
200 years from Madriderio there. So many dashes onto that champion that Vayne can't keep up. Vayne, being the squishy ADC that she is, just gets completely one-tapped. I'm not sure how she got back down that low as Urlucky's going to gank top lane with the Cho'Gath Q coming up. Kaiser Chan
Kaiser Chan falling so low. Lucky going to not be enough damage just yet. The execute not yet available. But Manu M and Lucky are... I think it's going to be Madriderio in the top lane helping out his jungler. Lucky really, really, really does not like this top lane.
Yeah, Kaiser Cham, as I said in game number 2, has been identified as the weakness, and Lucky has really taken that on his stead. As now, you can see the lane swap coming in, and all that means is that, Hollow Nightmares are just gonna copy it, and it's not a very good lane swap because now line 6 is in such a rock and a hard place. Like, look, Lucky's on the bot side of the map. Well, not bot side of the map, sorry, I was on the top side of the map, but Madrid Diedo.
Line 6 have a little bit too far here. Mr. Goo and Lucky are now here to try and do something as well. Line 6 is falling quite low, half HP now as well. In goes the Q, down goes line 6. Lucky has now slain him, picking up a kill as well. And Hollow Nightmares are really capitalising on any mistake that Galaxy Esports make.
Yeah, and line 6, as we said, was the best laner in game number 1, best laner in game number 2, and this game number 3 really has met his match. Now with Madrid Diedo moving towards the mid lane, giving line 6 a hard time. He's 1 and 3 on this Vayne, equal CS to the Cassante, and Cassante is now pushing in the top lane. He's had his number the entire time. The Void Grub's going to the side of Hollow Nightmares, and I just want to point out the fact that they gave the kill to Lucky is such a smart play, because this Pantheon really needs these kills to get accelerated and get going. And they're giving the kill onto someone.
Easily a Pantheon can fall behind, right? When a Pantheon doesn't do anything in the game, he just does no damage, and you're absolutely right. Handing it over is perfect timing. Now line 6 is back in the mid lane, swapping again. Silas going to dash in, going to hit the E perfectly as well. Condemn is not just hit just yet, but in comes Broken Arrow as well, try to do something. The Zyra all going to be thrown down. Line 6 going to take down Manu M. Manu M still has the invisibility available. Going to take another kill, double kill onto the Pantheon as well. Mr. Goo in a difficult position now as well, going to W him away, but line 6 is chasing him down. The Q's being thrown out as well. Line 6 following those. Shut down in the top lane, however, as the Cho'Gath picks up a kill onto Madriderio as well. That is the first solo kill for Kaiser Cham in this series.
Yeah, I think Madriderio just overstepped in the top side, but I really want to focus on line 6's mechanics. As I said, with his team compositions, you really, again, it's like game number 2, but it's comfort, right? The Vayne, the mechanics of the Vayne, you need to have them, and this Vayne pick will come up wonders. And right now, the Vayne at first wasn't really showing anything, but now that big fight, it was a big root by Broken Arrow. Let's not downplay the impact that Zyra root had. Just gave Vayne free time to hit, and it was just then the double kill. And now this Vayne is so far ahead. Like, even if Madrid Diedo goes against the Vayne, I don't think he can do much.
No, not all. And I think it's really showing that line 6 mechanics, as you said, are really showing this game. And I think that's what's important, is they're really hoping this Vayne can now scale into the late game. But, when you've got a Cassante who just does so much damage in the late game as well, and a Silas that can really do something, I think you're really hoping that Hollow Nightmares here are able to maybe just synergize their ults really well so they can take down this Vayne. But that's my concern, right? Are the side of Galaxy Esports a little bit too squishy?
Yes,
what do you
because
think?
they're against Pokevarus.
Yeah, that's my concern, right? Soft and Wet is kind of being left to a free wave this game and a free farm, because I would have expected Perez and Pedro to play a little bit more aggressive, but they're not doing that just yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kaiser's trying to get engaged onto in the mid lane. No, never mind. He's just going to back off.
Yeah, I mean, Madrid Diedo messed up the combo a little bit there. I think that Q2 before the Q3 missed. As Manu MA is going to come with the Pantheon here.
Lucky going to W, he's going to ult into lane. The ult being procced by line 6. Line 6 going to try to take down Manu M in the meantime. Doesn't have W available just yet. That's going to be a kill handed over to line 6. Line 6 now on a killing spree. The mechanics coming out. Dodges the Q perfectly timed as well. The proc being really well timed on the sweeper, as line 6 is going to be taken down, and that is a 1-for-1 in the top lane. But Soft and Wet in a difficult position now. Going to spot Broken Arrow over the wall. They are going to look for the dive though. Pedro and Perez are stepping up, but Mr. Goo is going to try to do something as well. Really nice play, try to put the W, but actually procs him towards him instead. Mr. Goo might be taken down here though, and Perez picking up a kill onto Mr. Goo. And Galaxy Esports are really showing that they are really better in this laning phase.
Yeah, Galaxy Esports, the laning phase has been their kingdom pretty much in all three, other than Kaiser Cham. Kaiser Cham's had a bit of a rough one. This is the first game that he's actually had a pretty decent laning phase, I would go on record and say. But Broken Arrow, again, impacting the map in ways that he's done the entire series, focusing on this bot side of the map, recognizing that Kaiser Cham not having the greatest of games or the greatest of series, and really focusing his attention elsewhere. And now this Varus and this Talia just got, well, the Talia got picked off. I think it was maybe a misclick on which direction to send the Rakan. But other than it doesn't matter. Still got a kill. Broken Arrow still impacting the map as usual. And now again,
there's going to be 3 top lane. The Lucky flashing onto this Vayne. Line 6 is going to have to roll out, but it's not going to be enough though. Lucky has now picked up a kill onto this Vayne, and they're really, really trying to shut down Line 6 here.
Don't like this Vayne at all, do they? I mean, that's what, the 7th gank onto the Vayne, I think?
Yeah, but I think you have to, right? The Vayne is so strong. It's really going to be the dominant force in this game. But that being said, this Xayah is now nearly 100 CS at 12 minutes and does have a kill as well. It's really far ahead as the Grubs are going to look to be fought over here. Pedro and Broken Arrow are hovering around it. The Grub might be taken here. The first one will go to the side of Hollow Nightmare. Second one being Smited, but going to actually reset, unfortunately, for Galaxy Esports. They're going to try to capitalise on it and try, as Hollow Nightmares walk away from it. Magic are not going to pop over the wall, going to pop the Blastcon over to the red buff. As Line 6 going to try to do something onto Mr. Goo and Soft and Wet here. The ultimate going to hit perfectly timed as well. Mr. Goo going to hit the W. The exhaust coming out as well. The missed Q by Soft and Wet. The exhaust coming out as well. Line 6 going to pick a double kill here, and really nicely played.
Yeah, that was such a bad, that was a really bad misplay from Soft and Wet or from Mr. Gu, who would depend on who you wanted to blame. Probably if you're an ADC player, you'll blame Mr. Gu, and if you're a support player, you'll blame Soft and Wet. But either way, I'm not sure what it's called, but the way that the Talia just moves people and then missing the Varus Q, it was just terrible. And yeah, it led to a free double kill.
Unfortunately, the seismic shove did not go in the direction that they wanted to throw them, and then unfortunately missed arrow as well. Just didn't do enough to take the Vayne down. And Line 6 is really showing his mechanics this game, being able to dodge things at the right time as well. Broken Arrow and Pedro are waiting in the sidelines though, maybe looking to capitalise on Mr. Gooby in a difficult position though. Line 6 is still here as well, doesn't have the ultimate available, but Soft and Wet is now here, denying them from a possible dive. And Galaxy Esports are doing a really good job at trying to keep this Vayne back into the game. The seismic shove being perfectly timed though. Pedro trying to W away, but he's not going to fall just yet. He's over to Broken Arrow at the last minute.
And if that Giant's Belt was literally a blasting one for Rylai's, then that would be a completely different story. But that was such a big seismic shove from Mr. Q. But it doesn't matter anyway. They're still going to get these platings. They're still going to get the extra gold from it. And could we see a repeat of what happened? Because Line 6 does have the ultimate again.
Line 6 has the ultimate available, looking for maybe another double kill on the bot lane, but the ultimate is still available. Soft and Wet, the seismic shove being used, the E being thrown down, but it's not going to be enough to... Yeah, it is. It's just missed now as well. Ultimate going in. Down goes the Varus ult. The Q now going to hit. Mr. Goot is falling so low and does actually fall down now. Soft and Wet trying to land the Q. Does finally land the arrow at the important time. Magidedio in the mid lane. Xayah going to pick up a kill onto him as well. And Perez is now on the board as well. This is 2 ADCs you've got to deal with.
Yeah, I would love to see what happened there for Magidedio. He was in the ultimate form. I wonder if that W extra damage missed, because Perez was very high HP considering a Cassante all-in. But again, Line 6 picking up a 1-for-1 in the bot lane. It's so rough to deal with now, because this Vayne is 7 kills. Not much farm, but 7 kills. But then you also have the Xayah, who's 2 kills.
Comes Lucky though, and down may go this Cho'Gath, soon going to land the perfect knock-up as well, but he's going to try to run away. In comes Pedro as well, Broken Arrow here now to try to do something. He has taken the ultimate, has Manu M of the Rakan, and Mr. Goose here to try to do something as well. Lucky's now on a killing spree, gets the double kill. Pedro might fall soon as well. Magidedio are going to try to do something. I'm going to have to dash away, and perfect communication by Hollow Nightmares to be able to capitalise on Galaxy Esports overstepping just a little bit too close. But speaking of overstepping, Soft and Wet in a difficult position. Going to have to try flash away from Line 6. He's going to do so, but his tower's falling so low now, Atomica.
Manu M8 take a bow. That stealing of the Rakan will completely save the play on the top side. The first tower goes down to the side of Hollow Nightmares, but that Rakan charm straight into the 3 seismic shove on top of the Unraveled Earth. It was crazy. The combination was crazy, and ManuEME been quiet all game on this Silas, but the first play that he decides to make, it's a
And
good
there's a
one.
dive
It's
coming,
Line
but
6
it's not going to be
down.
enough as line 6 falls.
What? Oh my god, that was
Soft
brilliant.
and Wet hit a perfect cue. He heard us. He missed the first one, but the third, the second, and the fourth have all hit, and he is ensuring that he does not miss another shot.
Yeah, I mean, that was a brilliant cue there from Soft and Wet. Just takes down Line 6 to 1 HP with the tower shot incoming. That was a very bad dive from Line 6. I mean, he had to, right? Because Erlucky was there anyway. You probably didn't know that Erlucky was there, but Erlucky was there, so the dive was kind of forced to be done.
Yeah.
And it just
My
didn't go out for him.
concern is whether this Vayne, line 6, gets a little bit too aggressive on the Vayne. Thinks,
yeah.
I would hope to see that they can take it out of the laning phase. We spoke about how good they are in the laning phase, but sometimes have failed in the transition to the latter of this of the game, which is exactly where we're getting now. Right, we're getting out of the laning phase slowly as Hollow Nightmares are looking to pick up the Rift Herald of the game. 2 Drakes have gone over to Galaxy Esports, but we've seen that happen before, right? We've seen in this series Galaxy Esports like to pick up the early Drakes where available, but Hollow Nightmares are really trying to do everything they can to transition into the mid to late game now, and hopefully they're hoping they can take down this Vayne at any opportunity. We're not yet see a team fight just yet. Could end so differently, but my god, I'm excited, Atolica.
I would expect the team fights to end differently because Hollow Nightmares have no DPS whatsoever.
But speaking of DPS, Line 6 is going to fall just to the tower shot as he takes down ManuEME underneath the tower. Silas didn't have any ult available, couldn't take the Vayne ult, kind of pretty worthless on the Silas, doesn't really give any benefit to him. And unfortunately for the Silas, he's going to get taken down. Seismic shove. Pedro is being rinsed by Mr. Gu here, as Mr. Gu is perfectly timing these seismic shoves on this Rakan.
But who told this man that it was scrims? Why are we diving, Titu? Like, who told this man he's in scrims now?
Rupture going to land onto Majadedio. Perra's going to look to try to land as much damage as possible. They are looking to maybe stop them from the Drake, but Erlucky is waiting silently. Doesn't know he's in the bush. They're going to W onto Pedro P-Drives. Not going to fall just yet, though, as Devarastil's going to fall down as well. Broken Arrow going to be fall so low as well. Soft and Wet now on a killing spree. Cho'Gath going to land in and chomp someone down. Pedro P-Drives is going to try hit everything. Down goes a Featherstorm as well by ManuEME. In comes another Featherstorm by Perez and made down go Mr. Gu, but in comes the random Pantheon out of nowhere, going to land unstoppable on the Rakana as well. Line 6 is still full HP though, nothing available just yet. Soft and Wet going to fall. ManuEME trying to do everything possible. Mr. Gu is trying to hit everything. ManuEME finally going to take him down, but Mr. Gu going to be taken down as well. And the fight went on for so long, and it's even Stevens almost. But Hollow Nightmares just narrowly falling out as that is a 4 for 3?
I think it was 4 for 4 because Zyra went down so early in the fight, and the fight lasted that long that Zyra actually respawned. But yeah, you're right. It was really even Stevens, that fight. Not much else could really be said. It was kind of the lack of DPS was showing, especially when Line 6 came into the fight, because that Vayne being able to get that many auto attacks onto exhausted Varus, like without being kind of disrupted or without losing that much HP, is kind of illegal. And just being able to do that, it kind of doesn't bode well for the side of Hollow Nightmares and like their futures team fighting. However, they do have a very good split push in terms of Silas, and they have good coverage in terms of like the Talia. Talia can be very good with the wall as
immediately condemned into the wall, going to try hit a W onto this Vayne. Perez falling so low, but Line 6 is going to be able to automatically hit the backline for free. Looking to be forced out of the fight now. Line 6 is still now looking to fight the front line. ManuEME is going to try walk away, but Line 6 is going to change onto this Pantheon. Lucky now going to fall as well. Double kill onto this side of this Vayne, and this Vayne is doing now so much damage. Mr. Gu going to fall now as well. It's triple kill for this Vayne, and it's not going well. It's going from bad to worse for Hollow Nightmares. And oh my lord, Galaxy Esports are really throwing everything onto Line 6 here, as ManuEME is going to try get an execute maybe, but I don't think it's going to work because Pedro's here, Line 6 is here, and that is a unofficial quadra kill for Line 6.
Yeah, and I think well deserved for the way that he's been performing in this this series so far. The Vayne pick coming out, it might be a wild guess out there, but he might be an ADC main with that positioning. Just brilliant positioning, not really hit by anything, even when he was stunned and when he accidentally rolled or tumbled under the unraveled earth. That soft and wet couldn't hit the piercing arrow. So, you know, is it a case of that Line 6 is performing really well, or is it the case of Hollow Nightmares are not performing well on their composition, and that they kind of really need to wake up and realize momentum is a factor in best of fives, and if they lose the momentum that they've got, then it could actually be a reverse sweep that we're going to see here. As Line 6 just picks up Barret, he's picking up a double kill in the mid lane.
Double kill. Line 6 not running away though. So look, he's going to land the W. Will actually unfortunately fall. It's going to be a shutdown handed over to him. Kaiser-chan trying to do everything possible to stop Majordedio taking his tower, but he's going to take it. But he is so tanky. The rupture going to just miss though. Majordedio maybe going to try continue to fight him as Silas is on his way down. The ward going to go down, but Manuem is here as well. Does have the ultimate available to hit the Chomps. Does actually manage to steal it. The rupture going to land as well. Kaiser-chan's doing everything possible to stay alive in this fight. Majordedio going to ultimate as well, but the Chomp is going to be used, and down goes the Cho'Gath. Rift Herald now being used. He's going to charge it down into that tower, and Hollow Nightmare slowly going to try and make their way back into this game.
Yeah, they're going to start. They're going to try and start it by taking the tier 2 in the bot side after, well, they lost their tier 3 in the mid lane. So an interesting decision of trade for the side of Hollow Nightmares, as the smite's going to come out to get rid of the Rift Herald. The Zyra
is in a tricky position though. Line 6 does have ultimate available really soon. He's going to look to chase down Majordedio. ManuEMEA is still up as well. Lucky running away as well. And Talia's on her way, but Rakan is hovering in the wings. Pedro P. Trez is going to try and look the ultimate as well. And it might just happen, Steve-O, as the in comes Broken Arrow, going to land the E. And in comes the Rakan ult as well. Perez picking up a kill. Lucky going down. And Mr. Goo in a difficult position now as well. Does use the weave as well, but it's not going to separate anyone just yet. Line 6 still looking to chase down Majordedio. He wants more blood. Pedro P. Trez going to land the Q, but Mr. Goo's not going to fall just yet. In comes the ultimate, and there is the final hour onto Majordedio, and it is your final hour, Majordedio, as you are going to fall to Line 6, and he is really dominating this game.
Yeah, 18 and 10 Vayne. You're so used to, you know, seeing scorelines like 18, and you're so used to following it with like a 1 or a 0, but 10 deaths for this Vayne. But I guess you could say that every death has been a good death because he's always got a kill or 2 out of it. Maybe there have been times where he hasn't, but majority of the time been traded a kill or 2, already at 3 items in 23 minutes. This Vayne is in such a strong position to carry this game, and the Xayah as well. The Xayah's almost at 3 items as well, 23 minutes into the game. It's such a rough position for Hollow Nightmares, and it's one of them. This could be going to game 4.
It really could have, Tomica, and Hollow Nightmares are really overstepping at the wrong times. The Kaiser-chan may have overstepped here, but Broken Arrow is also here. Mr. Goot is here. Soft and Wet just going to narrowly avoid the stun by the Zyra. Majordedio is hovering now as well as coming. Pedro P. Trez is slowly making his way towards his top lane. Xayah has so much damage now, almost 3 items, and it's going to be a struggle. But Vayne is just sitting in the bot lane, pushing this wave. Silas now forced to go towards that bot lane, and Hollow Nightmares are really being out macroed this game.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a difficult watch, if I'm being honest, just seeing that Hollow Nightmares have gone from game 1 being on the back foot to winning, game 2 being in such a commanding position, to then such a close game. Game number 3 now, they have to deal with one of the best late game champions who has been fed 25 minutes in, staring down a 3 item Vayne, almost a 3 item with Xayah. This is not going to be a fun, like, no team fights are going to be fun for the side of Hollow Nightmares. And if anything, they need to really recognize that this Silas is better on the split push. And it's absolutely not good in the team fight.
Not in the slightest, but that is going to be a Cloud Soul being picked up for Galaxy Esports. Such a vital soul, especially for a Vayne that is going to look to use to optimize that move speed and the ultimate cooldown as well. ManuEMEA is going to be forced to engage into line 6 here, but line 6 does not care, just going to look to take down the turret and doing so much damage into ManuEMEA here. In comes the Pantheon. ManuEMEA going to miss the Edo, unfortunately. Soft and Wet landing a perfectly piercing arrow, but down goes the exhaust as well. Line 6 doing so much possible to try to do anything to escape this, but Soft and Wet's going to pick up the kill, and it was so close, yet no cigar, as that maybe Baron buff being handed over to Galaxy Esports on the other side of the map. Imagine they're not going to do anything to take it away from them as the Chomp goes down.
Yeah, the Chomp secures the Baron better than any smite you could buy from the store. And line 6 is he's just a madman, complete psychopath, going onto the side lane, 3v1, dragging this Pantheon, and I believe it was Soft and Wet on this Varus, dragging them to the bot lane, giving his team a free Baron. This is going to be interesting now because Galaxy Esports have been in this position before. Yes, admittedly, with a little bit of a harder to execute composition. However, they have been in this position before of such a commanding lead. It's going to be interesting to see if this game is the game that they can finally close out the win.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm really interested to see how Hollow Nightmares try work their way back into this game. We can see there's a 5k gold lead almost. Mr. Goo going to try poke down Pedro P. Treads, and he's going to try get an engagement. That's exactly what he's going to try doing now. Hits the ult perfect, and Soft and Wet is going to be ignited. He's going to have to opt to flash away now as well. ManuEMEA does have the ultimate available, but he's not going to be getting onto it. This Cho'Gath is doing a fantastic job of zoning him off. He's forced to pop the ult to actually run away instead now, and Kaiser Champ is running down Hollow Nightmares. Perez is doing now a lot of damage as well. Mr. Goo going to fall on. ManuEMEA is left all alone, and line 6 wasn't even in that fight, Atomica, as ManuEMEA is now going to look to dash away now from the fight, and this could be game 3 being handed over to Galaxy Esports.
Yeah, game 4 will just go. Game 3, sorry, will just go to the way of Galaxy Esports, and admittedly, very much deserved victors for this game. Line 6, the absolute psychopathic madman on this Vayne, generated such a lead that then it allowed the rest of Galaxy Esports to run the map without any sort of contest, and they completely they completely wall Hollow Nightmares out of the game and take a very commanding 28-minute win.
Yeah, 100%. It was close for a moment, but line 6 really showed his dominance on that Vayne, and I think it's clear to see that you do not want to give this man any sort of carry, because he will really show his dominance. And we will take a quick 2-minute break, and we'll be back for maybe game 4.
You'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. You'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. You'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to game number 4 for between Hollow Nightmares and Galaxy Esports. we have had 3 absolutely amazing games. Game number 1, closest affair by far of the 3 games. Game number 2, Hollow Nightmares took an early lead. Galaxy Esports almost brought it back and had some incredible backdoor attempts, but still Hollow Nightmares came out with the victory. Game number 3, Galaxy Esports, Vayne, that's all I have to say. Brilliant gameplay by Line 6. But now, with Fearless Draft, that Vayne out the picture. A lot of meta ADCs out the picture. We're going to see the adjustments in bans as we're already seeing Poppy, Mordekaiser, Lulu, and Milio all off the table for game number 4, with Gwen following suit. Very interesting opening bans from the side of Galaxy Esports because they haven't swayed from their ban philosophy. Ban these annoying enchanters that can stop our engage and stop our lockdown, and we will be fine. Hollow Nightmares.
I really want to know what they don't like with Lulu. I would love to know.
Yeah, that's what I would also love to know. That is also what I would love to know.
I'd love to know what they don't like with Lulu.
Yordles are cute. I don't know why they don't want to see it. But anyway, the Gwen also being banned away by Hollow Nightmares, and finally Vex being banned away by Galaxy Esports. This is what I love about Fearless. Bans change because champs are banned automatically. This is what I love about Fearless. It's great. Like, I cannot see any reason why Vex is banned here other than the fact that Galaxy Esports are cooking up some dashes. This could be an Aurelia lock-in for Line 6, who has quite a lot of mastery on this Aurelia, as the Jinx is locked in for Hollow Nightmares on the very first pick on the blue side. Very strong pick. I'm surprised it's taken until game 4 to come out. I've played a lot of Jinx in my solo queue adventures, and Jinx is very strong. Only real time she's weak is in that early laning phase, and even then, you're not really looking to do much as the Jinx, and it's just so much fun to play. As Kai'Sa is the option into it from Galaxy Esport, this automatically has, in my opinion, sent them down a bit of a draft hole, because you really need someone that's able to set up for this Kai'Sa, give her some good dashes, give her some good killer instincts in. However, she is also really good at setting herself up. So let's see if Galaxy Esports kind of fall down that trap or not, which looks like they're not doing, because they are picking the Nautilus. Nautilus, a very strong pick into Jinx, but we are now going to see Hollow Nightmares have the option to retaliate with a support that's good into Nautilus, whether that be Thresh, whether that be, he's banned, so a bad example, but I was going to say, or Milio, and maybe even Leona, and take the trade on the engagers. We're not sure. Could he also even be a Morgana for that spell shield? We'll wait and see. As a Mumu, it's looking like it's going to be locked in. A good flex for Hollow Nightmares, flexing between that jungle position and that support position. It could go anywhere, which is always the fun thing about flex picks, because realistically right now it's too early to say where this Amumu is going to be stronger, personally. So it's going to be just interesting to see how this Amumu is going to be slotted into this draft, as we wait for Hollow Nightmares to pick their third. So it's Taric, so we don't know where the Amumu's gone.
Picked. Yeah, I think it was, you kind of, I think you anticipated the Amumu was going to be jungle, right? I don't think the Amumu support has been as good in the past couple of patches.
Yeah, absolutely agree. As Galaxy Esports locking Gragas, that's a very good pick. That's actually a really strong pick. Massive amounts of disruption against Taric as well, who really wants the team to be clumped together to get as much value out of his ultimate and his healing as possible. So Gragas being there to be able to throw that cask, get rid of everyone, go, nope, no invincibility for all of you. You have to choose.
Against the Amumu is so brilliant. The Amumu is going to look to engage at every opportunity available, and that cask is going to do everything. And especially when that Jinx gets excited, if you can immediately push her away, oh god, it's going to be trouble for Hollow Nightmares. We see a Vi being banned away then, Alessandra.
Yeah, Vi knocking away. I think that Hollow Nightmares are trying to think of champs that can kind of really be disruptive for this Jinx. So Vi's a good one. Galaxy Esports banning away Lysandra and Rumble. And I'm not seeing the Rumble hype personally, but I do understand why Lissandra just, ease in onto all of them, presses hierarchy on herself, creates that slow zone, makes it basically just a kill zone for Jinx. So
The Rumble being banned away again as well. I guess Galaxy Esports really don't like the Rumble.
yeah, I have a feeling that they're banning things because they don't want to face it rather than it's good against them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which again, like comfortability, we know is something that is
Yeah.
important, as we mentioned before. So it does make a lot of sense. But they're going to reply a Hollow Nightmares with a Jarvan being taken away. I guess that makes sense pairing it with a Nautilus engage.
Yeah, absolutely. And pairing it with Gragas as well creates a massive zone to just throw that cask in, deal all that damage.
Ivan,
Yeah, get him out for them out. But Ivan, hello, Ivan. We like Ivan.
I mean, as a jungle main, I love Ivern. He's genuinely one of my favorite champions to play. My issue with this is he's fantastic for utility, but if your team can't play around an Ivern, and the issue here is that I feel like Galaxy Esports are solely reliant on Kaiser getting a lead.
Yeah,
If Kaiser doesn't get fed this game, there's no way back into it.
yeah, absolutely agreed. And by locking, like you said, like locking in the Ivan, by forcing all this pressure on the Kaiser, this now means, I mean, it gives it's a very much a double-edged sword, right? Because it gives Galaxy Esports
That is
now,
not good for Galaxy Esports.
That's not good
The
at all.
perfect pick into the Nautilus, the perfect pick into the Gragas cask, and I really, really like to see Aurelia.
Yeah, it was gotta be. They banned Vex, who is an anti-dash champion. They banned Milio and they banned Lulu, who can do quite well into Aurelia. Aurelia dash in, and then Polymorph, and then Lissandra as well. I guess because she dashes in, just press W under tower, run away. It's not great. It's not a great matchup for Aurelia. So they really set this Aurelia pick up, and this is the one champ that Line 6 had on file that could be potentially picked.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Line 6 is fantastic at these carry champions. We know that they absolutely love to play someone that can really dominate that laning phase, especially with we know how unbelievably confident they are in that. That being said, it very much still could be an Aurelia top lane. We don't know. We've seen stranger things happen. We didn't expect the Vayne mid last game. And it very much could be that. And again, I think Galaxy Esports have flexed their draft again to a point where we're not even 100% certain where it's going to go.
Yeah. And I just want to bring up this Gragas pick, right? I know I did a lot of talking about it literally about 2 minutes ago, but I want to bring it up again. I think this Gragas has literally, I don't know if you've seen the video of the Shy when he fails the E over the wall and then misses the cask, right? Greatest video ever. Genuinely one of the funniest things I've ever seen. But this Gragas, right? It has the potential to be so damaging for Hollow Nightmares that it's got to be awful, right? One explosive cask hit completely disjoints this Taric from, say, the Jinx or the Mel. They are so isolated and just such easy targets to just collapse on.
Yeah,
and
but that's kind of the issue, right? I feel like they're very reliant on that being a thing. And if they don't actually manage to pull that off and that disruption, then it could then become a problem for Galaxy Esports, because they're, again, kind of reliant on their 2 carries getting leads. And if you're Madriderio, you're kind of looking to just play super safe and look to build as much armor as possible, because they don't actually have that much AP damage on the side of Galaxy Esports.
Actually. I was about to say, respectfully, I disagree, but no, you're kind of right. Because this Kai'Sa is gonna go. I'm going to assume that the build is going to be Kraken Slayer, Ginsu's, Nash's.
Probably Ginsu's into
So,
like
yeah.
maybe Wits End.
Yeah.
You don't really need
like the
Wits
full
End.
attack
Well, you do
speed.
actually against the Mel. Yeah.
And
I
then
mean, there is the other option
Aurelia.
of going Infinity Edge and going the Navori Flicker Blade like build, but the assumption is probably Rage Blade would be better suited just because the full lack of AP this game, which I'd expect to see maybe the Gragas going full glass cannon Gragas. The only issue with that was you're very all or nothing, and you're in, and once you're in, you kind of don't really escape. Yes, you can get a one shot, but if you don't hit that and you don't combo that perfectly, then it kind of is a struggle.
Yeah, it will be a struggle. And I want to now focus our attention on Aurelia. That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
Because Aurelia is such a 50-50 champ. It's so unreal. Like, it's going to be so difficult for this Aurelia if there at any point she gets behind. It's going to be so difficult to play, and I'm running out of talking points because it's two very sort of one-dimensional drafts on what they want to do that you can't really expand on what they want to do because what they want to do is so obvious. Like Hollow Nightmare, and that sounds like such a nothing point, but let me explain. Hollow Nightmares clearly want to go in. Amumu, Malphite, two engages that are quite difficult to stop. Then they're also planning on the chance that they're on the back foot in the fight. Taric, Mel, right? And Amumu even. Amumu's got great zoning potential. So Taric, Amumu on that back foot can play really well as Mel, because Mel is a bit like Syndra where she can cast whilst walking. So it can play well either going forward or going back. And Galaxy Esports, they just want to go in. Like they don't care. They don't care what's in front of them. They just want to go in. They want to go bang, bang, bang. We want to take the front foot on this fight. We have the Ivern to back up and be our sustain. We have two very strong tankier champs in Nautilus and Gragas. We have Aurelia, who is just a lifesteal machine. And then we have Kai'Sa, who could dive into your backline. And if at any point one of them is isolated, we're going to kill them. So you can't really expand on that because you just, like, any league player that has like played this game before can look at these champs and can go, I know what Hollow Nightmares want to do, and I know what Galaxy Esports want to do.
Yeah, my concern is how Galaxy Esports deal with the Mel. Now, very much they are champions that want to dash it, want to jump in immediately. You said it with Kai'Sa, you said it with, the Aurelia as well. But Mel's ability to execute is just so good, kind of unnoticed with her ultimate as well, and especially when she gets the lead, it does so much damage as well, and she's so long range that I don't think Galaxy Esports are able to deal with that unless they go in quite quickly, because they will quite quickly get poked out of these fights unless they immediately dash in, which obviously they have the ability to with the Nautilus, as you said, being able to hawk and ult in as well. But Galaxy Esports have to be quick with their engagers, because the Mel will very much have the ability to poke down. The Jinx one as well with the W, and the Rocket's available too. So I very much expect Hollow Nightmares to maybe wait for Galaxy Esports to engage, because yeah, they have a fantastic engage themselves with the Amumu and the Rakan, but they also have an even better counter engage as well, which Galaxy Esports don't necessarily have. They have the Gragas, which is great for disengage, and the utility of an Ivern is fantastic. That being said, I do very much expect it to be a point of waiting for one person to engage, and either whoever does it first may come out on top, or it'll be who can, engage again, and the counter engage can be perfect. Because if Galaxy Esports engage too soon, Taric ult gets procced and you kind of become a little bit worthless.
Yeah, and I really want to pick up on what you were saying about the Gragas, right? That Gragas disengage can either be the greatest disengage you've ever seen in your life, or really just the true king of all calamities, right? Like, it could be absolutely incredible, or it could be awful. And you don't want it to be the calamitous option, because then we will be denied a game 5 of this amazing series. But on the other hand, sometimes Gragas ults cannot work the way you want them to do. And it can be very finicky with hitboxes. So what seems like a good disengage might end up throwing a Taric stun into the two people you don't want it to stun. And then it becomes an absolute calamity. And everyone's like, oh my god, that Gragas is trolling, when you're not. It's just a funny hitbox has completely trolled you.
I very much worry for Galaxy Esports in the late game. Now, I know Kai'Sa scales incredibly well, but Gragas eventually hits some kind of wall. Yes, he will still do damage. Yes, be able to hit people down. But Hollow Nightmares have a very, very tanky team that also have so much sustain with the Mel, with the Reflect. The Malphite will just become a rock that is completely unstoppable. And also the Taric is such a fantastic pick. I can't emphasize enough how amazing this Taric pick is for Hollow Nightmares. And I do worry that they're not going to have enough damage to take down this Jinx fast enough, especially if he gets excited, because Taric will just be able to just run through people and just consistently keep his team alive.
Yeah, and we're now loaded into the game, and we're seeing where everyone is going. So we were correct, Gragas top, Aurelia mid, that sort of thing. So yeah, I'm
surprised we don't see an invade here, really, though. For
yeah,
I think we got a Nautilus hook, and the level 1 for is not that great for Hollow Nightmares. So I am quite surprised to see it. But it looks like I think Hollow Nightmares are expecting exactly that. The Yassian posturing quite defensively in the bush towards the red side, but I'm very surprised to see that they're not looking to engage here. But at least Hollow Nightmares have anticipated it, but Galaxy Esports gonna opt otherwise. So what do you think, Atomica? Would you look to engage here in the early game?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have Line 6, who has consistently shown that he has the hand advantage over ManuEMEA in laning phase. So why not level 1? Just see what you can do with your hands and your mechanics, and just really just kind of throw anything at the wall and see what sticks. Especially when you have such good setup with the Nautilus, like we're seeing here. The Kai'Sa and the Nautilus going to sit in the bush, but I think that Hollow Nightmares are going to sort of realize that that's going on, and they just take
it was really nicely played there. If you watch the way Hollow Nightmares bot lane postured, they were really clever in just playing around the minions in a range where they knew the Nautilus couldn't hit them, but they also knew that the Nautilus hook couldn't go anywhere, they couldn't even walk up for an auto attack either. So it was really nicely played. Pedro Pietrez is going to just hover around and just kind of pressure people off, but this Taric will throw stuns at you all day long. The one thing I kind of... and never mind, there's going to be an engagement. Lucky again. Line 6 being really aggressive here.
Oh my god!
That was a extremely interesting play. Line 6 kind of throwing himself into the bush as Line 6 just kind of falls down quite quickly. Pedro Pietrez is going to miss the first hook he throws out, but yeah, I'm intrigued to see... That was interesting.
He flashed over the wall for that. That was like an auto navigator pilot sort of play, because he'd done it 2 or 3 games in a row. He thought he could get away with it for the 4th game, and this time, Hollow Nightmares was so much more ready for that. I don't know what it was. It was like a bloody Sky Striker engaged Hawk dive bomb thing. He just flashed over the wall, went for it, got the stun, respectfully so, got the stun, but in the end, it was completely not worth. And the Mel execute came in before any healing could get done. And now Mel's on the board, has an advantage, and got a free base off as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing I wanted to talk about is Ivan's ability to clear and get some kind of lead and capitalizing on that. We've seen that this Ivan with level 4 at pretty much 3 minutes 20, like 3 minutes 10 basically, and that is the power of the Ivan, especially when you have the double smite available too. And you really hope that you can capitalize on this lead. He's going to be fighting the bot lane, but nothing is going to come of it just yet. Soft and wet, just trying to lay off some little bits of damage to pressure off Galaxy Esports bot lane. But back to the Ivan point is, Ivan is very, very good at kind of just ensuring that he is the first to finish his kind of camps, which you can see he has done as well. But the important thing is yes, you will be one of the first to, you know, completely clear, but it's how you capitalize on that and how you really, like, you know, work on your lead that you've just gained in that small little time period, because those minutes really make a difference to a jungler. He's being the first to clear and possibly get a double scuttle, which he looks like he might do here because he does have another smite available as well. It really can change how the jungler leads the path.
Yeah, I think that I agree with that. I think that Ivan is a very silly champ. I will just leave that out there before very swiftly moving on.
It's very fun to play.
He's very fun. It's like it's a bit like a gimmick character, right? You know, like, oh, he's the you know, the dad of the jungle, right? And all of them look up to him, or like they're friends with him. So it's like, oh, he doesn't have to actually take the camps. So it's like if this champ was released in like April, I wouldn't have been surprised if people thought it was kind of like an April Fool's thing. You know, like,
I get that completely. But speaking about
joke.
He is looking to take the Drake here as Galaxy Esports doing that typical thing and looking to take the first Drake in the game. Hollow Nightmares know they're on it, but can't quite do anything just yet. There's going to be a fight in the mid lane though, as Aurelia is dashing on now. The Moon's going to try to do something as well, but Lance is going to pick up a kill.
Oh, we missed it.
The bandage shot, however, would have been really nice if it hit that, because we would be able to take line 6 down. Pedro Petra is going to take a tower shot, and line 6 again showing his dominance in this laning phase.
Well, now we're at Twilight. I look a bit like a Joker with me saying that Mel's on the board, but dies to the level 6. I say, oh, okay.
Matradenio getting a solo kill onto a Gragas. Line 6 on is quite a difficult situation. The bandage toss hit him. The E does hit from Aurelia, but line 6 is maybe going to fall down to this Mel. It does unfortunately go to the Amumu. I think ZenithLeagueEMEA and Lucky were hoping they could give the kill over to the Mel there, but either way, it's still a kill. This Pedro Petres is still level 3 though, however. Kaiser now level 5, just misses the W. Pedro Petres is going to look to engage here. Does opt to hook backwards instead. I think he got a little bit scared there, Atomica.
Yeah, he was definitely scared. He thought that Jinx was going to kill him. So he ran away. He was like, I ain't going to be a puppet. I ain't going to, you know, run in like a man on strings. Like, oh, I'm going to go die now. He wanted to survive. And that is why I love Nautilus a little bit, like in terms of the hook, because it's such a funky mechanic. He could be a little bit like a, I don't know, like a magician of sorts, right? You can walk at someone, generate the pressure, and then go, I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the hitbox on Nautilus hook is kind of stupid as well, because just when you think it's not going to hit, it does hit. Because it kind of goes, the hitbox for the range of the hook is like side to side, isn't it? Not based off the width of it, which is very silly in my opinion, because it's the most outrageous length ever. Line 6 going to land a stun here. I don't think he's going to die because the reflect is available, but Lucky and Matradenio are going to look to fight Kaiser Charm and Broken Arrow here on these Void Grubs though. First Void Grub is going to go over to Galaxy Esports, as is the second and the third one by the looks of it. Hollow Nightmare is just opting to back off from this. I think the one thing I've noticed this series is that they're very willing to concede these early objectives.
Yeah, and one thing I want to ask, right, is what do we think the Void Grubs actually are? Right, whilst nothing's going on in the game. What do we think? Oh, okay, never mind. The bandage shot lands.
Yeah, though, for a minute because Mel and Amumu doing so much damage, and there is the execute that I said, Atomica. It does so much damage. People don't realize how much it does, and this is the worry for Galaxy Esports. Yes, to get the objectives early, but how easy it is for Hollow Nightmares to execute this CC and their team comp is so incredible that I really fear for Galaxy Esports towards this late game.
But this is full AP Malphite in the top lane as well. Have you seen the Lost Chapter?
I am very worried for the life of this Kaiser.
This Kaiser ain't gonna survive in Malphite Aura. That's so unfortunate. But yeah, that was a very big kill in the mid lane. Like you said, the Mel execute popped off. It really did. It was there. It came in like a saving grace almost, that meant that this Aurelia fell early and couldn't really lifesteal back up with her dashes. But like you said, the Mel execute and the damage coming out from Amumu and Mel, very, very big. As the bandage toss lands.
He's going to land another bandage toss. Lucky hitting the shots when he needs. The Perez is falling so low now, soft and wet. Azza is walking so close to him. Not going to be able to do enough damage though. As Pedro Pitres is going to try to save his life and manages to do that, but Pedro Pitres might be sacrificed in return now as well. No ult available. Falling so low, but down goes Carousel, and Mel is going to pick another kill. Manu Eme as line 6 trades 1-for-1, and this Mel is now 3-for-1. But no fight's finished just yet though. Magiderio is going to have to ult away now from this Gragas, and it is going crazier and crazier this game.
Yeah, and I really think that line 6 needs to be careful, because he could fall into the kind of bottomless trap hole that is constantly dying on Aurelia, right? Like, he wants to get to a point where he's getting kills whilst he's dying, and right now he's not getting to that point consistently enough. He needs to really take a step back, focus on that farm, get those boots completed, and as soon as he gets those boots alongside that Blade of the Ruin King, he could be as greedy as he wants. He could be a whole pot of greed, right? But it doesn't matter, because he will get the kill that meant that pressure was worth it, and then on the opposite side of the map, the objectives could be fine. And it would be almost like a graceful charity thing to his team. He's donating his life, the ultimate sacrifice, so that then on the opposite side of the map, they can start those objectives, get close to that feat of warfare, and get those upgraded boots.
Fight in the middle though, Tomic, and Mel's had to flash away though, falling so low. And it is just as you said about line 6 being too aggressive and diving in and falling into that trap. He dives again in the tower, and Mel is able to escape again. But that doesn't mean that Amumu's not here to try to save the day. Lucky is landing another bandage toss. Mel is going to try hit an E though, and Lucky picks up a solo kill on line 6, and it's the commentator curse again, Atomica. You're exactly right. Line 6 falling into that such an easy trap and needing to go in as Aurelia.
Yeah, it's the Aurelia curse, isn't it? It's almost like a Lee Sin curse. You know, you hit the Q, it's the Lee Sin, it's the Lee syndrome, isn't it? Like, you hit the Q and you're like, oh, it's not a good Q, but I've got to do it. They hit the stun and it's like, oh, I got a reset on my Q.
Yeah, you're like, my mind's telling me no, but you can't. You gotta go in. You gotta go in. Yeah, I fully understand it, but yeah, I think that line 6 is kind of trying to play a little bit too aggro this game. It worked last game on the main, but unfortunately, it might not quite work against him. Mel has so much ability to stay in the tower. He's going again. Manu is going to walk away, taking a lot of damage now, but does have the passive available now in case the dive is here. Lucky going to look to protect now as well. Pedro Pitres is going to look up in the mid lane, but he doesn't realise he's there. The bandage shot's going in, the E just going to hit, and he's falling so low, and there's the execute as well. Lucky landing another bandage shot, saving it perfectly for Pedro Pitres. Pedro Pitres does actually not have flash available, and he's going to fall down again, and this is a 5-1 Mel in the mid lane at Atomica.
Yeah, and if I'm on the side of Galaxy Esports, I'm begging, I'm pleading with line 6 to just stop. Because this Mel, no matter how fed the Aurelia gets on those trades, it doesn't matter how fed she gets it, because if Amel is 7-1 or 5-1 right she is right now and gets even more kills from this point forward.
Broken are in a difficult position now though, Tomica, because in comes the Malphite, in comes the Taric stun, and he is now dead. And that's one thing I wanted to talk about, is this Ivern. It's not a bad pick in terms of utility, but as I said to you earlier, if your team cannot play against a Malphite around an Ivern, he becomes practically worthless. Down goes the Taric ult as well though, or Lucky. He's not going to want to re-engage just yet. The Malphite ult is available any second now. The Rocket is now
right?
Kaiser Cham in a difficult position now. Not actually opting to dive though. I think they realise that Lion 6 could potentially roam up. But back to my point, Ivern is such a worthless champion if you cannot play around him, and unfortunately for Ivern, he's had zero impact on this early game. Yes, I know he's had Drakes, but the importance of playing someone like Ivern is you can get a lead, but never mind about that, because Mano is going to be taken down immediately, and there's going to be a shutdown handed over to Line 6, maybe making up for the fact that he's dived way too many times. Maybe Soft and Wet in a similar position here. Perez and Pedro Petrez might not to engage here, but Mr. Gu arriving at the right time. What are your thoughts on this Ivern jungle so far, Atomica?
It has done nothing. No, that's unfair to say. He just hasn't had the chance to impact yet, because Line 6 is taking all of these weird fights, and it's very obvious that Galaxy Esports are playing for this Aurelia, right? And you are Galaxy Esports' strongest soldier. You must, we will play for you, and everything will be for you, so you have to carry us. When they do have Perez in the bot lane, who is just silently farming away, and this Ivern really needs to he doesn't really need to do anything, because he can just farm and get the items and everything. As we see
Stun manually going to miss, so the rocket not going to hit, but in comes another bandage shot as well. Ultimate isn't quite available just yet for a Mumu. He's going to fall though, so shutdown going out for Perez, as Mr. Gu is also going to have to walk away now as well. Ivern is on his way. Down goes the Sun. Nice reflect though by Mel. Mano MA falling quite low, but there's another dash as well. Misses the E unfortunately as well. Line 6 doing so much damage now. The execute not going to land just in time. The ultimate proc not going off. That's a stun now onto Pedro Petrez. Daisy is now in play as well, and Line 6, although he's picking so many fights, Manu MA can't quite deal with him.
Yeah, I'm eating my words about this Aurelia, right? I mean, he's now getting those kills off.
Missing the ultimate though. In comes the Q as well. Line 6 won't have enough to walk away from this one unless Ivern can save the day. In comes the shield. Perfectly timed, and Line 6 is going to manage to walk away. The Malignant's not doing enough just yet to take him down.
Yep, and it is... Yeah, that is just Aurelia, I think. 2 and 6 lands 1 stun. As a immobile mage, you're just dead. Not calling for anyone to nerf Aurelia, because Aurelia had that, I think it was like an entire season where she was just useless. But showing off Line 6, showing off his skill on this Aurelia, and this Aurelia now very slowly, very surely becoming a problem alongside this Kaiser Perez Roman. Perez Soman. Oh my god, his name's so hard to say when you say the full name instead of just Perez, no?
That's why I just say Perez.
Yeah, we're just going to say Perez from now on. But Perez, right? He's been silently, again, he's done it every game, silently farmed in the bot lane. He's at 100 kills since his
fight though here, though, Atomica, as the stun actually lands onto Line 6, perfectly timed as well. The rocket going to hit, the execute going to go down by Mano Emme. In comes the Rock Madriderio, landing that perfect ultimate onto Line 6. Broken arrow now falling Ravelo as well. The Ivern is going to be used, but Perez is going to maybe capitalize on Lucky being in a difficult position here. Mano Emme doing as much damage as possible. Daisy is now being thrown at people, and the pick up the vital kill onto Line 6. And Nautilus is going to engage on Pedro Petrez. That's not who you want to engage on, because the rest of the team is there, and Manu Emme reflects perfectly, and they're going to look to chase down Perez here as well. Perez is going to look to E away. Mr. Gu, Soft and Wet, Madriderio and Manu Emme going to look to take the Drake here. Not going to chase down Perez. Perez is going to be zoned off this Drake, and I have to opt to stay under his tower. Madriderio doesn't care what he does, and this will be the first Drake of this game handed over to Hollow Nightmares.
Yeah, and I think that Line 6 was thinking, the grass is looking greener for me right now. I've got some kills behind, in my pocket. I've got 2 items. I can maybe look to do something, but it was a bit of a step too far to try and take that fight. Or what was it? I think it was a 3v5 in the others. We do see Perez.
Soft and Wet falling so low, they're in a difficult position. That's not who you want to be 1v1ing, though. Perez is now on a killing spree, and just when you thought Line 6 might be a very strong threat this game, Perez is doing so much damage now. Doesn't realize that Pedro Pietrez is on his way as well. They may look to potentially dive here. The ultimate for a Mumu isn't yet available. Mr. Gu going to have to try do something to protect this tower, but it's not going to be enough though, because they are going to look to take the second tower of the third tower of the game here. All tier 1 turrets are now down, and Galaxy Esports are really doing a good job of keeping themselves ahead, Hollow Nightmare, sorry, are struggling in this game, and Galaxy Esports are doing a really good job of really bringing themselves back into this game in terms of the macro.
Yeah, and they've been very strong from the get-go, really taking tier 1 top, taking tier 1 mid, taking tier 1 bot, and Perez again has just seen zero pressure, as has been game 1, game 2, and with game 3. And just very silently becoming, as we see
Majidetio in a difficult position though. Kaiser Cham does have the cask available, but it blows him away, unfortunately. Mr. Gu and Airlucky are here now. The stun is going to land, but it's going to be perfectly timed by a bomber stun to the face. The belly flop hitting perfectly timed as he stops seeing Mumu. ZenithLeagueEMEA are going to have to try pressure off Perez and Pedro Pietrez here. But the Rift Herald is available. Going to try charge it into play, but it may be in a difficult position. He falls out of this as well. Going to look to opt to move it out of the way, and smartly played as he opts to not dive into the tower but pull it away to the top lane.
Ivan just died.
Ivan just died for nothing out of nowhere. But in comes the rest of Hollow Nightmares. Kaiser Cham not going to be able to walk away from this one. Pedro Pietrez getting stunned as well. In comes a perfect bandage toss. They're going to look up to focus the Gragas first. Gragas going to dive over the wall. The rocket not available for Soft and Wet. Looking going to land a perfect bandage toss onto Kaiser Cham. In comes the cask. The Q landed on from Majidetio, but Gragas going to be able to walk away from this. He's not going to be able to pick up a kill. Down in the bot lane though, Line 6 looking to pick up the second tier turret in this bot side as well. And Hollow Nightmares are struggling on the side of keeping their towers alive.
Yeah, I think Soft and Wet is just playing way too passively. He needs to recognize that he is Jinx and that he needs items and gold, right? And if you're not farming well, then you need to start trying to farm somewhere else. That was an easy double kill if they kept on chasing that, and that could have been converted into an Atacon, because ZenithLeagueEMEA was fine on the side lane. Line 6 had no kill pressure, but then because Soft and Wet stopped chasing and went to the bot lane to try and cover, this now gives Galaxy Esports the freest Atacon of their life. And now Hollow Nightmares, after such a strong start in terms of ganking mid lane, getting Line 6 behind, they've just given Perez almost 10 CS a minute, an Atacon, 2 Drakes, which now have 25% increased stats, and they've lost all of their tier 2s pretty much, and they're going to lose that tier 2 in the top lane soon. It's not looking good for Hollow Nightmares.
Now, and it really shows the importance of macro within this game. There's still 4k gold ahead at Galaxy Esports, and it shows how well they prioritize objectives this game. Even though Hollow Nightmares are ahead on kills, they are in the right place on this Mel, but this Jinx is falling really far behind this Kai'Sa. And just when I said that this Kai'Sa needs to stay ahead this game in order to have any chance of winning this game, Perez has done exactly that. And you're absolutely right, no pressure in this bot side, and that's been this trouble for the entirety of this series, as you said. Is Perez been allowed to free farm, and they've not anticipated how much damage Perez can do on the champion that he has available.
Yeah, and Kai'Sa is a notorious carry, right? Everyone knows Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's kind of one of those champions. I remember it used to be, I think, if you ask kind of ADC mains before Kai'Sa was released, who do you need to know how to play to be classed as an ADC main? It would have been Ezreal. And now if you ask them, since Kai'Sa's release and Kai'Sa's been through the patches, you know, the strengths, the weakness and everything, I think that you would be hard to not find a majority for Kai'Sa learning how to play to be able to play ADC, because she's one of those champions that you need to know the damage for.
Down
You
goes the
need to know
reflect though
everyone.
from ManuEMEA in the bot lane. The reflect is going to just not be enough though. Lion6 going to pick up a kill. Can he walk away from this fight? Not just yet though. Lucky hits the bandage toss. Soft and Wet picking up the kill, but in the meantime, that might be Drake handed over to Galaxy Esports. We're going to try to stop him here. Mr. Goo, however, is going to walk straight into Pedro Pitrez. There's a TP, however, coming in. The Gragas coming into play now, and that is going to be Drake number 4 handed over to Galaxy Esports. Now on Soul Point. Going to look to push down the mid lane now as well. And just when Hollow Nightmares pick up a kill, the rest of Galaxy Esports pick up an objective.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. Just what I was talking about, I should say, the graceful charity of Line 6, just dying, dragging 4 players, or even all 5 of them, to the side lane, and then it just gives them a free Drake. And Galaxy Esports, again, are getting so much value off this Atakan that it's so like difficult to play the game right now as Hollow Nightmares. It's a bit like game 1, but the only issue is that this Mel has been fed, right?
In comes the Imumu though. Imumu going to miss the bandage toss, but in comes the Unstoppable Force. However, this Meld now doing so much damage. Down goes the execute onto Kaiser. Line 6 is now here. Down goes the Taric ult. Line 6 not be able to do anything as he is exhausted as well. Another stun being missed. Or Soft and Wet now falling so low. Gragas going to land a perfect stun onto Soft and Wet, but down goes another stun. Taric doing so much work now. Mel now picking up another kill. It's a double kill for Mel, and Pedro Pitrez is going to try walk away. But the triple kill goes to ManuEMEA, and that is going to be a tier 1 being picked up in the mid lane as they may look to try push for this Baron that spawned perfectly for them.
Yeah, Madridedio and Mr. Gu take a bow. They really pulled away the white veil that Galaxy Esports were pulling over this game. Brilliant engage from Madridedio. And then Mr. Gu to follow it up with that stun. Brilliant stun, hit 3 of them. Kaiser completely caught, deals 0 damage the entire fight, and then you see how Galaxy Esports composition just falls apart. They're like, they look like, I don't know, 7 different coloured fish trying to find their way out. Was it stolen? No, it wasn't stolen. Oh my
God. The Jinx saved the Baron. Good effort by Broken Arrow, and you are absolutely right, Atomica. I would love to give my props, especially to Mr. Goo, that fight. The amount of stuns that were hit at the right time, ensuring he was locked onto the right person. The ultimate went down just as Line 6 looked for his engage, just as he looked to proc his ultimate. The exhaust went down perfectly as he then looked to re-engage. The second the Taric ultimate fell off everyone, and it was brilliantly played. And Line 6 almost became completely pointless in that fight because he couldn't get an engage because Mr. Goo was everywhere that he looked.
Yeah, Mr. Goo was ready for the stun, was ready for everything. And even then, when Line 6 did manage to get onto the back line, onto Soft and Wet, it didn't matter because Soft and Wet had the flash and also had the Taric ultimate.
Tiger's having a difficult position though. Oh, never mind. Apologies.
Like, yeah, no, he almost got done. He almost got done, but he managed to dash away. But this is now such a precarious position because we are actually literally dead even in gold. And it's very much now a case of who makes the first mistake. And that sounds like such a negative way to view the game, but it's such a truth. Like, it's such a true way to view it for this game. Whoever makes the first mistake will then lose their grip on the game. And you don't want it to be you. And it's going to be very difficult for ManuEMEA, who has been having a bit of a difficult game in terms of the actual 1v1 against Line 6, to really like kind of not step up and to not make that mistake, as Line 6 is going to look to take the vision but can't.
Yeah, he's playing a little bit aggressively. I think he's still trying to capitalize on his lead and try to show that he still can do a lot of damage. But the issue is ManuEMEA is now so strong that any engage that hits and ManuEMEA is there, he can just do everything possible to try to take people down, because the amount of just AoE damage that this Mel does, and especially alongside the execute, that if Perez even falls a little bit below half HP, it's going to be a struggle for this Kaiser to stay in the fight.
3-item Mel. This is going to be rough.
Yeah, the 3-item Mel now got the Blackfire Torch, Leandrin, and the Shadow Flame, which is going to be so vital against this Kaiser and this Aurelia, especially the Aurelia that's now got the Wit's End as well. Dragon is spawning in 16 seconds. This would be sold if Galaxy Esports can take it. Mr. Gu looking to maybe try capitalize on anyone that steps a little bit too close. Magiderio is now so tanky, has opted for the Malignance, but has also opted for the Thornmail as well. Kaiser will struggle to take him down. Kaiser Cham in a difficult position though now. Going to look to engage him as well. He's going to fall so quickly, but Magiderio's looked to turn on Perez instead. In comes the Tarical, but it's not quite hit everyone just yet. Soft and wet is forward to line 6. Line of 6 is going to fall, but in comes ManuEMEA. ManuEMEA not going to hit. They execute the line 6 fall, and ManuEMEA is now unstoppable though. Kaiser Cham pushing everyone down. Perez is just hitting everyone for free, and Kaiser Cham follows people, but that is a ace for Galaxy Esports. And what happened?
Yeah, I actually don't know what happened. I think this is actually going to be the end. Galaxy Esports are going to win, but I think that they just chained their ultimates onto the wrong target. I believe that they went onto Kaiser Cham believing that he was out of position, but look at the build of Kaiser Cham. It's so tanky. Thimble, Winter, Rod of Ages. It's so deceptively tanky, and you're burning all of the ultimates. It meant that Galaxy Esports just had the freest win. And they saw the vision, and it resonated amongst the team, and they just went, yeah, we can go. And Perez, absolute MVP of this game, completely just ran that game.
Absolutely. Game number 4 goes to Galaxy Esports, and we will be back in a minute for an absolute banger of a series.
Do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. Do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. You'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you.
And we are back for an unbelievable series. We promised you a banger of a series, and it has been exactly that. Game number 5. Who would have predicted this would ever happen? But we are back in with draft number 5. Immediately, the first ban's shown straight away. Galaxy Esports throwing away that Lulu, and the Poppy and the Mordekaiser immediately been banned away by Hollow Nightmares. I think it's pretty obvious that neither of these teams like any of these champions, Atomica, because they come up every single time.
Yeah, it's I don't know anymore, man. Like, they're banning away things that I don't personally see. And I mean, you know what? Fair play to Galaxy Esports. They switched up the draft a little bit. Like, they switched up their bans a little bit. They're banning Amelia, they're banning the Lulu, and then they ban another option that they think is going to be really detrimental to their composition. Like Hollow Nightmares, I think have banned the same 3 champs throughout the entire series.
Yeah, I think they have genuinely.
I think it is just Poppy, Mordekaiser, Gwen that they have banned out. And now, again, Galaxy Esports are banning away something that they think will be detrimental to their composition. And they've done it every time, and it's worked for them. Well, not every time. They've done it for Game 3 and Game 4, and it's worked for them. And they are on the cusp of an unbelievable reverse sweep.
They are, really, really are. And the Ezreal is going to be the first pick for this final game of the series. We saw the Lysandra and the Milio being banned away from Hollow Nightmares as well. So it will be the Ezreal being picked first for Hollow Nightmares. And in reply, Galaxy Esports have locked in the Aphelios. Interesting matchup, I think. Both will want to look to scale into the late game as well, but I expect Hollow Knight to maybe draft a slightly longer range comp this game, maybe to work around the Ezreal, give him a little bit of appeal too. Galaxy Esports, I'm going to lock in the Nico now. This could be Nico support, and it could be a Nico mid as well. Very much a flexible champion. We know how much Galaxy Esports love to flex their champions, Atomica.
Yeah, they do, and they've done it the entirety of the games that they've won. I think it's really helped that like you can't really pinpoint where a champion will go, even after the draft is complete. So I think that's kind of worked in their favor. Aphelios is an interesting pick, but the Lilia...
Aphelios is a really interesting pick. What do you think to the matchup with the Ezreal?
For Aphelios and Ezreal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think it's so 50-50. It really depends on what guns you've got, because you'll watch, say, Jack Spectra, and he'll play a Aphelios Ezreal matchup, and he'll just make Ezreal look silly. But then you'll watch an Ezreal, like you'll watch what's he called? I've forgotten his name. The really good Ezreal player, the rank 1 Ezreal player. You'll watch him play the matchup into Aphelios, and he'll make the Aphelios look like iron. It's crazy. It's such a 50-50 matchup. And it's going to be, and honestly, I'm going to tout this one to Perez just purely because Perez has shown very good mechanics, and playing a mechanical champion when you have good mechanics can only be good.
Yeah, 100%. We do see a Leona being locked in for Galaxy Esports, and he's also going to be a Jace being locked in as well. Now, this again could be a Jace top, it could be a Jace mid. We don't quite know yet, but the final bans for this series for Galaxy Esports will be a Rumble again, and it will actually be a Volibear being banned away. I expect them to think that it may be a bit of a dive comp and don't want to play against the Volibear. But then Hollow Nightmares are going to reply with a Shen and also with an Aatrox as well. Now, I kind of expect Galaxy Esports to pick something tanky with a good engage in this top lane. We can't have the Malphite. We can't have the Ornn. I would maybe expect them to play something that can kind of just go in when it wants. And the only kind of champ I can think of that can possibly do that is... I mean, and a better can kind of do it to a degree, but I'm really not sure what they want to play in the top lane here.
I don't know either. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I cannot think of something here.
Yeah, nothing that can necessarily be synergized with it. I mean, they've picked the Karma, which kind of tells me that will possibly be a Karma tank top, or it could be a Karma mid. Expecting obviously the Leona to be the support here, but it's kind of, again, we're a little bit unsure whether flexing this. But then Hollow Nightmares is going to reply with a Bard as well. So just when I said that, Hollow Nightmares will draft that quite a long range comp. Kind of what they've done. They've gone for the Jace, they've gone for the Ezreal, and they've gone for the Bard as well. That can kind of just any engage that Galaxy Esports throw at them. The Bard ultimate is so perfect for and just stopping that and disengaging really well.
Yeah, and also just for setting up like the Lilia. So like you can just Bardle, right? And you can stop, say, like the Aphelios or the Nico. And then you just oh my god.
The Rise being picked, I think Hollow Nightmares are very much looking towards a late game this game.
Yeah.
Very much are. We know how well Lilia can scale, we know how well Ezreal can scale, and we definitely know how well Rise can scale as well. Now, it looks like Galaxy Esports have immediately replied with picking the Samira into Hollow Nightmares. Now, I'm not going to criticize Galaxy Esports too much on like their team because we have said many times how we've criticized comps and then they've just done the complete opposite of what we thought. So although like they very much are quite damage heavy and don't necessarily have a true tank. They very much are a comp that if they can get on top of Hollow Nightmares will struggle to get away from them.
Where is this karma going? Is it karma top? Like,
I think it could genuinely be a Nico jungle.
wait,
think it's
what?
gonna be-
Why do we have Samira? What? Oh my, wait, my brain is hurting. I'm too tired for this, man.
I think it's a Nico.
It's
I think
Nico jungle, isn't it?
it's got to be a Nico. It could be Nico jungle. Aphelios top.
Samira mid.
Karma mid. No, I think it could be Karma mid, and then Samira and Leona bot.
If it's a Felios top, man. Oh my god, if it's a Felios top. I'm going to be so sad because I spent like 5 minutes talking about the Ezreal Aphelios matchup.
The issue is, if you want to play something like the Aphelios top, then it could be an issue. But I can confirm that it's going to be a Karma top, and then it's also going to be a Samira mid.
What?
Yeah.
But they just, what are they? Oh my god.
So it's going to be Samira mid. So we are going to see line 6 playing the Samira and Kaiser Cham on the Karma. So this might be a bit of a tankier Karma that looks for the heals, looks for the proc W as well. So yeah,
Wait,
it's
where's
going to be a interesting one.
So it's Samira. Wait, so it's Samira mid. Nico. Wait, who's top? Karma top.
Yep, Nico jungle.
Oh my. Oh.
I really worry for this Nico jungle. Now, I haven't seen this played too often, but the thing for me is that Lilia is fantastic at just being able to run through teams, and I don't quite understand how they're going to be able to stop her being able to get an ultimate off as well.
Yeah.
You can flash Q ult Zhonya's in any fight, and if you can pull off that combo well, then you kind of just win team fights, especially with the Rise as well, and the Bard, as you mentioned, being able to just set up fights. Hollow Nightmares have drafted a really, really good comp here, and it's almost anti-counter towards Galaxy Esports. That being said, we were very confused at Galaxy Esports in the game where they drafted the Vayne mid and they pulled it off somehow. So I believe this could be solely reliant on line 6 and Perez doing their jobs.
Which they've been doing the entire series, right?
So, yeah, absolutely.
But like, Samira is not a Vayne. It's not an Aurelia where, in the nicest way possible, you can be 0-4, but as long as you play it right, then you're fine. Samira is a very high risk, high reward champion. And if this Samira mid, I think, dies twice, I think that this game is shot through mid lane. But the only issue for Hollow Nightmares is how you're going to get that Samira to 2 deaths in the early game. And I just don't think it works. Well, it does work, don't get me wrong, but like, it's not an effective kill lane or kill duo.
The way I see that happening is I would expect Mr. Gu to do a lot of roaming on this Bard. And he's going to have to be good on this Bard as well. Now, the Bard pick is an interesting one for me because I think the Bard is good in theory because, yes, you can set up the Lilia role. Yes, he's fantastic at roaming, but I think you swap that Bard for someone that can kind of just go in when they want and not be so reliant on maybe hitting an ultimate. Maybe even someone like a Tam Kench. Maybe even someone like a sort of like maybe even a Fiddlestick could have been good here for the combo with the Lilia ult as well. Someone that can just is wanting to go in and wanting to be in the middle of everyone, I think would have been more beneficial to Hollow Nightmares than the Bard would have been.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the Bard was picked because they saw what would have been 3 range.
Yeah, and you see the Samira
right?
and you see the Nico as well, right? So
yeah, you see kind of like 3 range chat. So when the Bard was picked, you saw Karma, Nico, Aphelios, and Leona. So I'm going to assume the theory behind the Bard pick is Leona engages, Bard throws out the ultimate to the choke point, in which Galaxy Esports come through. They have to either dodge it or get put in stasis, and then that Leona is just completely isolated, and then it becomes a 4v5 in which Galaxy Esports have no CC for this Samira to set up. Or they have very little, I should say. The Nico has good CC, but like the very little CC for this Samira to set up, and then they should win, right? But I think that's such like that you're then forcing fights to be on such a situational timer that if you can't get those good fights in comparison to say, I'm trying to think of good engaged champs that have not been picked.
Supports.
Yeah, support engaged champs haven't been picked yet because we've had Alistair, we've had Nautilus, we've had Braum, we've had Maokai,
We've had Rakan.
we've had Rel, we've had Rakan. Thresh.
Thresh is a good one. You've got Tam Kench, as I mentioned before, as well.
Yeah, Tam Kench.
And that's kind of about it, really. Blitzcrank to a degree, but he wants to
Blitzcrank, yeah. But
Galio.
even Blitzcrank, yeah, Galio, like these sorts of weird off picks that aren't really supports but are like the Galio, they can still work wonders. Like even I would go as far as to say that Vigar could be a good engaged support champ, right? Like you got the cage, you can cage off people, and it's not going to be a fun time for them. But we'll see what happens because this, as we've seen, Line 6 on ADCs and mid before, he's been an absolute menace. So we will have to see how he gets on with this scenario mid.
100%. I think we'll see real soon as well. We are just about to get into game, and we will see what happens in this series as well. Game number 5 is coming up. It has been an absolute banger of a series, so make sure you watch this game because I guarantee you it is going to be a bloodbath as both teams so desperately want to win this series as well. So it's going to be a good one. Looking like maybe that Hollow Nightmares are going to just stay defensive as both teams just set up nice in the river. No invade again because I don't think either team want to risk anything at this moment in the game. I think we may see teams be a little bit more passive this game, Atomica, because the stakes are quite high.
Yeah, it's the best of one.
So I would expect them to be very passive this game. But the issue is, if you're Galaxy Esports, I don't think you can afford to be passive this game because if you let a Rise get to late game, it's not going to be good for you.
Minions have spawned.
Like, I think letting Ezreal Rise and Jace as well get to late game is going to be crazy. Like, if you do let that happen. And also, Galaxy Esports, it's something I didn't really pick up on draft, but they really did draft themselves onto a timer, like a ticking time bomb. Because Samira, like, okay, Aphelios and Samira do scale quite well, but I think Nico and Karma fall off quite hard.
Yeah.
And I think the only positive about Nico is that the setup on the ultimate, the Pop Blossom, is so strong that that's the only way that she stays relevant.
Yeah. 100%. 100%.
But Karma, the only real positive that she brings is the big shield. And I think if that's the only positive you bring to your team in the late game, then you need this game finished by 30 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do expect maybe Line 6 to play a little bit aggressively, which we are seeing already. Looking like he is got the level 2 quite early, looking to maybe try to be aggressive towards ZenithLeagueEMEA here as well. ZenithLeagueEMEA is just going to try to do everything possible to try stay away from anything at all, but he's looking to maybe get a gank onto...
He's doing it again!
Look again for the 4th time in a row, but ZenithLeagueEMEA is now here as well to try capitalise on him. Line 6 may pick up the kill here. The exhaust going down to Lily. Lily still has a flash available. Well, it's going to flash out. The W landing, but the flash coming out perfectly timed as well. Line 6 still is now level 3 as well. There's a lot of damage, and ZenithLeagueEMEA not having anything available. ZenithLeagueEMEA might now fall to Line 6. Line 6 needs to be careful, and ZenithLeagueEMEA is going to die, unfortunately, and this is a double kill, and he's going to escape as well. And it could be a triple kill here, and ZenithLeagueEMEA is going to go down, as is Mr. Goo as well, and it's a triple kill for the Samira at 3 minutes into the game.
Yep, and what I said came to fruition. The Lilia and the Rise, just not a good kill duo. The exhaust was massive from line 6, managing to get the kill onto Lilia, recognizing that Lilia needed to be exhausted, and just like killing everyone.
Absolutely.
And now he's got the
Absolutely.
Dirk. Like, this guy is a psychopath.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a Dirk 4 minutes into a game nearly, not even that, 3.5 minutes into the game. But there's going to be a fight on the bot lane. Pedro Pietrez is going to engage onto Mr. Goo as well. A lot of damage coming away from Perez here, though. Perez just going to narrowly miss the Q onto Mr. Goo. And already, Galaxy Esports are showing that they really want this series.
Yeah, and I mean Samira getting 3 kills, like I was just like you sent me up to say about how Galaxy Esports should really approach this game. The timer that they've put themselves on is it's there now. Like the timer has been extended a little bit because they've set the Rise and the Lilia behind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and it's just like, if anything that you can do to offset that timer and force Hollow Nightmares to play even later, means that more mistakes are going to come out because of fatigue, because of lack of concentration. Especially, it's been such a long series. You know, we started this like over bloody 4 hours ago, right? And
nearly 5 hours ago.
Yeah, and fatigue can play a massive part in these series. And I think you saw it a little bit with how ManuEMEA kept on missing those skill shots on that Samira triple kill. It's a bit of a rough one, and the longer you have to go, especially when you're playing champs like this, 3 skill shot based champs, it's gonna play on your mental. And yeah, and it's just overall, just to wrap up that point, it's a good start for Galaxy Esports.
It really is, but we've seen how dominant Galaxy Esports can be in this early game and in this laning phase. But we also have seen how dominant Hollow Nightmares can be outside of the laning phase, and how they really can capitalize on just being the more better team in transition. And I am interested to see if Galaxy Esports can stop Hollow Nightmares from making it to that late game. Because we said it before, if they make it to that late game, it could be a problem. Line 6 looking to do as much damage as possible here to Rise. A little bit of a scrap in the top lane with Broken Arrow is just going to narrowly miss the E. Mr. Goo landing and lovely Q. They're looking to hover around the grubs here as well, looking like they will want to pick up the first objective. And we've seen that a lot from Galaxy Esports, haven't we, Tomica? We've seen them look to prioritise these objectives the other game.
Yeah, absolutely. And just prioritizing these objectives means that any kind of aggression that they put out is warranted, as line 6 is going to stack up that passive. And there's the ultimate coming down.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Not going to hit though as well, because the shutdown is going to go to Lilia. And that is line 6 playing a little bit too aggressively, anticipating he has more damage than he thinks. So ManuEMEA is set up a little bit too close, but just going to be able to walk away from this as well. And that is the power of a Lilia that is just a little bit too fast for line 6.
Yeah, and you do see... I was going to make a point and forgot. Nope, I remember it. Bard Q hit the wall, that stopped the stun and gave the Lilia the chance to be able to kill. However, you also see...
so much damage from Perez. Oh my god, Bard goes down in an instant. And that really shows the power of knowing the limitations of your champion. Perez knowing he has the ability to take down Mr. Goo. And I did not expect that to happen.
Yeah, it's a Felios things. 200 years. I think we know 200 years of game design better than some fans. And however, this is what I mean. This was the point that I was going to try and get across, is that Aphelios Perez, however you want to say it, once again has been left alone in this bot lane, and once again is gaining just a small CS lead, and now has also picked up a kill. This is not good news for the side of Hollow Nightmares, because now
Galaxy Esports though, because Pedro Pietrez in a difficult position though. Lilia doing a really good job of him in a best position possible to try to take a kill there. Lucky's going to pick up a kill on Pedro Pietrez, and unfortunately Perez is going to have to walk away from the fight. Lion 6 maybe looking to dive here, playing super aggressively, looking to stack up that score and try get some kind of S to take a kill now onto ZenithLeagueEMEA. But ZenithLeagueEMEA doing a really good job of just keeping the wave under control.
Yeah, I mean, line 6 is just constantly pushing this Rise into the tower. It's very difficult to farm under the tower as Rise, and ZenithLeagueEMEA, I don't really think ZenithLeagueEMEA really wants a kill yet, to be honest. I think it puts a bit of a target on his back, whereas... Apologies.
Fighting the top side though, Kaiser Charm is struggling to kill this Jace. I think he's done a really good job of keeping him just slightly away. But there's going to be a fight in the mid lane though. It's looking like Mr. Gu and Lucky trying to capitalize on Lion 6 just overstepping ever so slightly. Lily flashes in, just narrowly misses the Q. Down goes the exhaust. W not hitting just yet either. Whisk the DQ as well. Down goes the ultimate from Samira. Samira picking up a double kill as well as Rise picks up the kill, and Mr. Gu is going to stay alive. But that is a 2-for-1 for this Samira.
Yeah, the Lily are flashing forward, but not queuing the wave to maintain the Q stacks. Oh, that's
It's
a big
going to be a
flash.
solo kill for Pedro P. Trez. Soft and Wet's going to pick up a kill, but not what you want to see if you are an ADC main. But Jay's going to go down into top lane as well. Broken Arrow picking up a kill on Madra Di Dario, and I think it's really showing that Galaxy Esports really dominant in this early game, and they are really showing that what they want to do, and they actually may potentially pull off a reverse sweep here as I go.
Yeah, it's looking good, isn't it, so far? 5-2 on the Samira. The Samira's already picked up the Collector. That means that ultimate's going to become ever so more deadly, especially when they try and do that sort of 3-man gank in the mid lane. But it's looking good for Galaxy Esports. It's going to be difficult for Hollow Nightmares to come back from this, I think, because their camps just want to sit back and scale. But it's so difficult to do that when you're constantly being, like when you're constantly just trying to find these fights that you don't really want to take. As
Perez is really putting the pressure on Soft and Wet here. Perez in a difficult position now though, because in comes the rest of Hollow Nightmares. Perez just staying alive. In comes Lilia, picks up the shutdown. Mr. Gu now trying to pressure off Pedro P. Trez here. Pedro P. Trez doesn't quite do enough damage here, but line 6 is now here. The ultimate is still available. Just misses the Q onto line 6. Mr. Gu does not quite have ult yet. He's not level 6 as Galaxy Esports are looking to take these grubs again as Rise is going to look to shove in this mid lane, but Line 6 does have the ultimate available. May look to die here. Pedro P. Trez and Line 6 going to be ulted here. The Samira not quite going to do enough to be able to line them off here. The burn going to just kill him, but Lucky does not have enough just yet to try to take down Line 6. In comes Ezreal though soon as Line 6 is in a difficult position underneath the tower. The Q not going to be available to land. It's Soft and Wet. It will look to E over the wall maybe soon. Doesn't quite look to do that instead, and Line 6 is going to walk away for free.
Yeah, I mean, a big elongated fight down in the bot side, but it ends up with Line 6 picking up a kill, another kill. Really the player to watch in this series. 6-2 on this Samira, can really look to make some plays as Kaiser Cham and Broken Arrow going to look to find a kill onto Madra Diadio. He's got to dodge.
Yeah, he's going to be a struggle though. In comes the Nika wall. They're not having enough damage just yet though. The Karma not doing enough damage, and it finally takes him down. Broken Arrow taking down Madra Diadio, and unfortunately this Jace is now 0-2. This Karma top oddly coming out on top when you didn't expect it.
Yeah, Broken Arrow is giving a lot of attention to this Karma top. Finally, for the first time in the series, Kaiser Cham has had the attention that he deserves. After 4 games of being on the weak side, he's finally getting that jungle attention, and he's really utilizing it well.
Missing it just narrowly. Nice flash away by Broken Arrow. And this Bard is all over the map, but he's not quite making all of it work. Line 6 looking to maybe stop them taking vision here in the jungle. 3 are now here, not quite realising it. In goes Lily, not available for the ultimate, but Samira is stacking up to that escort and picks up an instant double kill. This is a scary level 10 Samira now, but in the bot lane, Pedro Petra is going to land a stun onto Soft and Wet. The Aphelios ult just going to unfortunately miss, and Ezreal now in a difficult position as well, and you really don't think they don't look like Hollow Nightmares are even going to make it to late game.
Yeah, I think it's not, because Samira is one of those champions, I guess, the high risk, high reward. We are seeing the high reward section of the champion, because she is now 8-2 almost 2 items at 12 minutes. That's an item at 6 minutes, which is ridiculous. And we're also seeing Perez as well. They've taken the tier 1 in the bot side, and I think Hollow Nightmares are just... They're just here. They're just present, you know? They're not really thinking about much.
And look how easy it is for Line 6 to pick up a kill under tower. 3-shot in the Rise so quickly there. Madrid is going to look really try to tie the jump back here, but the shield is too much to take him down as well. The stun actually is going to come down from Tiger Jump. Doesn't actually have the ult available until just now. The Q going to hit, but the second half of the Q not going to do enough damage. Line 6 might be taken down here though, just narrowly hitting the auto attack onto Jace, and he is now dominating this game.
Yeah, really dominating this game is Line 6. This is where the experience of the mid lane comes in. Just picks up the solo kill in mid, walks towards the top side, recognizes that Madridedio is trying to fight, and he just goes, yeah, okay, I'm going to come pick up my free kill. Goes up to the top lane, picks up the kill, still on about maybe 7 CS a minute. Meanwhile, holding 10 kills is quite frankly ridiculous, and it's seen in that 6k gold lead.
Yeah, I think it's really showing how dominant a player can be on specific types of champions, and you would have maybe expected Hollow Nightmares to play around that and maybe try to stop Line 6 from being so dominant in these games, especially when you know how good they were in the vein, especially expecting them to pick when they pick the Samira, thinking how can we counter this, how can we stop them from getting so far ahead. But unfortunately for Hollow Nightmares, he's been far too good and he's just carrying the game.
Yeah, I think the Samira and just Line 6 overall as a player has just attracted so much attention away from players like Perez. So Perez just gets complete free farm. And now Kaisersham and Broken Arrow can focus on supporting each other, as we're going to see a forced flash out from Soft and Wet.
Yeah, and then Madrid that is going to get engaged again by this Karma, and unfortunately this Karma is just bullying this Jace at this point. Line 6 is quarter HPing this Rise with one singular Q, and it is looking rough. Madrid are going to try to capitalise on Kaiserchan walking into a bush and face checking it, but this Karma does so much healing as well. Does actually have the E available in a couple of seconds, but it might not be enough for Kaiserchan. Is going to unfortunately not fall just yet though, as Madrid just literally gets the kill at the last moment. Line 6 is going to take the tower as well, and ZenithLeagueEMEA is in a difficult position, and he down so quickly.
Yeah, just what was that? Was that like a couple autos and then a full spell rotation and then like dead?
Yeah, it was difficult. Jace is going to execute in the bot side, just stopping anyone from being there. I don't think quite anyone was there to even pick up the kill, but he's going to just play it a little bit safer. Line 6 is kind of just hovering in and around every entrance because he knows he can 1v1 any singular person that steps towards him, and everyone is afraid of him right now. Soft and Wet and Mr. Goo are going to try to do something, try to pull him out of the game, but he does so much damage. ZenithLeagueEMEA is here now as well. He does have to have the S stack available now. He's not going to ult just yet. He's going to wait until they go in, but there goes the ultimate as well. Line 6 doing so much damage. He's now drowsy. He's asleep now, and he's finally going to fall down as Struck Down goes over to Soft and Wet.
Yeah, and you saw how much it took from the side of Hollow Nightmares to actually deal with this Samira. I think it took the Rise TP and also Flash, Lilia ult, and Flash. Ezreal had to try and spend 60% of the time kiting rather than actually fighting, and Bard came in at the last second to deal a little bit of extra damage, but like, it's just so difficult to watch because it's like, it's well, not to watch. It's quite nice to watch actually, but it's quite difficult to commentate and try and find like, you know, sort of ways for Hollow Nightmares to be able to really find a way back into this game, because this Samira is just that far ahead. Has already got even the upgraded boots and the Last Whisper. Like this Samira, if basically she can do whatever she wants. This is Samira's Rift, and Galaxy Esports and Hollow Nightmares are just living in it.
Yeah, line 6 is showing their dominance in this game. And unfortunately, that was a Samira underneath tower, taking on 3 people through an exhaust. And I really worry to see what's going to happen for Hollow Nightmares if the rest of them are available and there as well. Soft and Wet's going to try to do a little bit of damage. Of a broken arrows is going to hit the ultimate onto this Lilia, and Lilia is going to fall so quickly. In comes the Aphelios as well, and that is a lot of damage, and Soft and Wet is going to narrowly escape, but that is going to be Dragon being handed over to Galaxy Esports, the third one of this final game. They're looking for this soul. They want to end. They want to show that they really mean business and advance through this next bracket, and wowzers, they are really putting on a show.
Yeah. Who's going to stop them?
At this rate, it's looking rough for Hollow Nightmares, right? I mean, if you are Hollow Nightmares at this point in the game, how do you come back into this?
I don't think so.
You don't think there's a way back in for it for him?
Yeah, I don't think. I think the Rise is too far behind. I think that Rise is just way too like. Rise is in the same boat as Samira. It's a very high risk, high reward champion. If you can't play it, or if you can't really land the skill shots, then the champ is so useless. But if you can land the skill shots and you can land everything, and you could perform the machine gun Rise combo, you're so fine. It's unreal. Like, you are so unbelievably fine. And from what we're seeing from ZenithLeagueEMEA, he's really struggled this entire series, and this Rise pick really hasn't done much, hasn't really helped, and line 6 is now practically at 3 items whilst he's struggling at 1. And it is... And not to harp on about ZenithLeagueEMEA too much, because I feel like it's unfair and unjust, because Mr. Gio, this has been his first bad game of the series, right? And same with Madre Dedio. I think this is actually the first time you can kind of say Hollow Nightmares, the entire team isn't playing that well, and I feel like you can attribute that a lot to fatigue. And when you're fatigued like this, and your mind's starting to wander and it's starting to think, oh, it's what? I mean, I believe that Hollow Nightmares are Italian, so it's 1 a.m. for them. They want to go to bed.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
You're like, even like, for me it's 12 o'clock and my mind's thinking of bed. Like, to think that these players, and I'm not gonna hate them for this game 5, right? Because no matter what, they've sat here and they've played. It's 1 a.m. They've been absolute soldiers, all 10 of them.
Yeah, and it's been an unbelievable series as well, right? It's not been the whole way. Yeah. Every game's been back and forth. We saw it in that game 3 especially, how unbelievably close it was. When you thought that Hollow Nightmares could end, Galaxy Esports looked to end, and then vice versa. But it looks like now Galaxy Esports want to maybe push forward and try to get as many objectives as possible. There could be a fight happening here. The Rift Herald is going to get taken down, but in the bot lane, line 6 is going to try to take this bot tier turret. The rest of them are coming down as well. The Bardo just narrowly misses, but the Rise is falling behind as well. And line 6 not quite stacked up that ability just yet to try to get the ultimate off, and he's now going to fall. ZenithLeagueEMEA has now killed this Samira, and in the mid lane, in the meantime, this Aphelios is taking down this mid tower, and even though the Aphelios is going to fall, Nico and this Aphelios are still so strong.
Yeah, and this is where the strength of having a player like line 6 comes in.
And look at how amazing this ultimate is from Broken Arrow, as the rest of Galaxy Esports can try to do so much damage. There's a triple kill for Aphelios. The Penta is still available as well. He's going to pick up a quadra kill. Can I get the Penta a kill? Soft and Wet's not going to give it over just yet. Leona and the rest of the team are going to wait in sidelines as Perez is going to try stunning just perfectly, and that is going to be a Penta kill for Perez in game number 5.
I cannot think of a player more deserving of a pentakill than Perez right now. He has played each game phenomenally, and it has been, as someone that has been playing ADC quite a lot in solo queue recently, it's been an absolute pleasure and joy to watch his positioning, his play style, and the way that he plays his champions. The Geisa especially was a big standout, and now the Aphelios pentakill. I could not think of a player that deserves it more for their performance in this series than Perez right now.
absolutely agree. He has been a standout player for Galaxy Esports throughout the entire series. Just been so solid and being able to just be that consistent lifeline for Galaxy Esports no matter the game. And now Line 6 is going to just bully people in their base. He knows how unbelievably strong he is. It is a level 11 Lilia to a level 15 Samira, and he doesn't care who fights him at this point because he knows how much damage he does, and it is looking weary for Hollow Nightmares in this point in the game.
Yeah, this is what I mean about the fatigue coming in. You see the Lily has been flame horizoned in the jungle because she's been so focused on trying to gank and trying to shut down this Samira that this Nico has just been able to walk around the jungle, farming up everything, taking everything, and it is... And honestly, this Game 5, not to sound entitled, but it has been rather anticlimactic considering the last 4 games, and I feel like Hollow Nightmares should really not be too disheartened because I've kind of wrote off this game now as what a 13k gold lead for the side of Galaxy Esports. This Samira, line 6, might pick up a pentakill, might not hit, picks up 1, is gonna Mystic U, is the next target, picks up a double flashes on top of it. Yeah, this
actually could be 1v5 here. It's going to be 1v5. In comes this Samira doing so much damage on mana, and he might just fall final one of the kill, and it is a 1v5 pentakill for line 6. Oh my god, Atomica. It was slightly anticlimactic, but wowzers, what a way to end this absolutely phenomenal series. Galaxy Esports advancing to the next round. Commiserations, Hollow Nightmares, because it was a phenomenal series and you played your hearts out, and Galaxy Esports took the victory, and oh my god, that was phenomenal.
A double pentakill really kind of shows that momentum can go a long way in series, and I had picked up on this I think in the breaks, but like Hollow Nightmares, I think on game 3 got a little bit cocky and drafted maybe some things that weren't the greatest, and then from there on Galaxy Esports managed to find the momentum, pick up the wins, and they won, and they've now won the series. They now advanced on to the next one. But Hollow Nightmares, I don't think you really should be any negatives really.
No,
they played so well. They played a fantastic series, and
absolutely.
Yeah. And
absolutely. I mean, well played to both teams. It was a phenomenal series to watch. We hope you enjoyed as well. Brilliantly played, and congratulations Galaxy Esports. Commiserations Hollow Nightmares. You were both fantastic. It was brilliant to watch. I think everyone in the Twitch enjoyed as well. I know I enjoyed. I know Atomica enjoyed. We all loved it, and we hope to see you playing again soon because it was phenomenal. But we hope you all enjoyed, and yeah. Anything else to say, Atomica?
Nothing really. I think you touched on it all. I think that's it.
Oh, well, I've been Hampy.
And I have been Atomica.
And thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you soon.